everyone, this is LPL English. 今天我们请到的是 TT 的辅助选手 Feather， 请 Feather 先跟大家打声招呼吧。
Hello， 我是 TT 的辅助选手Feather。
今天你们获得了比赛的胜利，想问一下胜利感想。
就是感觉还是比较轻松的吧，因为还是以大比分领先赢的嘛，就感觉过个好年比较好。
你们今天虽然输了第一局，但是在后面的3把都非常顺利的逆转了比赛，赢下。想问一下，你觉得后面3把你觉得做的最好的地方在哪里？
就大家心态放轻松吧，然后打出自己该打的就可以了。
今天也是你们使用了这个新的版本，新的这个无畏征召这个模式嘛？你自己怎么看待这样的一个这个新赛季的一个模式呢？
就这个版本的话，就是对选手的英雄池考验的比较多吧，因为要会很多的英雄。
那你这样有没有觉得作为辅助选手在选英雄上面有没有比较大的压力呢？
辅助的话还是相对于比较多的嘛，因为能玩的也还可以。
那你也说到有很多英雄可以玩嘛，有没有什么英雄你特别想要在这个模式下使用，以前没有使用过的呢？
后面有机会可以玩一下卢锡安、娜美这个组合。
OK。那其实在这个版本，很多主播他里面都说，可能蓝方会更优势，对上红方。那你自己认为蓝方跟红方的优先级怎么考虑呢？
就蓝色方的话，一般选阵容会整体一些嘛，红色方就是可以抢2个版本强势的英雄。
OK， 那其实你们下一次对战的是 BLG 嘛？在目前为止，你们都表现得还可以。那下次对战 BLG， 你觉得你们队伍上还有什么需要改进的地方呢？
因为 BLG 也是一支很强的队伍嘛，就是我们打好自己的吧，就不留遗憾就好。
那你有没有什么期待？就对上 BLG 自己有什么期待的表现吗？
就希望能跟欧恩较量一下。
好，其实也快过年了嘛，想跟我们观众说一下一些新年祝福。
希望大家今年能够开心的话，就万事顺心。
好，最后有没有什么话想要对海外的观众说的？
就感谢大家支持。
好，谢谢。
Another day, night, wherever you are in the world, action-packed matchup here on the unofficial LPL broadcast as we bring the regular season split to a close. And this time tonight, we're going to figure out what Group C looks like. We have a matchup to decide the seeding. Thunder Talk taking on BLG. And I'm going to be joined by my good friend and analytical mind, wizard genius, whatever adjective I can think of off the fly. Cubby, great to be alongside you, man. Excited to see how this group shapes out at the top.
I like the wizard genius reference. Usually I'm tied to bears, animals, but, we're taking this to a higher intellectual plane here as we got BLG, arguably the top dogs playing in the LPL tonight. I say arguably because it doesn't really feel like BLG has been challenged yet. They've put out some really good tape. Of course, the top dogs from last year, but we'll see if Thunder Talk has any challenge for them tonight. Feels like the group's been a little bit weak. Thunder Talk has a chance to fight for that 1 seed, and we'll see what ends up happening. And if Thunder Talk can actually challenge BLG, something that no team in this group is yet to do.
Yeah, that'll be one of the big questions we will follow. But let's take a look at that group we've been talking about holistically, just all the groups that we've been talking about throughout the LPL as we round out some of these standings. Coming, we're going to be talking obviously about Group C there down in the bottom left, but before we jump into that, any of these other standings stick out to you from the other groups that we see starting to round themselves out? I think Group D's the obvious one to look at.
I got to watch Doinby play League of Legends last night, and it was hella fun as always. There was a Rise with Ghost in there. There was a Pantheon that felt like it was the ultimate bravery build. Didn't matter. Doinby was still able to be the super carry. So really fun to have him back with NIP making statements. Excited to see them get out of that group with the 1 seed and move on to the bracket stage that we're going to have up next. Besides that, also shout out to that Weibo JDG series. That was fantastic, going the distance, and really cool to see JDG, to win that like in a Game 5 banger last team fight with Pays really stepping up. So JDG, of course, had some early struggles with Demacia Cup. Got 1-2-3 Cancuned in there, but good to see them taking that top seed and moving on as well.
Yeah, when I heard the great Mazel say multiple times, did you think JDG would be in the spot 5 minutes ago in some of those early games in that series too? I knew we were in for an awesome series. But let's look at how the rest of this winter LPL split will round out with our schedule. Obviously, the big focus onto tonight's matchup, Thunder Talk versus Billy Gaming. No love on the Sacred Valentine's Day between these two teams. But we're also going to round out with a lot of fun towards the end here. And I know, Cubby, you're very excited in particular to see how LGD potentially could finish out this split.
Yeah,
the regular
I
split.
gotta say, like, LGD, they're my favorite team to watch so far in LPL. To see that org, and a legacy org, stick to that LDL core that won a championship, move up. They're fighting to knock Top Esports out of that group Saturday night, Sunday morning for me. And I'm really excited. That's a match that I have in my calendar. I want to watch. I think LGD, again, has put out some really good tape. Top Esports are going to be the favorites going into that, but want to see if that young core of LGD can continue to play well. They've been doing really well so far this early season.
Very, very impressive indeed. I remember hearing you say you're their favorite team to watch because I was tuning into a Cubby VOD review. That's how I'm going to plug your channel.
Wow.
You're not going to do it. I'm going to plug your streams. Got to tune into those VOD reviews to hear the inside of the great Cubby.
Yeah, I mean, I got to maybe do some more LPL content. We'll see if I can fit it in around the Among Us schedule that we got going on over on your YouTube channel. But
I still got videos to churn out on that front too. I mean,
that was fun. Yeah.
Honestly, the delay we have on that front is good for me because it takes long. Listen, if you're ever trying to, for some reason you're deciding to edit Among Us videos of your friends playing, it takes longer than you think. That's all.
Not even multi-sync can save you there on Premiere. I feel your pain. Premiere is the bane of my existence.
Exactly. But, focusing back, obviously, this is a pretty straightforward way to close out the group here with, BLG and Thunder Talk kind of handling business with our other two teams in the group, EDG and LNG. It's going to be pretty straight up here, folks. Whoever takes this series is going to move into that playoff format as the number 1 seed out of Group C. And Cubby, it's especially important in this new format because if you are that number 1 seed, you kind of, you do virtually lock yourself in doubly a limb for this new playoff format.
Yeah, I mean, it's a fun one. And also, as some of the other groups have been decided, if you're a 2 seed, right, you're staring down the barrel of some of those big 1 seeds that you're going to have to face. And, of course, LPL, it is a deep league, but it is still a league where those top, 3, 4, 5, 6 teams are always so strong. And so, yeah, if you find a 2 seed, then you're going to have to deal with one of those top 4, and that's always a tough task to have. So, curious to see what ends up happening as we end up wrapping up our last couple of groups still. A couple of big decider matches that we have. Of course, this one, both teams will move forward into the bracket stage tonight, but still, Thunder Talk have the potential to do something rather crazy if they manage to find the upset against BLG, the perennial LPL champions that we have from the last few splits.
Those perennial champions, let's meet them for one time, the opening time tonight here, going across that roster. Obviously, the Giga Chat himself been in the top lane, way in the jungle, Knight mid lane, Elk at the AD carry spot, and on rounding out the support. Just, a stacked roster, Cubby, like you said, like we're going to preach all night. Expected to be a Titan in the LPL, expected to be a Titan on the whatever international stage comes their way in 2025.
Yeah, of course, if they want to have an early debut on that international stage, would have to win all of LPL. But, hey, that's something that BLG and especially Knight's pretty familiar with, as BLG took home both cups last year. And Knight, of course, someone that, 4 splits in a row that he's been able to take down. I'm still brushing up my LPL history, not quite as confident in the LPL history as my NACL history, but 4 is the right number. And BLG, nothing else to say. It feels like Wei, being the jungler that they decided to pilot for this upcoming year. When you have lanes, carries like Bin, Knight, Elk, putting Wei in their back pocket really does feel like something, especially with the importance on objective setups that we've seen in this early season with just a few more fights that we have. Something that I really think Wei does well, setting up his lanes for success and objectives for success too. So yeah, BLG, they've yet to drop a map.
Yet to drop one at all. And yeah, I'm glad you shout out Wei there, because when you have these lanes to play for, it really unlocks him not only to play a lot more comfortably in that early phase and set up for those bigger fights, but really just unlocks his champ pool. You don't have to worry about being on too much of those early game enforcers. If you can lean back on some of those more carry junglers, they can power farm. It's helpful, especially topside, when you got Bin and Knight to lean on. But let's meet the youngsters, the challengers, one of the darlings of the LPL so far this split. Thunder Talk on the other side of this matchup. And if you've been paying attention, you know the roster. Hoya in the top side, Beituan at the jungle spot, Seitab mid lane, 1xN at AD carry, and Feather on support to round out the darlings of the LPL in the first split of 2025.
Yeah, and I gotta say, this team's been a bit of a pleasant surprise. We didn't have low expectations for Thunder Talk, but we did think that this would be a team that might be middle of the pack. And I think that especially with Satab, 1XN, like I think that they've put together some pretty good maps. Satab for me has been a standout, someone that I'm familiar with following LCK and a little bit of LCK Challengers League as well. He's actually overperforming my expectations, even as someone that has been a little bit more familiar with him. And then 1XN and Feather, a duo that I wasn't as familiar with coming into the year, but some of the LPL heads and people that really follow the league deep the last couple of years said, they have some pluses to them, and I really feel like they've been playing decent league. I know that this is a group that I've pitched as being weak, probably the weakest group that we have in this format for LPL, but I don't want to take away. I know Thunder Talk, like EDG and LNG did not have good tournaments, but I do feel like Thunder Talk has still played decent maps against them, and today's just going to really be a challenge. Can they put together some of those decent maps against the Titans of BLG?
Yeah, the way, talking about Thunder Talk's wins, the fun part about it in those matchups against EG and LG, for me at least, is certain games you would see step-up performances from individuals across the board. I'd say the most consistent player it would be maybe this bottom lane between 1XN and Feather, but Satab has outperformed everybody. Sometimes some of the pocket picks that I know we'll get into. Hoya has been big in spots, and then for me at least, Beichuan and Feather, that duo together, once they get into the team fighting that we've highlighted, is going to be the real strength, I feel, of BLG. They got to be most on point, and really just everybody has to be on point in this matchup. It's not LNG and EDG anymore, folks.
Yeah, and again, like I want to give some credit to Thunder Talk, because I know that EDG and LNG are not the strongest opponents, but I don't think that takes away from some of the good league that we've seen Thunder Talk put together. This clip's a great example, right? Lane swap scenario, what happens? Does Hoya die? Yes, but who gets the better end of this trade in the cross map? It's going to be Thunder Talk. They take the Jace down twice. You need to set this tank Jace behind early, or else we've seen what a menace it can be later. Who cares that Orin gets set behind? He's able to come back. And then I know you highlighted this VOD in particular. You thought this is the best game that Thunder Talk put together so far. And the duo of Beichuan and Feather, they've had some really good moments.
They've been super impressive. The best that Thunder Talk have looked, because they have played a lot of close games, but the way they've been able to team fight when they can put Beichuan and Feather on engage-oriented, champions that can set up all these damage dealers across the board to really perform is when they look most impressive. And then you also have some of those pocket picks that these Thunder Talk guys can lean on. You saw in that last clip, Satab on his Akali through 2 games. He's played 2 games of it in 2 series, is undefeated on it. I believe he's also undefeated on Demacia Cup. So there's still some flexibility on Thunder Talk, even when you talk about their champion pools.
Yeah, and these are decent plays, right? I think that Thunder Talk, again, like LNG and EDG, they did not play well in this tournament. They're not moving on for a reason. But Thunder Talk were able to take care of business and put together good maps against them, where we can see some of the moments they're playing some decent fundamental League of Legends. And I just want to see if they are able to pull some of that off today against BLG, a team that is so individually just impressive. Again, just titans that you have to go up against in Bin, Knight, Elk, and then On Way, as well as the supporting cast. I just want to see if Thunder Talk can put together some of the scenarios that we've seen them have, where we've seen them make good plays, see them have positive moments on the Rift, but doing so against a team the likes of BLG, it's going to be a new challenge for them. But we'll see if Thunder Talk can prove that, hey, maybe we were just sleeping on this group and it isn't actually the weakest that we have for this split of LPL here. I think that if Thunder Talk able to take a couple games off BLG, it would be a bit of a statement, and honestly something they can ride into that bracket stage as well.
And you talked about, getting some wins here against BLG. For Thunder Talk, a really good way to do it, when you're talking about their solo lanes, is some of those unique draft picks. And we got it. I believe we have an awesome graphic that we can dial up for this one. But I already talked about the Akali. There you can go. You look at Satab and Hoya's champion pool. If you've been on the socials, even the LPL socials officially, they show off that awesome Satab Yasuo game where he gets the flash 1v1 win. That was a game 4 banger win. He has the Akali, but even Hoya, and I know you were talking about it a bit too, Cubby, right? It's the tank. He understands how to play these weak side tanks and then be just such an impactful player once it comes to the fights, especially on champions like that Poppy and that Gragas, those disrupting champions that are so tough once you get into those later parts of the game.
Yeah, Hoya for me, I mean, I kind of joke it feels like a Season 7 top laner that's like not really up to snuff. It's kind of like watching Sword on Griffin, which I'm not saying Thunder Talk's as good as Griffin was back then, but it feels like Hoya at times is a little bit out of place. I gotta say though, in the Fearless format, I've seen a lot of people like talking about how support pools, they get narrowed eventually and you're forced to play Enchantresses. Well, tanks plus Enchantresses, that's one way to actually find engage and make sure that those Lulu and Karma picks, which we have seen Feather play, get a little bit more mileage when you already have a frontliner and you're able to shield and stand behind them and help your carries. And I do think that Hoya has done a nice job of creating space, and as well in these lane swap scenarios, he's okay going down, playing some of these tanks. If 1XN and Feather and Satab are able to get fed, and credit to Thunder Talk and the carries in 1XN and Satab, even with Hoya playing some more tanks, lower damage carries, something that can create more space for big carries that Satab and 1XN can pilot, they've been able to cash in.
They've been able to cash in time and time again in this match. But I'm glad that we're both united on the front and, giving some love to Feather. And for all you folks at home, that's coming from an 80 carry main myself. We're talking about how impactful 1XN has been. Feather being so flexible. We talked about the engage ability he's had. You've seen the recon clips, but you mentioned the Lulu. That Lulu next to the Jinx, the combination that's been so deadly in the LPL. Even Feather can pilot that so well. So 1XN, he does not have such consistent power, especially on this Jinx, like we're seeing here, the defining fight where he just brings all the damage to beat LNG. This was the first series out of Thunder Talk that they were able to get done in the LPL. The numbers that we're going to flash up in that comparison, that head-to-head that everyone wants to talk about between 1XN and LK, right on time there. These numbers, I want to make sure, do not happen without the performance of Feather so far through the split.
Yeah, that, and then also, Hoya playing tanks. Again, when you're going to play a tanky top laner, he's going to buy more space and give you as an 80 carry more room to try and fight. I really want to credit the team of Thunder Talk on the numbers that we see 1XN putting up. Yes, he's playing really well, but more weight is on him to carry when you are playing picks like Poppy, Cyan, and Ornn, the likes of which we've seen Thunder Talk piloting. Again, 1XN, he's actually cashed in and made those picks worth it. That plus Enchantresses behind him, the Lulu highlight you saw. And it really feels like, if we're able to create chaos with Beishuan and Feather, I think Satab has been a real highlight for Thunder Talk as well. And 1XN has room to actually do damage, and he's done a really nice job of that in this early season. So, again, a new task, a new challenge to do that against a team the likes and the pedigree of BLG. But we have seen positives out of Thunder Talk, even in a group that has been a bit abysmal looking at EDG and LNG. I just want to see if they can carry that into the top dogs at BLG tonight.
Well, it's time to get that test going here, Cubby. Get your pencils out. Your exams are here if you are a Thunder Talk fan, as we are set for the introductions of our two teams, narrowing down the first LPL split of 2025. We'll see if we get any flashy walkouts, but to kind of wrap up that talk we had, what better gatekeeper test for if 1XN and Feather could be one of the next big bottom lanes in the LPL than taking on Elk and On? I mean, there's no better test in my mind, Cubby.
Yeah, I really feel like Elk has been playing well, and we've seen On be a little bit Jekyll and Hyde. I will say it feels like BLG have been warming up, and even with them warming up in this group, they still have yet to be, knocked down any pegs. So we'll see if, the challenge of trying to go up against Thunder Talk, if we really see that resounding BLG stand as tall as they have. I mean, obviously BLG, they're 6-0. They do look dominant. I just don't think that they've really had the competition, and even within some of those maps and VODs, we have seen BLG be a little bit lazy and make some mistakes and have some oopsies. Something that, we are used to with BLG. Sometimes it is part of a beauty of a team like this. They can blitz a map unlike any other. Sometimes when you play like that, it does come with a mistake here and there. But we'd love to see a BLG, clean it up and have a good 3-0 against Thunder Talk, who have proven themselves to be, the top dogs in this group outside of BLG. And we'll see if they can give the top dogs in the group any challenge tonight.
And coming what we do see, even if we don't get some of the fun introduction walkouts of old LPL just yet, I always like to talk about the fashion matchup of these jumpsuits. Black versus white. I mean, how many metaphorical things can I draw from the fact that we got Thunder Talk in that sleek black, the BLG sleek white? It's pretty nice. It's not my favorite of the LPL split. I got to shout out the Ultra Prime Royal Blue.
Dude,
and
I
the
love
OMG
those.
Orange.
The purple jackets for Ultra Prime look really sharp. I love that shade of purple. But BLG, I mean, when you are winning as much as BLG, you don't really have to change your logo or jersey. People are just, willing to go through it. And hey, I wouldn't change either. I think it looks really sharp. As we'll see if Ben has any more moments to, launch some jackets into the crowd. And curious to see who the 1v1 is. I actually didn't check Huya to see who it is reported. We had On play in the first series for BLG in the 1v1, and he got dunked on as Rumble, even though I learned that On was a 1v1 champion in a different tournament. I just found it so funny that when you have a roster of Bin, Knight, Elk, you're playing your support in the 1v1. So we'll see what BLG has cooked up today.
I mean, that's got to be classic Titan of LPL, you know, having a bit of fun with the 1v1s early on in the split. Do get word from one of our awesome admins and casters, all shouting us out. Thank you for the spot here. Bin versus Hoya. So that one will be pretty fun. I'm just hoping that we don't land on the melee range matchup, all right? I've seen too many Corkis into too many Renekton's too many times in the LPL. I want to see something like the Alistair I saw before we went on break here, you know, just trying to capitalize on that PUBG-style closing circle as we do go live to see exactly
It was adventurous. Maybe we see a Poppy ban for Hoya, who has played it a bit. I will say, like, getting into this, we didn't spend as much time talking about BLG as they really don't need any introduction. And
yeah.
I feel like the story of Thunder Talk, like trying to compete and move up the ladder of LPL, is quite interesting, whereas BLG are just the perennial top dogs that people are looking to knock down a peg. And it does, I mean, again, we'll see if that actually ends up happening in this group or not. But I will say, diving into this, Bin versus Hoya is probably the most one-sided matchup in terms of what BLG has. As with Hoya, he is a role player on this team. He is someone that is signing up to take less resources and give more of the ball to SayTab and 1xN. Whereas Bin's just a monster. Like, he is one of, if not the best top laners in the world. And there are so many champs where it feels like Bin gets his hands on. The game is unwinnable. Do want to give credit to Bin. I feel like his Rumble has actually really leveled up in the last few months, and especially early on in this season too. I know that he's talked about putting more time into that and feeling like he's gotten a lot stronger at that in the offseason as well. So we'll see if Hoya can throw any wrenches into Bin's plan or actually be able to warm up and take down Bin, because when I was looking at this matchup on paper, like, that's the problem area, right? It's kind of hard to identify, like, with, you know, Bin and Knight. That is such a hard task to go into if you are a team, but it feels like SayTab has been playing a little bit stronger than Hoya in the top side. So we'll see if Hoya can bring anything against Bin in this one.
We'll have to see, as it does seem like we might have gotten a little bit of a tech issue there with the first draft. But I'm glad that you keep highlighting the discrepancy for Hoya versus Bin, because not to discredit Hoya's playstyle, right, of these weak side tanks that's willing to get lane swapped in to be effective later. You know, that can work with the likes of top players like, you know, say ZDZ. Oh, looks like we missed the draft.
Oh,
so we're
okay.
We're
Hoya is trying some tech. He's got some tech though.
We got the Corki melee match. I jinxed it. I didn't want this. And
that's all right. We've got a Ghost Barrier Udyr.
Spectral Cowl first
item? Yeah.
Okay.
That's interesting. I guess so with that item, you get extra regen if you take damage. So maybe trying to abuse that with Corki is the logic, because Corki does primarily do physical damage, especially with, like, after the changes, right? I think the only magic damage is really on his W. So curious. Maybe Spirit Visage to just get bigger shields. We're gonna rush that, you know?
Yeah, tap into that innate annoying.
Oh, sorry, healing. Phosphorus Bomb, of course, match damage. Okay.
Yeah, Phosphorus Bomb.
That's the tech.
Yeah.
It is. Yeah, I had a blank there. I got stuck. I was like, wait, they changed rockets to physical damage, and I forgot about the good old P-bombs.
He is also rocking the Grasp. I don't know about that. Don't know how many times we're really going to proc that one, but just leaning more into this survivalist
that's what the
identity.
Ghost is for. You can just pop Ghosts, run them, you get a Grass proc, right?
Yeah, I don't see, usually that, you know, Grass procs are a future investment, and I don't know about there really being a future in a 1v1 like this, but we do see Bin already getting the standard push you expect a Corki in a melee matchup to get. The question really becomes, how many minions can Hoya collect on the back end of this push, and will Bin just decide to kind of relax and farm up if Hoya misses a ton and takes a ton of damage here under his turn?
Well, of course, you got to make sure you get the cannon minions in this format, as Bin, that first cannon minion, worth 156. Rather thick. 168 for Hoya. Maybe it's a strategy to get pushed in and get the cannon minion later so that you get more gold off of it. Next level.
Hoya's
LPL
really
1v1.
future tech leaning in this matchup. That's the prevailing thought we got here.
Lot of investment being made.
I mean, he's definitely, you know, he's definitely getting the turtle state. Is it still turtle state? I always lean towards the old.
You're good.
Yeah, getting the healing going. I mean, he's definitely taking less damage now than the first trade.
Yeah, you can see bottom left of your screen, it is 3 points W, 2 in Q, so not even taking any in R. I think the game plan here is just going to be pop goes, pop E, and then just try and run him down. Get enough damage down there. We'll see if it ends up being enough. At least Hoya, leaning on the sustain of the W, is able to stick around. And we'll see when he puts a point in E. At the moment, though, the 3 plates for Bin's pretty tough, and keep in mind that first brick, that is a win condition.
Yep. So at some point, Hoya, even with 0 mana left, is going to have to try and stop the turret siege that is coming through here for Bin. But his sustain tech is at least keeping him somewhat close in the farm. He's going to go down. Looks like he's about down 9 currently. And this is the really tough spot here for Hoya. I mean, what, you reset, you probably lose turret, lose it, and you don't got the mana to fight. So he's trying to fight through, trying to use those shields. There's a pretty good heal, but it feels like death by 1,000 cuts right now for the top laner.
I think he has to pick up this wave and then probably base.
Oh, he's going to go for the health
we got
pack.
the mana.
Get some mana. He's holding onto the ghost. He does not go for the rush. He did get some of those grasp stacks we were talking about. So
You got 1.
got 1. Let's go. That's infinitely bigger than 0 for you mathematicians out there.
Oh. God, he calls me a genius, then bust that out on the cast.
It's a journalism major, by the way. I can still do that.
Syracuse, good education there. You're doing him proud.
Depends on the education. Don't tell the orange I said that.
Oh.
I will say for Newhouse, yes, certainly is. All right, so Hoya has got another wave out, and Bin's kind of tired of this. He's just going to force a fight, drops the Ignite, holds onto the barrier, and it's not going to be close. Hoya's going to go down. One more rocket, one more auto. Oh, the barrier at the last second, and a dodge on the rocket. Makes me think twice about what I said, but the reset is forced, and Bin might just catch this one in the most anticlimactic way with that turret solo.
He's getting the wave in. Does he match resets, or does he walk back? I don't even know if Hoya has time. Okay, Bin's going to reset.
Could he have not just gone for the win there?
I mean, honestly, I actually don't mind like him going for it, because even if you die, it's 2 deaths to lose.
Yeah.
He could have gotten it like so low where you get push on another wave and then you knock it down, but I don't know what the resistances are like when it gets this low with plates in this format, because obviously things are a little bit different in Janky. I'm thinking way too much about this for 1v1.
Hey, I mean, this is what happens when you bring a Grasp, Ghost, Barrier, Udyr, Rushing Spirit Massage, all right?
He did get the Visage. I was kind of like, okay, why are we starting Spectre's Call? It's gotta be for this. So those shields, they all get buffed up now. See if it's enough.
Here's the bad part about the turret resistances talk. Trinity Force says, I don't care about your resistances to a turret, so then if he gets this wave in, I mean, Hoya's got to fight here, right? Or
well, the E's down, so I think that is like, okay.
One more does it, and that is the most anticlimactic 1v1 win of the LPL split, but it goes to the chat himself, Bin. So BLG will win side selection, and the LPL, folks, that means blue side game 1 for BLG.
I didn't like you.
we were trying to you know, give it the love we thought it deserved, but in reality, it just sat there farmed and let it turn out. So,
well,
it's innovative. You can't say it's not innovative. I mean, we haven't seen it yet.
An attempt was made. Yeah, that's pretty interesting. Anyway, BLG expected blue side here, as blue side has been the favored side, even though with, I believe, LPL stats, let me check real quick. I still think red side is the one that's one more, because if you lose, if you lose, you take blue side, because losers get choice, and we've had a lot of one-sided series, so red side's still sitting at a 58% win rate. But it is BLG on the blue side, and that means that Thunder Talk likely has to pay the Skarner tax, and also likely has to pay the Callista tax, and we'll see what happens from there.
That's 2 pretty big taxes, I have to say here. As
it's expensive.
We're getting set for that Game 1 draft, but as we were talking so much about Thunder Talk and all of the awesomeness they have been, we have forgotten to throw up our predictions from everybody here. And with all of our infinite wisdom, all the love we've given for Thunder Talk between myself and Cubby, we are 3-1 BLG, including everybody here.
Gentleman sweep, you know?
Gentleman sweep.
What I will say, maybe Thunder Talk, like they can see this, and then, you know, Jalen Hurts face it and be like after they beat the Chiefs, you know, or whatever. Yeah.
Hey, I didn't make the first reference, everybody at home, all right?
I had to fit one in.
That won't be the last one.
Yeah, it will not, but I at least had to get one in. I do appreciate that image. It was a killing one. Anyway, I actually think the Thunder Talk might be able to take a map. BLG, they are a team that they will not play perfect. That's part of the beauty of BLG. I think that they are a team that's very willing to take risks. Sometimes that risk leads to them winning maps that looks like no other team in the world can do that. There are other times where that kind of risk leads to BLG dropping maps, the likes of what is very common and what happens for a lot of our top LPL teams who do take risks as always in this league. And I will say again, I want to premise this. Thunder Talk and BLG, like, this is the weakest group in the LPL, but I still think that with the tape, Thunder Talk, they've had good direction with their gameplay. There have been good plays they've made regardless of the competition. I just want to see that, of course, with harder competition, sometimes it's a lot harder to get in those positions. I want to see if Thunder Talk, if they or at least find a map where they can get in those positions, if they're able to cash it in.
Well, you know what you just cashed in? A pretty darn good prediction on those taxing.
Yeah.
First two from TT.
Ash or
Skarner,
Cassante? That's Cassante.
Oh,
Yeah.
right, so.
With Jace off
go.
the board. Cassante, of course, I mean, he's been really dominant so far in this split. His record so far in the LPL, I mean, he's sitting at 12-6 right now, and it's been Cassante. So always going to feel good. Ash on the board, still a really high priority pick, and with Varus off the table as well, I think that you go up in priority if you are Ash, as that is one of the more common responses. As we do see Thunder Talk thinking about a Rumble for Hoya, something that he did drop a map on. I believe it was the series against EDG, but
I believe so. Yeah, I think.
yeah,
Because Thunder Talk, speaking of gentlemen sweeps, they gentlemen swept both their series. So
they dropped game ones to give false hope and then 3-0'd, like Chad's,
So
That was
if BLG
Cassante.
take game one, that's right into Thunder Talk's plan. All right, that's all I want to point out there. You know what the funniest part though about Rumble, a couple of you talked about it. Rumble's such a power pick for a lot of these players, including shout out Bin's Rumble being so good. Its win rate in the LPL was terrible to start. It's a little bit better, but man, is it not good. I think it started 0-7, by the way.
I will say that was because it was being first picked on blue side. And notice how it's kind of dropped in priority. Anyway, the Sejuani pick puzzles me a little bit, but I think they're setting up for a Yone or some sort of melee mid for Satab. And I will say that if Yone is taken here by Knight, the Sejuani Akali, Sejuani Silas, I think very positive matchups into something like Yone. So yeah, you see the hover from Knight. Doesn't want to take that, find himself in that matchup. Will be Satab. Likely on a melee, something that has been really good for Satab in this early season.
He's teasing the other brother. He's played both.
Dude, his Yasuo was nasty.
His Yasuo was very
nasty.
nasty.
Yeah, we like that Yasuo. He gets the Yasuo pass for sure.
Without a doubt. Yone going to be locked in here. I feel like Thunder Talk are kind of playing into BLG. I mean, you said it, Knight hover the Yone. He's like, all right, you can pick it. This is my answer to it. Locks the Corki. Zyra Corki immediately into a comp like Sejuani, Yone, Rumble, already solo range, has already scared me for Thunder Talk in this
Yeah. I think that we're really seeing Zyra rise in priority because of how strong the plants are around objectives. Like with the addition of Otacon and just teams kind of figuring out how to macro in this new season, as well as last season with the addition of Grubs and teams really having that more so figured out. These objective fights have become so big, so important just with the addition of feats, the strength, raw strength of these objectives. And if Zyra is able to get to the river first, something that she does very well given how fast her clear speed is, those plants are so oppressive to get through and walk through. So really seeing Zyra rise in priority, and against an all melee composition at the moment, Zyra is going to feel good if she is not picked. And that's something that I think Cassante does really well going up against melees, just clearing space for your backline to do work. Something that Bin's always been fantastic at. So that said, have a couple bans coming out. Looks like the Ezreal ban, I think it might be a Knight Corki, something that he has piloted for the most part on this team. But curious if we're setting up for something like an Ashe or a Jhin. I feel like something supportive from 1xN to help all the damage it's already showing for Thunder Talk is in the cards.
1xN does have a singular Ashe game. I felt gross watching it up against EDG because I was like, this guy just wants to, delete everybody's health bar in these final fights. He's playing Ashe. He can't do it. So maybe we'll see that in the cards. Love the respect ban given over to Feathers Rakan. We talked about that before we got into the 1v1s. That has been, if you want to say what is the best Feather performance of the split single game. I would say his Recon games have been the best, so taking that one away is pretty powerful. Misfortune, though, going to be the final ban to round out. Maybe trying to ruin a bit of a wombo coming across between, you know, Yone, Sejuani, Rumble, and the 1xN Ashe. Looks like it is going to come through to complete a Freljordian duo for ThunderTalk.
Yeah, curious if we get the Jhin now from Elk. Also have the option to run something like a Caitlyn lane. Caitlyn Braum. I do think that On needs hard engage, so I don't think it's the right game for Caitlyn Braum. I'm going to expect something that can go in for On. And, of course, the Rakan being banned out by BLG. Always a champ you have to be aware of when On's on the Rift. But, yeah, I think Rel's in the cards here. Just get something that goes in and make some space for Zyra Corki, as Rel's going to feel pretty good this game.
I still like the Jhin, too, if you want to lock this one. Kai'Sa would be really aggressive here from Elk because this ThunderTalk comp does kind of want you to get pretty close in range with them. That's where they're deadliest. So leaning towards a Jhin could really just abuse the range that Zyra Corki Jhin can do. A lot of damage over top. But we'll see exactly where Elk wants to land here. Smolder would lean into a lot of the scaling. Corki, Smolder, Zyra, and Cassante. I mean, yeah, so that's a lot of scaling damage here, but does kind of make them a bit more passive in those earlier phases, I would say.
Yeah, the first 2 times that Corki has been picked by BLG, it's gone into the hands of Knight, but I expect this to be the Smolder mid into that Yone matchup, shifting that Corki down bot. You gotta say, Ashe Braum actually deals pretty well with this lane. I think this is an okay draft, actually, for ThunderTalk. You already have main engage from the Sejuani and the Ashe, so Braum being a really supportive pick can be nice. For me, ThunderTalk's just on a timer, at least in the team fight. I think it's really important they're able to get Yone ahead. A big thing for me, Cassante can really smash Yone in the side lanes if he's accelerated and ends up getting that early Iceborne Gauntlet. I would love to see a lane swap from ThunderTalk, even if I think the 2v2 is really positive for them, just to set Cassante behind, because if you get Yone with an earlier Bork in the game, if you starve out everyone else, he's going to be able to play both side lanes really well, and then that's going to be your mid-game plan for ThunderTalk. Just go attack the Yone lane, and then use the Rumble to play the other lane, and just, buy a wave of time with the equalizers. So, want to see if ThunderTalk can execute that. This is a comp that's pretty common, seeing this topside core is paired with supported bot lane. I think ThunderTalk has actually done a decent job of piloting their comps so far against worse teams. It's going to have to see if they're up to the task against the Titans of BLG tonight.
Well, Cuppy and all the LPL fans at home, it's time to see how Group C will potentially round out here as we get into the first game of the final set between our 2-0 squads here. And yeah, I'm excited to see where this lane swap goes, because I also think that BLG, it's never bad to lane swap your Cassante into the 1v2 to try and put the Rumble behind. So, and like you talked about, if you want to get out of the Ashe Braum lane, it's a nice spot there. I think what we're preaching here is we're ending up with a lane swap, and it's just which team can really capitalize on the strengths of said lane swap from either side.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious to see what ends up happening. Also, I will say that ThunderTalk, it should be their choice to see whether they want to swap or not. Their level 1 is much stronger with the Ashe Braum, so really want to see if ThunderTalk use some priority level 1 to dictate the map. They should have the choice of whether they want to swap or not. It should be BLG being forced to guess.
See how that guess goes. We've seen plenty of level 1 shenanigans in the LPL. And we are on to Summoner's Rift for game number 1. Can the Cinderella ThunderTalk squad continue to shock the LPL, grab themselves #1 spot, or are our Titans of the LPL, maybe even the world, going to get back to the form we always expect of them heading into the playoffs? And we're already seeing a pretty deep ThunderTalk invade here. They are... Hoya's getting an award here in between tier 2 and 3 turrets, but Knight with the sweeper start is going to clear one out. Let's plus some solid gold into the scaling Smolder early. That's all I'm saying.
Really nice adaptation, actually, from Knight to make sure that he's able to pick up that ward and deny some information on the lane swap. Also a nice ward drop by Satab. Not sure if this is spotting Elk or not, as the BLG bot lane, of course, have to play a little bit of guessing. They do not want to match the Ashe Braum. They will opt for the lane swap. And it will be both mid laners splitting top laners splitting XP with the mid laners. As we'll see, Hoya is going to play a little bit of defense, but I think that's going to end up being the case. So this does hurt Satab quite a bit. Knight, Smolder in this scenario, just being the person that is ranged, it's going to be very advantageous for him. We'll see what ends up happening though is once Hoya and Bin leash 2, if they end up sticking around or going somewhere else.
I think this is just such a powerful start for BLG early because you've got the Zyra clear speed that's just going to be much faster than Beige One can really get done. You mentioned Knight and Bin puts Zatab in a tough spot, and you're going to get pushed from On and Elk in the top side, so watch Wei just fly on up towards that top jungle and get a pretty quick clear going already to start kind of that early dominance that we expect from BLG when they're on point, and we'll see how much they can capitalize on it in this early frame.
Yeah, at the moment, so Zyra, I'm actually surprised that Wei went to go check the bot side. That means BLG didn't have priority on that and weren't confident enough to actually take the top side. So Wei did delay himself a little bit, as we're going to have a true handshake here with the swap. No TPs from either top laner to try and collect the waves that were crashing into the respective turrets on opposite sides of the map. Instead, it will just be the bot lane resetting, been able to pick up a plate, and TP. We'll see if it's forced out by Hoya or not. Kind of curious to see what actually ends up happening here. Because Hoya at a TP disadvantage could be kind of tough for that lane matchup. Would allow Cassante to really throw his weight around more. And yeah, they're actually just going to swap it back out. So, interesting. A kind of potential to starve out Feather and 1xN here if Wei wants to play harass. Let's have a word here.
I'm going to collect all of the rugs on the back end there. I always find it funny, you know, in the lane swap meta that the LPL brings. We just saw both our top laners get a turret plate before they got a creep. This way is going to get jumped on here by On. You can't say that you see that ever often. Actually, I would wager you've never seen it.
Well, you'd have to go back pretty far in League, and then there were no points back then, so agree. Astute point, Slayer. Meanwhile, Zatab. Oh, I wonder if he saw that plan or not.
Well, it does not seem like he did. He's going to step away from the grasping roots, though, and see if Knight and him can just push out enough damage for Zatab to go down. Flash forward from Knight, not going to get it done. Zatab does have to go back to that Spirit form, though, and Wei is waiting, but takes a pretty big turret shot. Zatab is going to end up surviving and trading flashes with Knight.
Yeah, I mean, well played by Zatab, honestly. I thought that when he used the E, he was dead to rights, but was able to pick up enough experience to ding 4, get back, and survive any damage that would have come his way from BLG. A trade of flashes, honestly a trade up for Zatab, because with the Sejuani jungle, that's now something that Thunder Talk can really look to attack in the Smolder, with Knight being flashless. So would love to see Thunder Talk make a visit there, especially if they can time it up like before Grubs. Could be a really nice way to secure the first 3 Grubs, as I really feel like the top side of Thunder Talk, just with the draft they have, should be looking at Grubs early on. They will be stronger at that point of the game. And you can see Wei on this clear. I expect him to hit the dragon just with the bot lanes being shifted. I think that BLG is signing up to drop these and opting to not fight the deadly level 6 that is this Rumble, Sejuani, Yone combo when, you know, the Grub spawn, the 2 solo laners hit 6. Really tough to fight into.
And once that 6 ticks away for Zatab, I'm expecting to see him try and fly in to just blow up Knight with that Fate Sealed. That combo is deadly enough without that flash on the Smolder. So a lot of breathing space opened up here for Zatab, who may not be a rookie, but an LPL rookie nonetheless looking to perform. Hoya, though, we've seen this. We saw this in our clips earlier. It might not be on a tank, but Hoya is used to these 1v3 dives. In the early game, BLG execute it perfectly and get Elk first blood.
A nice visit from Wei skipping over the dragon to make sure they hit that dive. Very cleanly played by BLG. And Beishwan not quite here in time. Actually went to go play defense. Yoinked it with a spite. Wei actually going to be forced to flash. Zatab could rotate.
They didn't know where Hoya.
Oh, yeah. Wei's going to the hills.
Back in, and Zatab is going to cut it off. No level 6, no Fate Sealed available for Zatab. And now it's not Where's Waldo, it's Where's Wei. And he is going to try and get himself all the way as close to the base as possible.
Feather.
Will he go for the execute? Does look like it. Wei does not have flash. Feather does, so he's going to flash over the grasping roots. Does not hit the Q, though, and Wei sidesteps himself to an execute. No gold for Thunder Talk.
Oh, that's a bummer. That's a real bummer. Also, just the stall there from Wei. Yes, he's not up, but it really destroyed the Thunder Talk Grub timer on that chase trying to get the kill. So, honestly, a really big win for BLG, the fact that they were able to delay this. They shifted their bot lane back, and now you have a kill on Elk, whose item breakpoint is a lot stronger than what it would have been. So, the BLG maybe thinking about fighting. I still think that with the champs they have, shouldn't end up fighting this just because very weak Smolder.
Good route for Wei. Keeps on safe. Doesn't get that Rom passive stacked over top here. Wave shoved in for 1xN, so Elk gets first roam down, and now the numbers are getting a bit better, but there's
No
the
flash.
6th level Glacial Prison into the equalizer,
Ooh.
the combo you called out, Cubby, and boy does it blow up in BLG's face. Stun locks come across onto Knight, who is still flashless on the Smolder, and it's Hoya to flash secure himself the 3rd kill, feats of strength secured. Wow, Thunder Talk, what a punchback.
I mean, I don't know why BLG is taking the fight. Like, looking at their comp, they have a Smolder. This is not a fight you want to take. I remember watching FlyQuest. The Quad was playing this against TL. They ended up fighting first Grubs. They got 0-4 against a pretty similar comp for no reason. You just do not win at level 6. I don't care how good you are, what ego you have. And well played by Beishwan. He lands a smite, hits 6. Look at how decisive this is from Thunder Talk. This is why we had some hope and why we had them potentially taking a game tonight against BLG, because we've seen them do some things well in terms of fundamental league. Yes, they've been against weaker opponents, but you can't disrespect the comp like this. BLG really not respecting the strength of the TT comp and got rightfully punished for it. So really bad take from BLG.
Back into that, we saw Beichuan get pretty close to having the last grub stolen, but he secures it. So that is the first monster slaying feat going the way of Thunder Talk as well. No dragon to be taken yet. Wei still has to clear in his entirety, the entirety of his bot camps. So yeah, just even more power to Thunder Talk. And what's most impressive is a lot of Thunder Talk's strength in their wins over EDG and LNG have been in that later phase. Early lanes hasn't always been easy. And the fact that they're probably coming away with their cleanest early game so far of the LPL split against BLG just makes it even more impressive.
Yeah, I would still love to see Beichuan. He's going to look top here. His top lane, or bot lane, that is top lane, does need a little bit of help. I do really want to see him try and go mid against Knight, who didn't have flash available, and his flash is kind of blacked out.
Again.
Well, no, it's a bug. Yeah, it's coming back up.
There we go.
Yeah, I was actually really hoping that they were able to punish that. So for me, a little bit of a mistimer from Beichuan. Meanwhile, BLG on the punish. Hoya, no flash. He's dead.
Yeah, that is the classic Wei and Bin
Good ult.
combo. Throw out a couple Valentine's Day hearts, maybe a couple ooh-woos from those two as they pair up with the
no.
LSF.
You know, we have the whole series to throw out an uwu, and you got yours out of the way early. This is from producer Kelsey Moser. It is a Valentine's Day requirement. And we do love Kelsey here, so we're going to have to follow through on this, unfortunately, for all of you. Anyway, Wei, nice sidestep.
Only legs, no follow through on that Glacial Prison shot. The Ash Arrow sinks home, though, and Beichuan is just going to bop Wei in front of Knight. There is nothing lovelier Valentine's Day-esque about that kill.
Yeah, and potential for Dragon here from Beichuan as well off the kill. Really do like how TT, they put their bot lane mid, so they can play either side of the map, finding Wei on the bot side. Easy kill, do pick up the Dragon. We'll say TT getting some wins early. The big concern at the moment, we haven't talked about the Cassante. Given the swap and the grub fight, Hoya did come up to secure a kill. It was important that he actually did get kills, because while that was going on, Bin was just farming away in the side lane. Bin is very big and ahead of the curve in this game. Didn't go for that early Iceborne Gauntlet, of course, being against the Rumble. So curious if we actually have Satab matching the Cassante, because if he is able to get early Bork and finds Cassante in the side lane, that is a very favorable scenario for Thunder Talk, and at the moment they do have that matchup.
We get another replay look there at the combo from Beichuan and Wei. You know, I talked about 1xN, not a fan of him on the Ashe, but certainly helps when he is able to snipe home Ash arrows like this. And when we're talking about the comp that Thunder Talk have drafted, it's really hinders so much on this Ashe and Sejuani to set up, because if we're not landing Glacial Prisons, Ash arrows coming home, that equalizer doesn't become as effective. You can't land up the Fate Sealed combos. So it's nice to see that 1xN is embracing more of this setup role, knowing that this series, if they're going to win it, is probably going to go late, and he's going to need those carry-oriented champions much later on.
Yeah, of course, Ashe too. I mean, Ashe can do a lot of damage later on. I think this game's a little bit of a tough task to be Ashe in. Just the Cassante Unstoppable is really tough to deal with as Ashe, and there is a lot of damage that can come out very quickly for 1xN. So we'll see if he's able to position well enough in the fights to get the damage out as Ashe, because if Ashe is able to survive the early onslaught of BLG, Ashe can do a lot of damage throughout the fight. And that's really where 1xN has thrived. Of course, with Hoya having a lot of tank duty, 1xN is second in DPM and damage percentage, really showing, you know, how important it is that he is able to pump out the deep, especially when Hoya is playing stuff like the Ornn or the Scion.
We got a boat race here for first turret. It looks like it's going to be pretty comfortably won by Wei and L1X and SaTab trying to hammer home, but they just can't match the start that BLG got. So they'll grab that first turret, grab the feats of strength, and that'll actually boost them back into that
well,
lead.
It is feats for the turret, but look at the grubs being taken by Beishwan. So that's going to secure the upgraded boots for the game if he's able to get that last grub. And 6 grubs can be really big for a Yone comp. Again, SaTab, he has options to go into the side lane. You're going into the Kanik Rookern, Cassante, or a Smolder in the side. That's very positive for SaTab. Someone that is really big, the big standout for us with Thunder Talk. As that turret does end up falling, 6 grubs have been secured. And now for me, all eyes on SaTab. Again, the game plan when you have this comp, you're going mid-game, and is play through the Yone, and that Rumble will just pick up waves in the side lane. Because Thunder Talk were really committed to taking that top outer, they're not in that formation at the moment. You can see the resets coming in. They're going to try and get to it. And really want to see Thunder Talk overload the bot side, use those 6 grubs with the Yone, and get those plates and get this game rolling.
Definitely got an extra space as well. The fact that they grab the first dragon, so they don't have to worry about responding to later Drake takes as easily. I like the call, Cubby. I think leaning into SaTab as an X factor into a 1v1 against anybody at this point is really going to help them, especially when he called out the Blade of the Rune completed. But there's the combo again. Glacial Prison, Equalizer, On's health bar shredded. They're flashing on to Wei. On gets over the wall to save himself, but the save cannot be said for his jungler. And Thunder Talk might look to chase further. Knight going to pull up just to stop Hoya in time. But it's yet again Thunder Talk executing their comp pretty fast.
Yeah, I gotta say, like, it was nice, but there was a lot burned there. I don't feel like it was necessarily worth it, because... hold on.
Ooh, Knight gonna flash away, but the Q3 after from SaTab. He is a melee maestro in the LPL, and he just solo boloed out Knight.
SaTab has been the X factor, the big difference maker for Thunder Talk so far in this group, and he just took down Knight on the Smolder. I was going to say, that play, for me, I didn't love that from Thunder Talk, because BLG had them stuck in topside. They weren't really using their 6 grubs elsewhere, and they burned a lot to just get 1 kill as everyone got out, but now they're going to be able to pick up maybe a second.
Oh, the Asher was up. Yeah, he's 1 versus 3. How does Ben outplay this? He goes all out on the 1xN. The Braum stack is coming across, though. He's going to eat the stun, trying to desperately get back to his teammates, but Thunder Talk are going to cut him off. Gigabin is down. My lord, what has gone into Thunder Talk?
This is the formation you want as Thunder Talk. Rumble can go shift up, catch those waves, and now SaTab, he's going to have push bot. You can collapse in, threaten bot outer, threaten the dragon. And again, our story for Thunder Talk coming in, they've played some decent league against bad teams, like taking 2 3-1 victories. Good to see them. Like, I don't think they've done anything fantastic, super special with their comp. They're sticking to their guns, playing out their comp better than BLG, who, with the Smolder, I think are really playing into them, playing over-aggressive. And Thunder Talk, they have the stronger early team, but they're punishing.
Now that worry we talked about on the sideline, hold on, they're just still finding catches here. Owen is way too far up near complete fog. He's going to gift another kill over 1xN. Going to grab that one. Beishwan looking for more, though. Lands a Glacial Prison on the way. Equalizer down as well. The grasping boots will not save him. 9 kills in 15 minutes for Thunder Talk into one of the titans of the LPL to kick off this series.
I mean, just the early fights that BLG took, they're so far behind, and their core in mid, it's so squishy with Zyra Smolder. Beishwan on the Sejuani can just step up, fire off these Glacial Prisons, and there's no contest from BLG. Thunder Talk are deathballing, running over our 2-time defending LPL champs. Let's get a replay of SaTab versus Knight. He's got the level 11 difference. Ends up being pretty nice, because I don't know if Knight actually picked up the heal from that ult or not. That might have been the difference in how he went down. I'll be honest, I didn't catch that one. Might have to check that one again afterwards. And then, yeah, this play, we got the Freljord core. 3 Freljord champs just throwing and mowing down BLG his way. That's his 5th death. Yeah, he's that damn squishy in this game. He's just been ran over by Beishwan and the rest of Thunder Talk.
So much power in Thunder Talk to now really settle in to splitting this map up. They grabbed that second dragon off the back end as well. But at this point, they can pretty confidently, if they continue to execute these combos, fight into BLG. And a question, Cubby, we maybe expected to ask once in a closer match, but not this early on. How do BLG fight their way back in to a Thunder Talk team playing at a different level right now.
At the moment, Elk and Gigabin, they are the ones that are strong. I think that BLG, though, they've really got to sit on their hands until we end up getting 225 on Smolder. I think that 3 items is really the break point where BLG's comp can get back in. They're 2k gold behind, and they're going to have their hands full because 6 grubs for Thunder Talk. Again, I haven't really seen Thunder Talk overloading as much. I still want to see them try and overload the Yone side and actually really abuse 6 grubs. We only saw them do that to get the top outer. At the moment, they do have Yone top threatening the inner, but BLG is doing a nice job of playing defense to make sure that Yone can't step up. So I think it is really important that Thunder Talk, whatever side of the map they're strong on, that's where Yone has to be, and they have to play into that side. So I want to see that for them in this mid game.
I just can't wait to see Saytab try to go for more of these Yone combos. Gotta think he's just paying complete attention to this double marksman, these flashes, even Wei, like you talked about how squishy they are. If a flash is down, Elk, Knight, or Wei are trying to answer this Yone. Seeing Saytab still have that killer instinct we saw before we went on the Lunar New Year break, it could be wraps. It's got to be Bin matching this Yone as often as possible because any other situation, it's just so dire for the rest of the
Yeah,
game.
and even that situation's not good, right? Because Bin, he rushed Kanik Rooker, and it's not like he has that early Iceborne that we talked about where you can actually punish the Yone as, oh, Glacial Prison. I don't love
Cancel
this.
by On, gets the crash down through. That's a big Stranglethorns. They're trying to burn the turret before
Bin's here.
Big drops. He does survive. Equalizer used defensively this time,
Oh.
by Hoya, just to keep Thunder Talk safe. And
Wait.
they're going to get out, grabbing that last outer turret.
That was kind of sick from Feather. He hopped in the Rift Herald to actually get himself out. The Herald died, but he was able to buy some space and get out of there. Actually, pretty nice from Feather as he saved his own life. I thought Thunder Talk for sure overplayed their hands there and will enable Knight to at least get a few waves of free farm in the top side. Worth noting, Knight is at 180 in terms of his stacks, which is pretty nice for the Smolder at the moment. It's looking like that's going to be about a 22, 23-minute completion, and I feel like that's the real big first big spike for Smolder on that 225, so something to look out for.
Still see Saytab, though, throwing many waves into that bottom lane tier 2. Bin not in the spot to really contest, and we'll see just how potent and efficient, importantly, Thunder Talk can continue to be with these ult combinations, these engage tools, because we've got Voracious Opticon coming soon, but Own might be caught here. It's going to hop over the wall before the Braum passive stacks through to get this stun, but Thunder Talk are marking this top side as theirs. You can tell they really want to go after that revive buff.
We don't even have to talk about which version of Otacon is spawning in Comp League, unfortunately. Yeah, we know. I'm excited for when they end up finding the right break point to actually have the other one spawn. Because I think the other one's actually absurdly strong. If you're able to get your hands on it, especially if you're up and have a couple breaks.
I just love the stark differences between solo queue and comp, because I agree with you. Competitive, I think the other one is so broken, but in solo queue, it's like
your teammates get a run it down pass. It's great. Yeah.
The duality of comp versus solo queue. But for now, Thunder Talk are just setting up a pretty good vision line here.
They might hit it on spawn.
Looks like they go after it.
They have a good vision line. Hoya can actually buy some space here. If he's able to slow the approach from BLG, could be worth. Nice hawk shot to get some information from 1xN. And thanks to our... we don't actually see the Otacon. That's 6k. We're pretty healthy here as Thunder Talk. Oh, here comes turn.
There's a Glacial Prison, misses. Saytab goes over the wall, takes a pretty big chunk from Knight. So Thunder Talk, bit discombobulated with their combos this time. Mom raking through as well. Otacon below 4k, not resetting yet, just trying to heal off. Thunder Talk might actually just have to give this buff. Their big go button is down, but the Ash Arrow finds Own. In goes Saytab with the Fate Sealed, executes Wave before Voracious Outcome goes down. Saytab is going crazy on the backline as he knocks Knight down once more, and now Bin is left with all of Thunder Talk. 1xN gonna flash to safety and find the kill. It's an ace for Thunder Talk in game 1 against their 2-time champs.
I mean, name points off. You think that Thunder Talk's playing like BLG is Thunder Talk. They're here to play. It's a new year of LPL, a new format, and Thunder Talk trying to change the ways of their organization. As BLG, I feel like they kind of got the gambler's fallacy as, hey, we're down. We can maybe flip this Otacon and maybe get it to go our way. But Thunder Talk with the re-engage, and man, Saytab just been fantastic so far this split. This was a whiff from Thunder Talk, right? The Rumble ult, a little bit preemptive, not in a great spot. BLG, seeing the health bars and seeing Hoya take the walk mid, they're like, hey, we got a 5v4. Maybe we can sneak on in here and turn the tides of this game. Not the case, though. On is the one person that can actually engage for BLG. He is taken out, focused down, and Satab runs the back line as nothing else can stop him. Bin was stuck in front, dealing with all the slows that this Froyor trio is throwing at him. As Gigabin can't move, and ThunderTalk put the rest of BLG in the bin, as now Soul Points secured, and we're looking to be cruising to an easy Game 1 victory here for ThunderTalk.
Soul Point secured. Revive available for a comp that wants to just fly in with no regard for their safety. The gold leads Balloon to a comfortable spot. Bounties aplenty on everybody except Feather. And everybody in the LPL shocked in awe as ThunderTalk continue their Cinderella run. The pumpkin carriage isn't rotting. There's no deadly stepmother coming, at least in game number 1 for this squad.
Man, I mean, I cannot believe what we're seeing with ThunderTalk. Even the biggest ThunderTalk fan, and Kelsey Moser, was like, I think BLG is just going to 3-0. I feel like that was really the difference maker for ThunderTalk, you know? When you don't believe in your favorite team and then they end up showing up, it's huge. That's the true tech right there. Yeah.
I'm going to run out of synonyms quickly if they continue playing the way they
are. Worth noting, Knight just dinged 225 on the Smolder. So he's still a little bit behind the power curve, sitting at Shojin and the Miramana. Potential to still get ran over by the Yone, but ThunderTalk do have to be a little bit more careful in their approach as Knight is found. Good flash out. Way, though.
Oh, they do catch Feather with the Stranglethorn, so there's one revive down. 1xNT eats a turret shot. He's going to drop his as well. Satab over the wall with the Fate Seal is predicted this time by BLG, so they're able to turtle up pretty safely. Keep their turret, knock down a couple revives.
Well, you know, we were talking about the differences of Otacon and Pro and normal play.
That looked like solo queue.
It did look like solo queue. The free run it down pass was used there by ThunderTalk. Not as well as I was hoping, but good news for them. New season, 25-minute Baron spawning for ThunderTalk. And that's something where, again, like, they still have complete control of the map. Shield bow complete for Satab, so this Yone is massive in this upcoming fight. There is no flash on Satab, so potential for BLG to maybe catch him as he goes in, but still, with the way that Satab has been playing, piloting this Yone, Satab, his run continues here for ThunderTalk. As, I mean, again, I'm pretty familiar with this guy from LCK and Challengers League, and I was not expecting this when he came over to LPL. He's been nothing but fantastic for this team.
And Cubby, even with that, free run it down pass, you talked about Satab's flash being down, but with this Baron coming up, if you're BLG, to survive and not give away any kills, you burn
you're out of
Elk
run it down
and
passes.
Flash.
They're out of run it down passes. They did enough of that, yeah.
They don't. Elk, Knight, and Wei just all lost their get out of jail free cards, too. Their flashes are going to be down. They're still just as squishy as ever. If you do not have control of this pit, at BLG, you just cannot step up to stop this Baron. But the problem is, you give this Baron, the game might be over. This is a catch-22 for your two-time champs right now.
Yeah, I mean, my one concern is that ThunderTalk's actually breaking the script of losing game 1 to give false hope and then 3-0ing. So, I mean, we got a lot of things, a lot of moving pieces in this series. But memes aside, Baron has been started, and BLG's on the approach. Beishuan goes wide.
It's a good ult. Bin eats the Ash Arrow, equalizer down. Beishuan's flashing after Wei. They're trying to knock him down, and he's just easily manipulated. Satab flies into the Fate Sealed. Elk is able to stay safe this time. ThunderTalk have picked off the jungler. Baron has been reset. Hoya able to chunk on pretty low as well. So ThunderTalk are just going to gear back up, reset, and start a Baron that feels even more free than before.
Yeah, really nice equalizer there from Hoya. And Beishuan actually with the Warmogs, I will say, item has been slept on a little bit. Still really like it, especially in games where you do get ahead, because you can have this play pattern, right? Take the skirmish, reset, get your health back, return to the objective. As BLG now TP force Baron at 6k, BLG have to do something. No smite.
They're trying to use Gigabin himself to push their way through. He's trying to knock down Hoya, but the Baron is down. Owen is far too low. Going to try and crash himself out. He's just going to crash into a gray screen courtesy of Beishuan, and Bin is left to the wayside. Goes all out to try and find the 1v1, but he just can't even find the kill. Hoya stands up. It's Baron at 2 for ThunderTalk as their domination continues.
Oh, I don't think anyone's turning into a pumpkin after this game. It's going to have to wait until game 2 because the Cinderella game from ThunderTalk, it continues. Nothing can go wrong for them in this one since that first grub fight again. I feel like ThunderTalk, they put together some good maps just against worse teams, and BLG, they gave them a gift at the first grub fight, and from there, I've seen a couple ults, maybe be desync, maybe go sideways. It hasn't been 100% perfect, but the plan, the direction from Thunder Talk, it's been as good as what we've seen from them in the tape against some of the teams that have been weaker. Again, just love the fact they found the pick on the way, that the Warmog, Sejuani reset, and then, yeah, this fight, like Satab and Hoya at 2 different angles, really tough to push forward. They don't overextend. They just take Bin, who is too far up. Sejuani takes On, who was too far up. They take what is given to them, take the objective in the Baron, turn their sights into the Infernal Soul. As yes, this is Soul secured for Thunder Talk, and they just keep on cruising.
Gold lead over 8,000. Infernal Soul, like you mentioned, into the hands of raw damage-dealing solo laners. We're running out of ways for BLG to really find themselves back into this game. They still have the scaling threat you mentioned of the Smolder, double marksman, a Zyra, but Way in particular, man, 2 items at 28 minutes, that is not going to cut it.
072 is not going to cut it either, as despite having that and 2 items, we still saw 3 Zyra plants take the Braum to half HP, which is definitely why we're seeing Zyra really rise in priority with that the objective control. As okay, Beishuan, it's cleansed down and on down.
Out of Elk, he has to back up with the equalizer. Perfect position again from Hoya. The plant's doing work, but just not enough. Owen's going to drop here. Knight stepping up, trying to see if he can get the execute on a feather. Really well-timed flash to get away from Mom's might. And the siege continues for Thunder Talk.
Yeah.
Target the base.
I will say, I kind of like how BLG actually...
Satab flies in once more, tries to find the dagger, but Wei flashes out, and Knight is able to stay up. That was nearly the game done and dusted.
Yeah, I was going to say, I like how BLG is staying disciplined by just trying to play the base, because it is really tough for Thunder Talk to break it. So yeah, that might have looked crazy from Satab, but they can't break this base playing standard, even with the lead that they have. So really like Satab actually throwing himself in there, finding a sum and trying to make a play. Meanwhile, though, Knight, things missing from Satab.
Flash right over towards Knight, trying to cut him off. Beichuan is cut down.
Good play.
Well, BLG maybe have some breathing room as Knight gets himself to safety. They do lose another turn on the backside, though, as Satab was left all alone to his devices. So the base being broken 2 times now for Cubby.
I mean, still, I like the TP from Knight. Thunder Talk, they were missing tools, and you have to get desperate at this point of the game. Actually, really good vision from Knight to see that in a game that is so this one-sided. And also, I mean, Smolder, he's usually the person on base duty, but one of the few timers that I think BLG could have punished in this game. So, credit where credit's due. Well played by Knight to find that timer and make sure that Thunder Talk has to reset. I think the real danger for BLG is going to be this upcoming Baron, and really want to see if Thunder Talk can bait BLG out of the base again. I think it's really tough for this comp from Thunder Talk to break a Zyra, Smolder, Corki core with a team that pretty much just has to run in. So really going to have to see if they can get them out of the base and use the wider parts of the map around the river, around the Baron, to make sure they can find the fight, find the angles that we've seen them find all game to finish this one up.
Really does feel like one decisive fight will end this one by this point on. Can Thunder Talk just establish that setup? They're looking for a pick now. There's a teleport coming behind in the bot lane. Hoya's trying to push the tempos. They want to force out Wei. Flash ult from Beichuan does not hit, but they section Wei off from the rest of his squad. It's the same rinse and repeat method right now for Thunder Talk. Wei drops first. Owen falls to the might of 1XN. And maybe they didn't need the team fight. Just a couple of picks, and Thunder Talk are looking for more inhibitors.
They did get him out of the base, right? And the disaster game for Wei kind of continues as 0-8-3. Wei being push ran around the map by Beishuan. I think big story of game 1 is frankly my MVP. It does go to probably Beishuan, even if Satab made the flashy plays. But the Sejuani has been really wherever the team is needed. And now Satab going to try and make one more to wrap this one up.
Bin does interrupt the Fate Sealed, but Nexus turrets are dropping by the minute. Bin's health bar cannot hold for very long as the stuns and 1xn's damage start to stack on his back, but Bin is down. Knight and Elk need to step up as those marksmen to try and cancel out these health bars, but Hoya goes into the stasis. The front line is gone. Satab flying in for more. But another wave brought in, 1 Nexus turret left. It's the squishies for BLG that need to hold. Equalizer down, Beichuan flying in as they just target the Nexus turret. None of Thunder Talk are dropping, and now they can turn their attention towards the Nexus. Already at half HP, 1XN tried to free fire as the health bars turn blinking, but it looks too darn late here. And what a start for Thunder Talk as they go 1-0 up and hand BLG their first game loss of the split.
Great game 1 from Thunder Talk, and I gotta say, like, BLG, I really don't think they respected the comp in this game. Again, Smolder, you're fighting the first grubs. Like, that's when you were the weakest as Smolder, as a champion, and you're going into a Yone, into a Rumble that was there, Sejuani too. I just don't think that BLG had the tools to even think about taking a fight like that. And after that, I mean, Wei just got ran on the map by Beishuan. Zyra was found. Zyra was taken down on multiple occasions. And when you get that far behind, when your only front line is Cassante and Rel, the hunting of the Sejuani with the Rumble, with the Yone, your squishies are not safe. And we really saw Thunder Talk do a good job of executing on that. So credit to them. Again, this is a team, I thought they put up good maps against bad competition, and to see them put up another solid map against the top team of LPL, that's really promising moving forward for Thunder Talk. They played a pretty solid game, so props to them.
That might be arguably their most impressive game. Maybe,
yeah.
I think the Game 3 win over EDG might have looked a bit cleaner as the representative seeing every single Thunder Talk game on the unofficial LPL broadcast. But that one was just so strong. And I'm glad the point you made here. It feels like BLG maybe disrespected how confident Thunder Talk are when they play their style from the jump here, because they gave them that win once those level 6 ticked over, and ever since they had those ultimates, Thunder Talk, they're playing at a confidence level that we now know, at least through one game, is not wavered by even the best of the best here.
Yeah, I mean, the run continues really for Thunder Talk. Like, what's been the story of them pretty much like for the majority of the split? I think it's been Seitab being a standout, 1xN being really solid, and Feather Beishuan just putting together good game plans, playing it out, Hoya doing his job, and it really felt like that was the game for Thunder Talk. Like, I don't think they did too many things that were really special. And keep in mind, like, Hoya really sacked his game to help the team. I think that might be the one thing that was special, because that actually ended up paying off. The fact that he made it to that grub fight and they found a bonus kill in the back half, at least like with the second grub, that made sure that Hoya, like with that walk being so far behind against Bin, was still able to actually have enough gold to be in the game. And yeah, he was set behind, but it doesn't matter when you're Rumble. I mean, Equalizer does so much damage as long as you have an item or two and place them well. And for the most part, yeah, they were placed really well, and just no way that BLG's comp could deal with that.
No way, indeed. And the even better thing here for Thunder Talk is we saw the Seitab, I guess I'm going to crown it now like the specialty melee champion pool, but it's a pool nonetheless, right? So he's still got the Akali we've been talking about, and maybe we see the Yasuo come out. Maybe. We already saw one of the Blade Brothers, but we haven't seen, we still have yet to get, you know, Feather was on Braum this game. We haven't gotten the Rakan. We haven't got to see him cooking the engages, right? Beishuan got the Sejuani, but he still has a prime pick like Wukong, and then like you mentioned, Hoya on the Rumble. Now he can dip into his tank pool, which he continues to prove. He could just be the low resource guy that's still very impactful. The fact that he was able to play that role on Rumble, a champion that kind of does need some gold injection to have the damage, just makes this win even more impressive, and myself even more confident that Thunder Talk might not just get one game, especially for the obvious reason that they took game 1 of potentially 5.
Yeah, I mean, again, like, this fight on screen for me, this was the big one. I just don't know why BLG is here. And Seitab executed it really well, but this is the hard, like, a super hard comp to execute, right? Sejuani presses R, Rumble Yone are on top of that. They found 2. They run down Knight in the back half thanks to Hoya being here as well. Like, again, I just don't get why you're taking that fight if you're BLG with a Smolder. If you're a fan of NA League of Legends, you saw that with FlyQuest against, who they lose to, C9. Yeah. The Smolder comp they ran, like, they tried to fight first grubs on okay conditions, just got ran because, like, you're playing Smolder. And from there, again, the front line of BLG is just non-existent, especially when you have Bin, who has to get resources to contest on side lane. He can only be there for TPs, and when you're that far up in other portions, like, that's what ends up going down. I will say, in that replay, Knight did not get the heal from his ult. I do think that was a big difference in how he went down between that and being, you know, level 10. If he's 11, maybe gets the heal, can maybe live it. Not the case, though, against Seitab, who moves to 4-0 on melee champions here in split 1.
Yeah, and those melee champions include a Yone and a Yasuo win. So,
and 2 Akali wins, as you highlighted.
Wins. Right, yeah. Like, we're not talking... if you said, you know, guys 4-0 on melee champions in the current meta, I would assume you're talking, like, a couple Silas games.
Definitely Yone.
Definitely Yone. True, that's true. But the fact that
definitely
the first
Yone.
3 were not Yone is the real redeeming factor. And I love that, you know, I talked about it in the game, but Seitab, I'm going to coin it. This guy's just got a killer instinct, and you saw it in that outplay clip. it's almost like he knew the Fate Seal was going to get flashed over so he could hit the Q3 back in. This guy's playing these 1v1s on these melee champions like he's already hit the Echo ult and knows how they're going to play out if he does these specific things, and that's what makes him the most exciting mid laner right now for me in the LPL, if we're taking this series into account.
I did not see this coming. I mean, this is someone that like really kind of bounced around DRX a little bit, just between challengers and the main roster. Like he had a portion where he was benched, and I mean, I was not expecting this for when he ended up coming over to Thunder Talk. I just thought Tab would be fine, but man, it's been really impressive seeing him perform at a level where he just took down Knight on Smolder. Like, Knight was a really good marksman player last year, was a really solid Smolder. It is Knight, right? He's won the last 4 splits of LPL. So, yeah, for him to find the solo kill, take him down like that, outstanding. Again, I still think my player of the game has to be Beishuan, but probably Tab secondary for sure. A really, really nice game.
As the proverbial Thunder Talk expert, I will say most of the time when I thought they were going to give the MVP to a damage dealer, they do like to give love to the setup guys, those LPL voters. Beishuan grabbed 2 MVPs in their series win against CDG, and I believe Feather got one in there too. So I'm with you. I think Beishuan's going to get it. I also think he does deserve it, but I'm also not going to pretend like giving Tab the award for those flashy Yone plays doesn't also bring a smile to my face.
Yeah, I mean, I respect giving it. Yeah, it's Beishuan. I respect it. I so far, I got to say, LPL, better hit rate on MVPs than LCK. I do love the KEKW media votes for LCK. That's a fun meme. One of the many funny running jokes that they have over there with the Bull Up product. But yeah, I mean, Beishuan, I gotta say, like, this build too, we've seen a lot of Artsteal Sejuani. I think the understanding of, hey, I'm going up against Smolder, Corki, Zyra. I actually need to go Zeeks and Moggs. And because he was so far ahead early, that Zeeks ended up being really impactful. I think that's a kill he got where it was a snipe from 1xN. Zeeks actually did help slow down Zyra and helped him keep up. I think it was a really smart build away from the current meta, but just the right build for the game. And we saw that Warmogs get really good value around Baron. So Beishuan playing smart with a lot of aspects of his game. Very well-deserved MVP as he continues to have a really, really strong split.
Certainly well-deserved. But with that MVP out of the way, we're going to go to a short break. But before we get there, we got to give some love over to everybody that's been able to support the unofficial LPL broadcast. We're extremely grateful, especially to our Coffee and YouTube subscribers who help level up the show. A lot of the initial payments go into upgrading the broadcast you are now watching, but a huge bulk of it pays on-air talent and content creators that we have on the back end here to get those awesome interviews done that I hope all of you guys have been able to tune into, especially the Feather one, the way Thunder Talk has been playing.
Shout out to Patty on the Doinby one that just got posted recently as well. It's awesome that we have support from across the pond and then trying to actually talk to these players live and to feed them questions. I was not expecting that one, this project being put together, so props to everyone that's gone into doing that, and especially Patty, who's done a really good job with those interviews.
So all you guys and gals at home can subscribe to our Coffee, linked in the chat, to unlock perks like early access to content, like the interviews we've been talking about, and the ability to maybe even ask some of those interview questions for our unique on-site interviews that we've been hyping up from everybody here at the unofficial LPL broadcast. But bringing our focus back in, we are going to take a very short break here, but this series has certainly not started like anybody expected. Thunder Talk up 1-0 over the two-time winning LPL title holders, BLG. The ball is not going to strike midnight anytime soon on this Cinderella story, and we'll see you guys for Game 2 to see if it gets even crazier. See you in a bit. Hope you guys have polished off your glass slippers, maybe made sure the pumpkin had the wheels attached, and all the mice are ready to go here as Thunder Talk in their Cinderella run steps another foot towards some serious glory here in Group C, taking that Game 1 convincingly. Cubby, now the question becomes, how do BLG respond? How do they bounce back after kind of just getting slapped in the face?
Yeah, I think they're going to hope for a bibbidi-bobbidi-boo that goes, not in their favor here. Maybe ends the run here for Thunder Talk. As I got to say, I feel like Hoya is definitely the fairy godmother. I feel like that just fits Thunder Talk, right? We're going to play the old man tanks in the top lane. Hoya's fairy godmother for sure. But yeah, just what everyone expected. It was 24-5, 31-30 victory. No objectives taken for BLG. They only got 2 turrets. Wait, for BLG? Really? Thunder Talk did that? Wow.
Wait, hold on.
Yeah.
We didn't switch. The stats
No.
didn't switch?
No, I typed that right. Yeah. Yeah.
Crazy.
Lose the 1v1 to give false hope. That's actually how Thunder Talk evolved. Instead of losing map 1, it was just play Udyr in the 1v1 and let Ben get a free win.
Give him the confidence, and then he's like,
Yeah.
oh yeah, I can play Cassante.
We want them to take blue side for sure.
We want to give him Cassante, so he thinks that he can just run us on Cassante.
Yeah, for sure.
We're going to delete all of his teammates while he's not looking and try to chase down an Ashe.
Easy.
Easy. Well, all those champions we talked about are off the board, if you're not too familiar with the full Fearless format. We are expecting, though, a BLG going to be on that blue side. So, Cubby, still, if you're Thunder Talk, got to pay that double tax you were talking about, Skarner and Callista.
Yeah, we expect that to stay the same, especially with at least Ashe off the board, one of the better responses to Callista. I'm interested, though, what ends up happening with Jace and Mbessa. We did see a late Jace ban come in by Thunder Talk. I do think that pick, it's warranted to take that away on red. Tank Jace is a little bit too strong for me. I think that you have multiple builds that are just really oppressive in the game. Feels like when you get to a certain point with Grasp, Overgrowth, you're just pretty unkillable. And with Cassante now off the board, Jace and Mbessa handshake, a little bit favored towards Jace, I will say, from what I've seen so far. So curious if both picks ended up being banned or no.
Also know that Hoya, when he made his Thunder Talk debut, it was actually on the Mbessa Demacia Cup. So I know we talked about him as the tank guy, but they could throw the Mbessa his way. Don't expect it, though, with the new form Thunder Talk are in. And we already talked about the fact that we're still waiting for a 1xN hyper carry. Oh, wait, we just jumped right in here. So Callista being taken. Oh, BLG pick red side. Is that?
Yeah, that's interesting,
cool.
actually. We have not seen that a lot. But Skarner, Nocturne taken away, and maybe BLG, they want to leave enough OPs up where they somewhat force a choice from Thunder Talk. Like we talked about the Jace, talked about the Mbessa. Varus, still really, really strong pick that even with banning Callista like right off the bat, really like Varus as a B1 with how flexible you can be right now with both builds. But I think the Mbessa ban from Thunder Talk, that's going to force a Jace ban from BLG, or they're going to have to deal with it from Hoya, who I will say has yet to play it. So maybe that's a risk that BLG is willing to take, but we'll see if they leave both Jace and Varus off or take the Jace away.
Also, don't believe we have had a 1xN Varus game yet. Maybe one that I'm
only one.
On?
Yeah, only one.
So
Ooh.
not both those picks not really favored by BLG. They leave both Jace and Varus up to take away Hoya's Poppy, and you called it, Cubby. There's the Jace locked in now. Do you think with Satab's proficiency in some of these AD mid laners, there's any thought of this getting flexed mid lane?
Potentially, honestly. We're gonna have to see. I have faith that Hoya can play this. I think that, the tank Jace is a lot more forgiving the pilot too, just because you've got more health on you. So I think that we'll see this being in the hands of Hoya top lane. I'm curious what ends up being the answer though from Bin, as we have seen Jace be very oppressive with a lot of the matchups, but at the moment, going to be the Varus and the Xin Zhao locked in here for BLG. I do like how Xin interacts with poke comps. If it ends up being the poke Varus, just the ability to press R, step back, and make sure that you don't take damage unless you're within that Crescent Guard can be really nice. And looks like that's what BLG is setting up for early.
For Thunder Talk, I think you're getting baited by the fact that BLG picked red. We're still on that the Nidalee getting set up here. H1 Nidalee. We do
haven't seen that yet.
Leona. Yeah, so Thunder Talk, hey, they had a lot of time off to, maybe cook up something new. They're not the Beichuan Feather always being the setup guys. Let's see what this guy with some confidence looks like on a carry jungler. I do have to say I am a little scared, but optimistically scared, I would say.
Yeah, I will say, okay, we have on Rakan. That's always a good sign for BLG fans to see his fantastic
no Feather Rakan anymore now.
on that champion. Yeah, on Rakan is so deadly. As I think the Thunder Talk, they're kind of setting up for a poke comp with that Jace Nidalee. Curious to see how they round it out. I don't think it's the game for Yasuo just because you're really lacking knockups. But interested to see if BLG actually take away any Hoya champs because they're worried about that Jace potentially going mid in the hands of Satab. Would be something that's worth noting.
Fun fact, when they picked the Yasuo over Satab, every single member of the team had a knockup.
Yeah.
Every single one. So
pretty lit.
I think it was an Ornn, Nautilus, and I think it was a Wukong. It was the Wukong game as well. So, like, if they're going to play that, they're going to have knockups in store. So you're not going to expect the Yasuo. 1xN is going to draw himself a Ezreal ban. He's been pretty efficient even in the loss that he had on that champion. Also like that into the Rakan, into the Xin Zhao. So take that away, take away that safety from 1xN. Is a pretty good spot to put him in because I don't know how confident you are to really pick one of those 1xN hyper carries into a comp that is definitely lacking the peel that you'd want. I mean, Nidalee, Jace, you only got the Leona. I'm curious where 1xN is going to go with how Thunder Talk have constructed their comp so far.
Yeah, Kais is up, but you get really bullied and pushed around early. Would give you a scaling option. Could also just be Jhin to kind of match the poke and the flavor of the comp that we have so far. Talia being considered. I would have actually really liked Talia even for something like Thunder Talk to just go attack other side lanes and have a way to prevent Xin and Rakan from getting in. I will say Akali, great pick for Knight. Bit of a deny from Satab, who has been fantastic on that champion.
A bit of a deny?
Think that, well, I think that this actually makes it so that the Jace more likely to go mid. Because tank Jace into Akali is actually a really good matchup. Akali is really on a timer to actually face down that champ. You don't have a lot of time to actually get into the game. Once Jace gets enough health, like, you just don't kill him, and Jace just mauls you. Because he's able to get multiple melee Qs off against you. So, really want to see BLG try and attack this Jace if it does end up going mid, as I think that it's more likely ends up going into Satab's hands now that I see that Akali for 9.
Well, we're going to get our reveal here with this B5 pick. Jhin going to be locked in, though, for 1xN, and the classic Ornn locked in here. That's intriguing. I mean, for Hoya.
A lot of R keys and a lot of ways to go in. Also, Akali just hates going up against Ornn and this tanky Jace build. So I think that it's a pretty low value Akali game that we have for BLG. Do like that adaptation from Thunder Talk to actually switch things up. And I think that this is actually kind of a hard game for BLG to play. Leona gets a lot of value this game just between trying to reach the Varus, who I think might a little bit more likely to maybe go for the on-hit setup this game just to try and deal with the tank. They don't really have good ways to deal with it. If not, then BLG's really on a timer between a poke Varus and Akali up against 2 solo lanes that Akali won't be able to deal with once you get, 2 items on Ornn, 2 items on Jace. Akali's not going to be able to move those picks and will just end up getting bashed in the side lane, especially by Jace.
I do still have some worries for the Thunder Talk side leaning into this very poke-oriented comp with the fact that you're relying on a lot of immobile champions to keep their true range. You're leaning on Beichuan's Nidalee, the Satab Jace, the Jhin from 1xN, but there's an Akali that's going to fly at you. You already mentioned the Crescent Guard can get a ton of value blocking. Rakan can jump with the Akali, and then the Gnar over top for Bin. So this is going to be a really good test of execution for both of these teams. Obviously, Thunder Talk proved to be much more pivotal executing their composition, but this is a much different style of comp to play compared to the likes of those Arky. Everybody's throwing in the hats to the ring that Thunder Talk had in their Game 1 win. But if you're going to take down a 2-time champ like BLG, you got to be able to do it in multiple facets, as we are set to head to the Rift to see just how far the Thunder Talk run can go.
I gotta say, I do like the draft, though. I think that Thunder Talk, they have a lot of range to threat and engage. And yeah, Elk with the Comet, he's looking for poke. We'll say Knight with that Conquer, likely to be more of the Andres Riftmaker style of build from the Sakali that can help you deal with the tanks, but still, one shot's not there. And with Elk with the poke build, this really puts you on a timer as BLG. So important that we see them have a strong early game in a game where I really think that Nidalee can try and run the map with this Leona, especially if we end up having lane swaps. It's really tough to deal with that Nidalee Leona dive that might come out.
Glad to hear as we went on to the Rift, though, Cubby, we got some classic Jaios out. I did see some pretty nervous looks for some of those BLG fans, so some nerves certainly in the crowd there on scene for this one. As we do see Thunder Talk go for a bit of a delayed push into that bot side. Obviously, with the flurry of pings coming down, some wards spotted. BLG do know this is happening, and they're going to catch Beichuan stepping up pretty far here on that ward. On top of the blue buff, able to land a spear into Elk. They're really just trying to force these two off of the wave, because with that poke Varus, they could be a lot more oppressive into the Jhin Leona, but we are going to get standard lanes at the end of the day. Top laners v top laners, bottom lanes v bottom lanes.
This is something that I like, though, from Thunder Talk, and we actually had a clip of them doing it with an Ornn in the game earlier from Hoya. As I'm tracking the XP top lane, it does look like Hoya was able to get access to all 3 melee experience, which is big. Or wait, maybe only 2. It could be important. Anyway, they tried to split the map towards their strong side. That said, Beichuan's going to have to flash out. Nice cross from Wei. I do appreciate, though, how at least there's some direction in terms of what and where they play. Because leaving Ornn in the weak side, like, you are going to be Ornn later on, right? It's kind of fine. Like, you're there for the utility and there to try and get experience. So I like the fact that they're still trying to find the resources where they matter, and that would be 1xN and Seitab this game along with Beichuan. So do like the direction that we see from Thunder Talk early on.
If that was a fan vote that I just saw flashed up, the optimism you have for this comp is not being shared. Did I really just see 5% believe in Thunder Talk here? Did we just all tune into game 2 here fresh? Here we go, though, with the Feather engaged as immediately gets the cleanse out of Elk. 1xN try to stack up that crit shot. Feather flashes, matched by Elk, so the stun doesn't land, but this is Feather in his element. Didn't get to see it with the Braum game, and now on the Leona, already being impressive.
I mean, hey, 2 sums as a support for 2 sums on the AD. That's worth it. I will say the tough part about this matchup is that the Rakan does bring a lot of sustain. That said, On just decides to go in and take a nice chunk. Will heal up Elk a hair, but that's not exactly worth the health that he took for himself. Meanwhile, jungle, of course, a little bit awkward this game, given the invade and the answer from Hui.
Zenith plays. That's another flash down. Feather's now claimed 3 summoners in these opening 3 minutes.
It's well played. Leona early levels, you're really strong and have a good matchup in Rakan if you're able to use the Q to cancel that Grand Entrance, especially. Rakan has to short that to not be in range of Leona, which can be tricky. Really tough to get to the AD with that. But at the moment, Jungler is a little bit late on their clears, trying to wrap up. Do have a mirrored setup at the moment, as it will be Bot Crab for Beichuan, and he got access to 1 more camp on this clear, of course, as he started the game with stealing away the blue buff. So, okay so far for Thunder Talk. Of course, Hoya's down. He's going to be under his turret, but you're Ornn. You can build the items, and you can somewhat survive the Gnar. You end up getting to the point where, yes, Mini Gnar does melt you, but you get tanky enough as Ornn where he can't stay Mini forever. And then when he goes Mega, like, you're kind of okay as Ornn, because you just kind of catch and trade grass procs.
And at the end of the day, Hoya's just here to survive, gain XP, and be a threat later, just like we know him to be so pivotal with in this Thunder Talk team. But you mentioned it, the bottom lane getting an advantage. Feather actually gets 2 of his summoners for the price, doubled. 4 down for On and Elk, so there's pressure at that lane. And Seitab's getting a pretty good consistent push into Knights Akali, and that is most pivotal because these are the lanes you need for a powerful Nidalee. If Nidalee is trapped, you know, doesn't have any lane prow anywhere to play the jungle like they want to, it's rough, but Beichuan in a good spot with how his mid and bottom lane are doing right now.
Yeah, I actually like the angle for Nidalee too, because like Jace can somewhat jail the Akali, and then Nidalee has good crowd control on both side lanes to actually try and attack and play off that, especially once Ornn gets access to 6. So we'll see if Beichuan on the second clear is able to make any plays. We do have both bot lanes shifting up top, so it's pretty standard these days just to make sure you can contest the grubs. So Beichuan, of course, wrapping up that clear will be ahead of Wei in terms of making sure that they have access to grubs. As, he'll be there first. Wei still cleaning up his bot camps that have respawned, and as you actually have to take a base. So will be a better base for Wei, but will be late to the objective.
In a better situation with all those bottom lane summoners down. for Beichuan and Thunder Talk to punish. And I like the fact they're leaning for those grubs, especially on the Thunder Talk side. Last game it was because they had the comp that could really spread the map. This game, they need to make sure that mites are denied from the comp playing the Akali, that Gnar, that really has a tough time being matched by anybody except Saytab. Seeing this play going to go wide there from Feather. Same with the Spear for Beichuan, just announcing his presence.
Yeah, they're going to do this on spawn, though, and given the strength that they have at the moment, and Knight not feeling like he can really move on a mid to have an impact, they're just going to go play for the Dragon where they're a little bit stronger. So we'll be a trade. But for me, Thunder Talk trading up. If you get first 3 grubs, you have this 7.5 minute window where, and also the bonus time before the second spawn of grubs, where if you do hit turrets, you get that bonus damage. And so well played by Thunder Talk. Again, something that we saw, like, I want to give them credit. Yes, this is a weak group, arguably the weakest group, but even with the 2-0 that they've had over EDG and LNG, they've still put together good maps. Like, they've played good fundamental league, and I think that we've already seen some of that in the first 2 games today. So happy to see that for Thunder Talk going up against a much stronger opponent in BLG.
More camp stone away for Beichuan as well on the backside of this. He's going to take the grubs away from Wei, and maybe eyeing a bit of a dive here. Maybe probably just hovering, though. It's pretty hard to collapse on to this Rakan and Varus, but they still don't have any summoners. The cleanse is down. They're going to dive through on, going to shift back towards Elk. First Blood going to be traded out there. Beichuan picks it up. Elk trying to force Beichuan back out as Wei's here to collapse. Flash available for the Lily. Flash for flash between the junglers, and everybody is going to end up walking away. Pretty clutch that Elk's cleanse came up right before that dive came across.
Yeah, I'm not sure that's a completely worth trade, but hey, they made the trade itself. Saytab, oh, this is a tough window for him. He's going to have the knockback to be big.
Oh, there's the perfect execution. Picks up the kill. Knight flashes over the wall. Beichuan just burned his flash. Can he get close enough to trade? He does. So Knight gets his revenge, but it does end up being a trade nonetheless, and we're 1 kill apiece away from either team grabbing the first beat.
Yeah, curious, too, that Knight, of course, he has the Conqueror, but he's actually going to go for the one-shot build and not go for the Leandries or anything like that quite yet. Still wouldn't be surprised if he mixes that in later in the game, but at the moment, I think close early game still good for Thunder Talk. I do favor them, and they're scaling as this game goes on. We get another replay. Feather, there's no access to 6 yet on Leona. I think it was a one-way trip regardless, which is I'm okay with. I do want to give credit to 1xN for picking up that tower shot in the back half. If he doesn't eat that, Beichuan goes down to the tower and doesn't have a chance to have the outplay in the back half. And great react flash from him. When you see Xin Zhao fire off that W and it's not in range, you know he's going to follow it up with a flash. So got out of both skill shots from Xin and Varus with that flash. Well played by Beichuan, just being on top of the mechanics there.
Glad we got to see a look at Hoyas. Oh, there is that Leona ultimate landing this time, and Elk does not have any summoners to compete. Throws down the Chains of Corruption, but drops first. Now Wei over on the side. Own coming in with the quickness. They should have the knockups and the charms. Wei's going to single out Feather. Taking a while to kill him, and it's going to allow 1xN to actually end up escaping. So it's another trade, but it's Feats of Warfare secured for Thunder Talk as they got the first one.
I'm impressed, all the feat name, by the way. I have no idea what they're called. I just say, like, 1 feat secured, The first 3 kills, let's go for Thunder Talk. They won that one.
The other 2 are obvious, Gubby. It's monster slaying and then turret. It's just Warfare's the kill one for some reason.
Monster slaying. Nice shout out to Lost Ark there.
True. That's a good
That
goal.
said, I was really surprised. Wei and On were actually split on that engage. I think they might have been able to threaten 1xN. That said, there was no flash on Wei, so if he does decide to go on the Jhin, you definitely get the flash off of Jhin, but that can be worth it, and frankly, sometimes more valuable than just getting a kill on the support. So, yeah, I would have rather threatened that. And again, I want to give Feather more props. I think you've done a good job of highlighting it so far, Slayer, but you said the cleanse used up top by Elk. Immediately, Feather gets the R, makes a proactive play, and takes Varus off the map with 1xN as Zenith Blades in lane. Now Bin. Oh, gets canceled.
Ooh, cancel off his hop, so he has to burn the flash. Wasn't expecting Bin to be the threatened by a gank, but that's just the confidence of this Thunder squad.
Yeah. Again, I really like the theory of the Nidalee this game, because I think wherever you put the Jace, he's self-sufficient, especially into the Akali. And then your other lanes, you have crowd control for setup, and we're seeing Beichuan actually make good use of that. So again, Thunder Talk, like, we've seen them have good direction, and I think play their comps out pretty sound or like towards the strengths of what they have. So yet another game where we're seeing that. Now, I want to see if Thunder Talk can, try and trade, play a little bit slower to lean on some of the scaling that they will have in terms of an advantage. Elk on this poke Varus, he will get outscaled. He will not be able to deal with the Ornn and the Jace as this game goes on.
Oh, 1xN steps too close to Own, gets the chains of the corruption down for Elk, and they're going to clean up there. A bit of an overstep from Thunder Talk, and that's the BLG we expect.
Yeah, great play from Knight to drop that wave and then TP back to pick everything up. That opens up the second grubs for BLG. And with Thunder Talk making that play on bot, that's where they had control, not on top side. Really good engage from On, using the flash to get on top of 1xN, who also didn't have cleanse on that play. So both supports finding plays, punishing the cleanses being down. And this one for BLG leads to an objective.
H1 trying to be a bit nosy here. He's going to hop on top of On, but wasn't maybe expecting Knight nearby. Crescent Guard through for Wei. H1 is just cut down and dead, gifting a shutdown over. There comes the Leona ultimate. They are going to single out On, but it's the Rakan who will valiantly give his life. Curtain call down. Can we hit the shots? 1xN. Wei with the Ignite over top. They're just going to gift the double kill over to Satab to get the Jace accelerated.
Hey, props to Beishwan. That's a strategic int, quite frankly. I mean, Wei's not on the map, so they can't take the last grub. If they get 4, that's decent, and that was a positive play in the end. So Beishwan throwing some of his weight around, able to pick up some kills in the back half, just understanding, hey, BLG, they used all their tools to make the first 2 plays. So, I'm Nidalee if I'm able to just be feisty, keep them here. My team's able to rotate. My bot lane has really long-range engage tools with the Jhin of Leona to get in reach, and that's exactly what they did. Meanwhile, another look, really, really good play from On. Flash R, no reaction possible for 1xN, and then the Chains of Corruption also connecting onto Feather. I don't know if he had Flash up or not, and sometimes Spectate's bugged. It looks like he did have it up, just opted not to flash out of that, and frankly, was worth it in the back half. They ended up finding 2 kills later on. And now TT with the Nidalee, you can see they're postured really nicely on the bot side. Jace down here, too. He's the stronger one of the 2. No TP on Jace, but Hoya can get in reach. Again, good fundamental league from TT. Their lane assignments are pretty sound. They're using priority to get these objectives first and taking it away from BLG. I love what I'm seeing from Thunder Talk today.
And I love that you just keep repeating that phrase.
Yeah.
The repeating praise given to Thunder Talk, the way they are continuing to play. And the silver lining of that grub side escapade coming across from Bechuan, nobody ends up getting the 6th grub, and it doesn't seem like Wei is content trying to go for it. So the monster slaying chase has now been cut down, and it's 1 more for Bechuan and Thunder Talk if they're able to get those upgraded boots. But for now, Feather is getting hopped on by Wei. On did set up pretty well. Drops the Solar Flare defensively to try and hold Knight in place. Perfect execution forward. Gonna get it with the 5-pointed strike. So the pick comp coming through for BLG. They're able to find kills to stay competitive.
And still well played here by Satab again. Doesn't have all... Looks like he's not even going for, like, the full tank build on the Jace. Just going to rock the Grasp and the Overgrowth. But I do like BLG. Still finding a punish. There are some people that are flashless, and we did see them just take Feather. Again, take what's given to you. BLG, my concern still is that their comp is just strong now. A 1.5k gold lead and being kind of split on the objectives isn't enough of a lead for me with BLG and their comp, just given where this game's going to go and the champions that are on each side of the rift. So I do want to see if BLG is able to continue to push their advantages in terms of just the strengths of the champions that they have now. My eyes for that really go towards Elk and On, because they are the utility bot lane that can really start fights, make things happen. And Varus, this is a really strong point of the game for Varus, being on that Yomu's, having that level 9 so that Q's maxed. He does so much damage, just deletes mid waves right now. As 1xN did opt to go for the Shiv, lower damage build, but can help contest some of the push from Varus. Personally, not a fan, but the option that he went for this game to try and help maintain some control whenever he's matching the Varus.
And it works with the fact that you got this combo from Satab and Bechuan, that they're going to bring a ton of damage, especially with how many resources they've been able to gobble up. So I also with you. I don't hate it to keep some of these lanes in control. We saw Bechuan on the back end with some downtime actually sneak that 6th grub away. So 1 might goes the way of Thunder Talk. Give him even more pushing power as all eyes drift back towards that top pit with the Rift Herald coming. BLG need to secure this Herald, at the very least to make sure no feats of strength go the way of Thunder Talk. and they can set themselves up to maybe play for them later. As Satab jumps back in on a Bin, Wei's going to find himself flying under the turret, tanking up the aggro to try and set up Bin. Doesn't end up living, but Bin gets 1 kill. But here comes the rest of Thunder Talk. There's the Deadly Flourish root and a snipe spear from Beichuan. All of a sudden, that Rift Herald play has fallen apart. And Elk may be under fire from this curtain call. Looks like 1xN is just trying to cut the wave down so they don't lose that first turret. But Beichuan is on the hunt. Deadly Flourish going to go wide here on It's a Spear, but jumps right back to Elk's waiting arms. And everybody settles back down.
I'm just so impressed with Satab, man. Like, even going down there, still created a positive play for his team as he knew that he had him in the back pocket, and it's going to be a trade of turrets. With him being able to respond and catch this bot wave, so... oh, hold on.
Oh, 1xN. The cleanse isn't up just yet, but he survives the initial brunt. Elk flashes forward to find the kill, but burns all of his summoners just to find 1xN, and Beichuan will be happy to hop back in with Satab, teleporting in first. It's teleport galore, but Satab gets the fadeaway snipe. Give him a double. No, make it a triple. You are just praising the man. Satab continues to perform, and Hoya gets to fly in with the Ornhorn to set up his mid laner. 4 kills to Satab. Thunder Talk back at it again.
I can't believe what I'm seeing out of Satab, man. You're telling me the guy that's bouncing in and out of DRX between their main roster and challengers just walks into LPL, queues up for Thunder Talk Gaming, and is slapping Knight 2 games in a row? Satab is playing out of his mind to start this year, and these are like, what he's baiting, what he's doing in these fights is fantastic. He's getting so much out of his champions in these games. First off, Elk plays this really well to take down 1xN, but as you called out, Slayer, he burned everything. Nidalee's here to answer. Nidalee, Leona, the CC that they need. And then Satab in this one, the fadeaway EQ, also the fadeaway auto that followed Knight through that. Ends up picking up a triple, and then, yeah, he's Jace. He's got Green Tree with Grasp. He's tanky, man. He just keep on going in and fighting. And this is the concern that I had for BLG in this game. They do not outscale. Their carries do not have the damage to get anywhere close to getting through something like an Ornn or a Jace with this build. Jace is only going to get tankier. Akali, one-shot build. Gnar, yes, he's going to get Black Cleaver, but you're only mini for so long to try and rip through these tanks. And then a poke Varus into an Ornn Jace going to be tanky. BLG is on a timer, and they're down right now. BLG needs to look for plays now if they want to threaten TT in this game.
But they've lost feats of strength with the Rift Herald secured by Beichuan. They have no way to get into the Drake Pit. And with the Nidalee damage alongside Satab, they could just burn through this first Hextech Drake. And we're back to Shades of Game 1. It's a completely different comp, but still the execution, the confidence exuding from Thunder Talk is now putting us into some very uncomfortable conversations as Thunder Talk are in a spot with everything you've talked about, Cubby, to go up 2-0 when nobody might have expected it.
I'm here for it, man. Let's make things spicy here in the LPL. As frankly, these groups, a lot of them, like, we've had a few bangers. Weibo JDG, shout out to that one. You get one best of 5 a day, and Thunder Talk, they're making it worth it for the viewers at home as that Rift gets the second crash, but on lying in wait, he has not been spotted so far until he steps out of trap by Beichuan. And again, Satab just raining down the damage on this Jace. On's dead.
Oh, the solar flare. Oh, On does escape. Caster Curse comes across. This is a blind curtain call. That second bullet nearly found its mark. But Thunder Talk still accomplished the goal they came for. That's a valuable tier 2 turret knockdown to boost even more gold.
Good luck from On. That's the other thing is BLG is going to struggle with in this one. It's really on Knight to try and find angles because you can see the core of this comp from TT2, the identity they have, the poke, and the synergy between the Nidalee Jace, and then you have the Jhin Leona to set up as well. Really, really strong.
Satab caught on a ward. Knight's going to jump in, immediately burns a flash, and the perfect execution. But like you called out, Satab is too tanky for this Akali's damage. But all able to set up Knight to find a pretty critical shutdown for BLG.
So, I mean, did need some help there from On. And how much more time in the game do you have time to actually pull off those plays if you are the BLG? Yes, of course, if Rakan's able to, synergize or get on top of the Jace and take him down and one-shot him, yes, it's doable, but he's only going to get tankier in this game. You can see he's looking at the Black Cleaver coming up next in his build. I don't know how much more time Knight's going to have where he can actually threaten the one-shot or that much damage on the Jace. As the conditions there were really good for Knight. Good play from BLG using that vision to find a pick on the Thunder Talk, who didn't base as a team. Good punish from them. But still, BLG, I really feel like, yes, they're only down 1k gold on the scoreboard, but just given the comps, the scaling, they're in the hole more than that.
Then you got to factor in the feats of strength upgrades. The boots adds a bit more gold value. The Drakes in their favor. I'm glad you called that out, Gubby. The gold is not really what tells the story of Thunder Talk's position. But all eyes are going to gravitate back towards that new epic monster. Another Voracious Otacon. Nobody is surprised, but in a game where it really does feel pretty coin flippy with some of these fights, depending on the setup, a revive buff for one of these two squads could really break open or revive the game state if you're talking about Thunder Talk or the BLG side.
Aha. Yeah, potentially. I mean, at the moment. So far, it feels like BLG is down like 34-0 in this series as the underdogs, you know? That's
I like
yeah.
it. I picked up on that one. That was a little
yeah.
bit more under the radar.
Like at the moment.
Just as under the radar as Cooper DeJean's pick in the second round was. Solar Flare gonna whiff there from Feather, but this is the range, the poke ability from Thunder Talk. If they're not under pressure, they just force BLG to back out.
And that's the thing for me, and like why Jace is so oppressive right now, because like with the builds, the option is that he has, there's so many games where he just wins so many side lane matchups, and yeah, BLG, they need to play through a side lane to actually, you know, get Knight in a position to find angles, get On in a position to find angles, which On has been looking for, and now On going to be caught looking for it, but oh, that's a good trap.
Yeah, he does use the quickness and the knock-up to stun his pick. Way able to jump in. Does have the Crescent Guard, but there's a big deadly flourish. Hoya gets a ton of damage. It's Knight that's caught, and the Shroud does not save him. Saintab finds another kill, and now the curtains open up for Thunder Talk once more. The shots won't fall, but is it enough for Thunder Talk to turn onto Voracious Otacon?
I want a replay. It looked like Knight was stuck in that fight. I wonder what happened. Was the rock from the Q on Ornn placed so well that Knight was just stuck between that and the wall? Because Hoya CC Knight completely, and once Saintab landed, it connected with the ult. Ben, he's the one that's fed 15, gonna go Mega.
Yeah, he's going Mega, Deadly Flourish, Solar Flare. They're locking up in. He has to hop out in Mega form. In flies Own, but he's all alone. He has to dip right back out as Voracious Otacon doing a ton of work. It will actually drop Feather. Wade tries to stump in and steal it, but it's secured by 1xN. Crit shots him to the face. Roots up. Elk on the back end of it. Now he's flashing out, but Thunder Talk are following forward. Big accelerated shock blast from Saintab once more, and they're gonna clean house again. It's only been to survive. Thunder Talk are at it again, time after time.
I mean, you can't kill Ornn in this draft. Like, you have Poke Ferris, you have a Kali, you have a Narn. No one can deal with Ornn, and the setup that Hoya's bringing to the team, we have not talked about his name yet. He's just been quietly collecting what resources that he can, but look at this fight from Hoya. First off, I want to see Knight. I think the Q, Knight gets stuck here. I don't know exactly what ends up sticking him.
Oh, the Deadly Flourish
after that, that's the root. He still can't move. That root, it's the brittle duration. The brittle deadly W kept Knight there forever. And after that, like, yeah, we're going to get the Otacon fight. Watch the back half with Hoya. He's just able to tank everything up front. No one can move Hoya. The Ornn is too tanky this game. No one is built or equipped to actually deal with this pick. And the CC that he's able to bring in these chokes with the poke behind it, way too much for BLG. Shout out to Wei. Went for the hero play. I think that's warranted given the game state. Yeah, no one can deal with Hoya. Like, who's going to move him, man? Absolutely no one. Even Knight coming into the back half just gets dunked by Saintab, who is at this point of the game on the Jace. No hope for BLG as things are running out here. And Thunder Talk making this a really interesting night for us here on the Desk Slayer.
Really interesting, historic, I'd almost call it at this point, is we still got about 50 seconds left on the revives for, well, the three that you're looking at on your screen here. And Feather knows it, trying to push that tempo, see if they can grant themselves a bit of a free reset, maybe looking for a pick. Looks like they're going to force the issue towards this mid-turret. Here comes the Ornn Horde from Hoya himself. Gets a two-man knock-up, tries to fly in, forces the Crescent Guard out. On going for the re-engage as the turret does drop, but he's too far up alone. Knight can't get in there, and Owen pays his life. Owen's Rakan goes off on the gray screen along with the mid-tier 2 turret.
I mean, down against a poke comp, you don't have someone equipped to actually push the sides, get any CC going, and I just cannot believe what we're seeing out of Thunder Talk. Like, again, we're kind of cautiously looking at this group like this is the worst group that we have. I think that's community consensus. Very fair to say. Thunder Talk 2-0, beat up on two teams that EDG and LNG were pretty bad, right? LNG, they beat Thunder Talk once, and then went 0-9 after that. Pretty bad, right? So it's like, you know, BLG, they're just going to cruise through this game, this group. It's going to be fine. They'll be the 1 seed. Thunder Talk, yeah, they're 2-0, but who they beat, you know, same teams as BLG, but still, it's Thunder Talk. And Thunder Talk, like, what is going on, man? What is in the water over there? The fact that they're doing this to a team, the pedigree, the likes of BLG, and BLG as well, I think that they've been really stubborn today with some of the drafts, some of the picks that they've had. Again, like, going into this, I mean, I've sat on the desk, I'm like, hey, you can't fight Grubs, like, as Smolder, the first set of Grubs, what happens? They fight that, game is terrible from there on out. This game, hey, guys, who's going to deal with Ornn? Who's going to deal with the tanky Jace in the side lane? Guess what? No one, right? It's not like it's been anything super special for Thunder Talk outside of Satab's play, who has been fantastic. It's just them playing better fundamental League of Legends than BLG, who I think have been really greedy with some of the plays and some of the picks they've had so far in the series and have been punished.
Greedy, I would call it disrespectful at points here, like the bottom
fair,
lane.
yeah.
Like the 2v2 between Elk and On, right? We saw them have to burn all 4 summoners, and a couple of those times it was On just walking into a brush that he knows Feather's there. They don't have the summoners or the damage, the position to really check 1xN and Feather. It's almost like they're just not expecting them to punish. And they end up burning all those summoners, getting set behind, and like you're talking about with the scaling, they couldn't fall behind in the early game because now this is what they're staring down, getting pushed out of their own jungle. A back in, well, maybe a pick here will come across as the curtain call rakes into the team fight. A crit shot lands onto On, but they find Beishuan, trade it out jungler for jungler as Knight is able to get back to safety. But Satab is here alongside Hoya to provide that tank front line, and everybody's going to walk away missing their jungler.
Beishuan definitely overplaying his hand there, eating a chain of corruption, not what you want to do there on Nidalee. Props to Hoya, honestly had a really nice disengage there, some help with the rest of the team. And is worth noting, some of the ornaments are coming on in. Someone needs to tell TT that you have to organize your inventory to find the ornament that is at number 1. Because all the ornaments they have in their inventories are wrong.
Yes.
No Infinity Edge buffed up. That's bad. Miramana buffed up. I'll be honest, I don't know if that's good or not, but I think that my bias says Shojin.
I would say
and
Shojin
Thornmail buffed up is bad. So, yeah, Hoya should probably tell his team about that. But that is still ornaments, still value.
Well,
you know.
the question is, does Hoya know? Because he upgraded the wrong item. So.
It's fine. We're just gonna ignore it. The alt. Have you seen the 4-man Ornn alts? And he's playing the conductor train, man. Like, this guy was in the caboose for the first 20 minutes of the game, and now he's the engineer.
Now he's the engineer.
He's moved his way on up.
He's moving it on up. As Thunder Talk stocks continue to not just move up, they soar up. As they look to position around this Drake. Reminder, they are on Hextech Soul point here. And Hextech Soul is as deadly as they come. So Thunder Talk trying to see how much value they can get out of their range, controlling the river, taking the mid wave and shoving it down BLG's throat. It's just so tough for the two-time
This is the game. If BLG lose to Soul, it's game. There's no way that you can come back from Hextech Soul against a comp that can apply it as easily as Thunder Talk. So BLG, they should throw everything they have at this fight. I think that any risk is worth it here. You cannot give away Hextech Soul.
All bets are off for BLG. Keep an eye on Bin's Narbar. It's stacking up pretty close to him going Mega. Flank coming across potentially for Knight. Here comes the Ornn Horn. Way, Crescent Guard out. That's the key ultimate to stop the poke. But Feather does land a really good Solar Flare to lock him up and weighs down first. All going to fly in to try and root up Beichuan, or they do pick off Satab, but it's going to cost them this time round because 1xN can free fire. Knight jumping in onto Hoya, but that's the tanky Ornn. They can't move the conductor. The train's still going down the track. 3 for 1 in favor of Thunder Talk, and that Hextech Soul and Imagination is now a reality, Cubby.
Dude, Elk flashed the wrong way there, man. BLG look a little bit stuck. Like, when is the last time we've seen BLG flub mechanically this hard? Like with Wei and Elk, both flashes being out of range there. Between Elk flashing in and Wei flashing in and, you know, finding a Leona. Not really sure what we're thinking here as BLG is. That's going to be Baron, that's Hextech Soul, and again, I just think that's game. Like, how do you play against Hextech Soul when you can apply it at the range that Jace, Jhin, Leona, Nidalee can, even Ornn, if he pops the Ornn Horn. Thunder Talk continue to cruise in this series. I mean, in the first 2 games, BLG so far, they've taken 4 turrets, 1 dragon, and 2 grubs. That's crazy.
Unheard of.
Wei was looking for 1xN. 1xN sidestepped it, so away, not able to get the flash. Then a really good setup from Feather and Hoya, syncing up to get stuck. I think On's engage is somewhat acceptable. Like, they find Satab. That's pretty good if you're BLG, but then after this, again, no one can deal with Hoya, man. This guy's invincible this game. And Elk with the flash was, kind of looked like you out there, Slayer. You did say you were the marksman main, and I know that you're not higher than Emerald, so, you know, not to do you like that, but kind of warranted there from Elk.
Oh, you know what? I'll take it. That is. I'm not a Varus player. I probably do the same thing in solo queue, but the stakes are 1/1000th that they are for Elk compared to Elk in this one. As the siege onto the tier 2 turret commences, and just like you called out, Cubby, the Hextech Soul just constantly procced. Shock blasts, deadly flourishes, spears. BLG are just going to get cornered and quartered at this rate into the might of Thunder Talk.
I gotta say, with Thunder Talk too, and like the way they've played, maybe it's just all about objective fights. Like, maybe BLG has to play a little bit chiller, but where were you when Hoya was having a higher game impact than Bin?
Where were you when Satab was running Knight in a series?
Like, what is going on?
Well, they're breaking the base open. That's what starts out as another Shock Blast lands onto Wei. Still holding on to that Crescent Guard and trying to keep himself alive. Inhibitor down as well as all of BLG have to go for the reset. Bin just cannot get through Hoya's health bar this time. It's not like the early game with the Mini Gnar into the Ornn. Turret gonna drop to a cannon minion. Satab is sectioned off here, but he's too darn tanky. Wei can't deal with him. Elk can't get close enough, and Feather's going in. Thunder Talk want the killer blow. Ornn Horde gonna go wide just onto Bin, but it's not needed onto the back line because Thunder Talk are running wild. 1xN just shot Elk into the face, sends him to a gray screen. Wei's running for another inhibitor turret, the slow of the solar flare. Can Feather get the outplay? No way drops, but who cares about it because the Nexus is the target. Imagine it, soak it in. Thunder Talk are 2-0 up on your two-time champions.
My God, I was not expecting this tonight. I was like coming into this like, man, I think a lot of people are going to expect BLG 3-0. I'm pretty confident that Thunder Talk can get a game. It's been 2 dominant games from Thunder Talk. I mean, they're just playing out their game plans better. I think that BLG have immensely disrespected Thunder Talk in the first 2 games between fighting first grubs with the Smolder. Even in that game, just like, what is the Kali and Varus picks coming out? Or like Varus just not feeling like he can go on hit into a comp like that? Like, it is tough if you are Varus to go on hit into all that poke, but still, you're playing into Ornn later on, and no one on your team can deal with Ornn. So I think a lot of things just kind of going weird here for BLG. That draft, I think, was really unfavorable for them. Game 1, I thought the draft was mad, but the gameplay was more so like, hey, we just decided to fight Yone, Rumble, Sejuani at first grubs, got dunked, and like your game's really hard from there. But regardless, BLG find themselves down 0-2 in the hole, and we haven't not seen BLG challenge like this in a long time. Like, I mean, not in LPL at least. You'd have to go back to international events.
You have to take it pretty far back, Cubby. It'd be a rare find. You know,
actually, when was the last time in LPL, we'll have this after the break, that BLG was down 0-2 in a best of 5? I know a lot of series do go to 5 here in LPL, and I'm not as familiar with LPL history as I am with other leagues, but I'd be curious about that given how dominant BLG's been. And to all the teams that are down, the likes of Thunder Talk.
Thunder Talk.
Thunder Talk.
Indeed. I know we didn't get to throw up one graphic here, but before we got into game number 1, if we could throw up the TT history, right? We didn't get to talk about this, but I just want to like show the stakes if we can for Thunder Talk, like the unprecedented spot they're in, right?
Yeah.
Like, this is their LPL resume, right? Like,
It's not too hot.
This is not too hot at all. And, you know, going number 1 out of Group C, you know, beating BLG, I know it's not playoffs, and I know they still have to, you know, beat a better mark than 8th in a split, but, like, if this series ends up, if we get one more Thunder Talk win, am I crazy for saying this is already the most impressive split for this organization, or?
I mean, split 1 is not the most serious.
It's
splits.
not, but I mean, just look at the history compared.
Wouldn't it net them a top 8? I mean, it wouldn't net them a top 8 guaranteed.
I think so. So they'd already meet their highest finish in the LPL before even playing a series in the playoffs.
This is crazy. I mean, I think BLG's got to get a game. Like, for me, the mistakes they made in the first 2 games are actually pretty fixable, and things will get pretty wild after, you know, you're like with Fearless and some of the champs being taken off the board. This team's too good to get 3-0'd by Thunder Talk. But man, these first 2 games, I was not looking, not expecting this tonight to see Satab and Hoya running Knight Bin.
Like the Hoya Ornn, like being more impactful than Bin Nar.
Yeah,
it's just, it is. If you have a 2-0, if you have a Thunder Talk winning prediction, if you have a Thunder Talk 3-0 prediction out there, please join our Discord that's linked, because it's rarer than a lottery ticket right now.
Please get help, or explain your thought process, and you can do that within our Discord.
You can do all of it.
Yeah.
You can go in there and see myself and Cubby write 3-1 BLG right in the chat. So, we're oh my Lord.
I thought it was like, usually the 3-1, we call that a gentleman's sweep. And if you are expecting a 3-1, then it's considered a lame prediction, Like it's not a 3-2, it's not a 3-0. I was like, you know what? I don't feel terrible about making a gentleman's sweep prediction in this game, given it's BLG versus TT. And I'm happy to be wrong. It might be a fun night ahead of us, Slayer, as BLG, I mean, still the favorites, but what we've seen so far, Thunder Talk, again, they played good fundamental league against EDG and LNG, and boy, oh boy, have they come to play tonight against our top dogs in BLG, and again, just playing good fundamental league. I think their drafts have been favorable, and they've been playing out their game plans better than BLG, straight up.
And my favorite part about this all, and right on time with this highlight, is the Satab highlight reel. It is what is also here. I mean, that quadra kill in the mid lane, it's been all split. It hasn't dropped off with the break. It doesn't drop off. Like you mentioned earlier, it's like this guy's playing with the nameplates off. He's just doing his thing and showing why the LPL is a home for him that brings out just a demon on Summer's Rift right now. And in this series in particular, keep in mind, in these 2 games, it's on picks that he has not played in the LPL yet. He did not have a Yone game until today. He did not have a Jace mid game in today. He was known for the Yasuo game, the Akali games, a big Azir game. So even the champion pool is expanding with his highlight reel.
Well, I mean, Jace is like half a melee, so we can still say he's undefeated on the nights, right?
That's. But do we get? Is it 4.5? Or I get 4.5?
I mean, again, though, like we flew the champion pools at the start, and like you look at Hoya's pool, and you see Jace. It's like, yeah, I think top laners right now should be expected to play Jace, but not necessarily going to be a Hoya champ. And you're picking Akali into it. Like, again, like that's a matchup where it's very one-sided. Like you're on such a timer as Akali in that, especially if you're not going to go for the Leandri's Riftmaker build, which I honestly thought would be the case with Knight showing Conquer. You just have no one in the comp that can deal with Jace or Ornn as time goes on, and no one that can get in range, like, because you just lost the map. You weren't able to find any angles, and that was it. So, again, Thunder Talk, like, they're doing a lot of good things against BLG, and I don't think we've seen BLG at their best. I do think that BLG has been disrespectful, but BLG, they're going to have to fix both those issues in the next 3 games. They want to take down Thunder Talk, who did come to play today.
Came to play and then some. We're about to get the MVP thrown up, Cubby. I'm going to throw my hat in the ring on this one. I think it should go to Hoya.
Hoya?
I know Satab had the flashy plays. They might give it to Satab, but Hoya's stat line, his impact in the fights, I think it should go to Hoya's Ornn. And I don't think he's got an MVP for his Ornn yet. So
Feather. I feel like Feather was the most impactful player for the entirety of the game. Because Hoya was huge in the later fights, but again, like, we're playing Ornn. I do think that he had some really nice ults. Like, I don't want to take away from him, but I just think that Ornn was really favorable in those drafts, or in this draft, because no one can kill him, and we did see that.
You know, it's a good problem if we're debating who to give the MVP to, because your team's playing that good. So this is a good problem.
I gotta. It has been a team effort too with TT. I mean, obviously, like, Hoya's a player where he's playing the tanks well, but we know that Hoya's like not traditionally like this massive carry player, but. Man, like, even within the role, like, he's finding ways to stand out, even in games or matchups where he's getting lane swapped on. He's not really relevant for the first 15, 20 minutes, and then he ends up coming up big in both games. Okay. We'll be Satab on the Jace.
Can't be mad about that.
That 4-piece in the mid lane was rather impressive, and the first pick Jace into the flex mid, really well played by Satab, who, I mean, yeah, not much else to say, man. Had a huge game. Also,
209%
base conditioning, man. Dude, conditioning's an OP point. If you can ever greed that, go for it. Did die once in lane, didn't matter. Once you get that thing going, well played.
Well played to Thunder Talk. Satab grabbing that MVP on his first Jace game of the split. And we are in completely uncharted territory. We're going to keep harping on it all night long. BLG dropped their first game of the split, then dropped the next. And here we go. Yeah, I want to give this room to breathe, this Satab highlight. You're going to see it all over social media, folks, but they have to rack off 3 games in a row if they want to be in the double elimination part of the playoffs of the LPL. I mean, all those other groups we talked about, Cubby, all those other teams like AL, like JDG at the top of their group, now are you starting to get worried that you're going to have to match up against an angry BLG off rip?
I mean, that or you got to worry about the 1 seed Thunder Talk coming through. Like, again, if these guys are doing this to BLG, I do think that BLG has been disrespectful and hasn't played their best league yet, but cannot take away from what Thunder Talk's done. They've picked drafts that have very clear win cons and identities and have played to them really well. BLG, I think, has allowed for them to do so. Want to see more resistance in the next game, and BLG actually have a sound strategy for themselves where they can play it out well. It kind of feels like, I feel like Knights actually made some good plays in both games, even though Satab's been outstanding. But outside of that, it doesn't really feel like anything has been going well for BLG. It just feels like everyone's kind of off today. And Way's getting ran straight up. So, yeah, that's not good.
Way's getting ran. Elk is flashing the wrong way with piercing arrow. It is rough for BLG, but it is not over just yet. We're going to keep calling it out. They got to run the rest of the series to find themselves the #1 seed of Group C. But TT's Thunder has been loud, and one more game will bring the Lightning out of the bottle and give them a win in Group C. A night none of us expected, but we're happy has arrived here. Unfortunately, it has to take a bit of a detour. We're going to take a quick break, but on the other side, we'll see if Thunder Talk can continue their magic or if our series is going to trudge on through to 4. We'll see you in a bit. Stay locked in. Welcome back in to the unofficial LPL English broadcast as our shock and awe continues to the might of Thunder Talk, up 2-0 up against BLG. And Cubby, I know we spotted a very awesome tweet from one of the great members of the LPL ecosystem that I want to give you the stage to point out about the stakes here, not for Thunder Talk, for BLG.
Yeah, shout out to Nymera, and definitely not Forrest, who vultured the same tweet 5 minutes later. But Nymera said that Knight has not lost best of 5 in the LPL since 2022. And, of course, being down 0-2, that record is now on the line. And that would mean that TT would go into the upper bracket and have 2 lives, whereas BLG would have 1 life in the lower bracket. So high stakes here, as BLG going to have to try and find the reverse sweep against Thunder Talk Gaming. And, of course, Nymera still streaming LPL 2. You guys can always watch him at twitch.tv/Nymera as well. Always shout-outs to him there.
Hey!
So, yeah. Oh, nice. Wow, this screenshot was sniped way earlier than what we found. That or we have some wild Twitter plugins going on. That's different than what my UI looks like, you know.
Just remember, this is what the coffee. If you fund on coffee, this is the level of excellence you get. We're pulling tweets before you guys see the tweets to throw them up on the broadcast.
Yeah, we have Twitter plugins, you know, that show 3 quote retweets instead of having to click on the retweet button and then go to view quotes and then go through that crappy UI. We have the first button on our screenshots, mind you. That's how advanced we are on the coffee.
How advanced indeed. Yeah. But it looks like it's time to get right down to business here, Cubby, as BLG are ready for their draft against Thunder Talk. This time they're going to go back to the blue side, which should force Thunder Talk to once again pay the double tax here. There's the Skarner ban that we all expect.
That's significant. If I keep in mind, if BLG wants to win this, they're going to have to win likely 2 red side games in a row. With just the likeliness of TT taking blue side as well. So again, more things coming out that make this rather tough look here for BLG versus TT. But I think we're going to have to ban Ambessa here on 3 for Thunder Talk. If not, the Poppy and Renekton bans. I think those are 2 champs that can answer Ambessa in the top lane. So Ambessa tax being paid by Thunder Talk on the red side, and it will be the Nocturne for Wei. Now, you have a bit of a choice. Do you end up going for something like Orianna to deny it away from the Nocturne, or you give that combo over and opt to have something ready to play into it? And some of the picks that are good into it already off the board now. Aurora, actually a decent pick that's still on the board that SayTab can play. So I would like this pick for Thunder Talk.
And that's the new age combo with the Nocturne, right? The Aurora Nocturne. So you don't deny the Orianna, but you do deny a combo that, in 2025 at least, has been a lot more popular next to the Nocturne. I'm just shocked that BLG are... I kind of like it in a way. You know, I think a lot of people have pointed out, you know, the tweet from Nymera showed it. Wei has been struggling the most. But BLG still have confidence in their jungler to be a pivotal piece, and they're drafted for him heavy here. B1ing Nocturne. Wei, you got to shake off whatever rust you got over the break that showed up in this series here now.
Interested to see if they... I mean, we expect, just given the team, we have seen some Aurora flex to top lane. But given that it is Thunder Talk, and just given what Hoya's pool is, expecting that to be in the hands of SayTab, we'll say that I'm expecting an Orianna for Knight to come in. His Orianna is, I mean, it's so good. And this is a good matchup for Orianna into Aurora. Aurora can struggle into control mages who, like, Aurora does get early push, but later on, you can't really escape the shockwave if you are Aurora going into Orianna without using flash, and that can be really tough to deal with. So I expect Knight to get his hands on the trusty old Ori here as... Oh, I lied. It's a Silas game for Knight. Okay. We're brawling.
We are brawling, but...
Yeah.
Maybe exactly what Thunder Talk want with the Galio hover. I do want to point out Bin goes onto the Jack. So this is the first game we're going to get Bin off of, you know, like a team fight oriented tank, kind of like the Gnar, get him off the Cassante. He can really get in his element, get in his bag. If he gets a lane lead on this Jax, it's a lot more threatening than if in the Cassante game or the Gnar game.
Ready for me to snipe Hoya's pick here?
Always.
He's going Scion.
Scion?
I think,
okay.
Yeah, I think it's like a Scion game. You just throw yourself into 3, make space. Ezreal for me makes sense. Gives you a way to play out of the Nocturne. And also, just going into Silas, like, you aren't going to do a ton of damage as Ezreal, but you will be safe as 1xn. And frankly, when Azrael has done a pretty good job of getting the deeps down, as you highlighted. He has been pretty solid on that champ. As a lot of answers to Jax is worth noting, taken away from Hoya. Gonna have to reach into his bag, of course. Renekton gone, Rumble, Fearless ban, Matt Cassante gone, Gragas taken away, Poppy, a champ that Hoya plays pretty well, also off the table. So, I mean, we're getting pretty far down the totem pole in terms of options for Hoya in the top lane. So we'll be curious to see what he ends up grabbing and what BLG ends up banning out away from him. Or if they decide to target any support picks, as that is likely going to be the blind for them, with TT saving Feather's pick for last.
Wukong, or there's no reason to bring up junglers. My mistake. The Kaisa ban I wanted to point out is
top Wukong. You know, that's where his head's at.
I think I was just you mentioned so many like staple Thunder Talk champ picks. They're off the board, and I was like, what's left? I'm like, Beichuan's Wukong's up, and I was like, there is already a buy locked in.
Yeah.
You got to give me a couple passes. It is 3 a.m. in the morning where I am, so luckily getting them out of the way during the draft. I want to point out quickly the Kaisa ban. Love that with the comp that BLG are trying to put together, like with the Nocturne. Get rid of some of those dive buddies.
Yeah, also just like everyone's going in here if you are BLG, so Kaisa being able to kind of either follow up or fend for herself is good, as we have a Galio coming in. We'll say Galio, I'm expecting this to be in the hands of Satab mid going into the Silas, but also chance to flex that to support. I know that's been like kind of a fringe pick we've seen, and it is still a tank for Hoya. So just given the fact that it's Satab and Hoya, I don't know if it's going to be Galio and the Jax. That sounds terrible to me. But just given that it is, you know, these guys, it could be it. As we get Twitch Elise?
Yeah. I don't...
What?
This is a pairing.
Twitch has no help?
Zero help. You're hoping to set up Elk to get some flanks in the team fight, right? So he pops out, the lights are out, there's a bunch of chaos coming down. That's what I'm seeing for BLG.
We like Pantheon.
I mean, Pantheon's one of the quickest rising champions of the new season, I would say, is Pantheon, right? And his flexibility, where lanes you can throw, in jungle support, there's just a ton of flexibility for Thunder Talk.
Okay. It is the top Galio.
Yep.
Yeah, that's just a Hoya thing, you know? We're just playing tanks. So, it wasn't Sion, but we're close. This is interesting to me. I mean, the Twitch Elise with Nocturne, a lot of opportunities for BLG to play fast in the side lane. Pantheon can't, and Galio, they can't answer, actually. But, of course, Silas can get access to those ults as well. So we could have a lot of globals and Twitch attacking in sides. Of course, Twitch does scale to infinity, but I'm a little bit worried about Twitch this game. Like, you're playing into Vi Galio, and you don't have much help. It's not like you have a Braum that can help peel. It's not like you have a Lulu that can help get you out of there. A lot of the Twitch pairings that we're used to seeing, not used to seeing Twitch Elise. I think that lane's probably stronger than what I'm expecting, but Elise gets, like, once you get past the 15-20 minute mark, you are just a one rotation champion, and whatever damage you do is about it. Like, you are not valuable past a certain point in the game. So, really feel like BLG are, again, kind of on a timer, but you have, like, Twitch and Jax late game. I'm curious to see how they play this out. I think BLG is going to have to be a little bit more disciplined about how they play out their side lanes, where I do think they're going to have an advantage this game.
All right, so we get the Cubby draft stamp of approval, which has been undefeated in this series along with Thunder Talk. Very bursty-oriented comp, and you pointed out with the Silas, the Nocturne, the Elise. Like, this is another game where BLG, they got to get going early. You point out this time around, they've got the picks to be really aggressive and to punish and to kind of just crush Thunder Talk out the gate, but they need to play with the confidence we know BLG normally has. The BLG that they haven't been today. One quick stat as we head on to the Rift I want to throw out, unless we get some level 1 shenanigans.
Yeah, Twitch is in, I was going to say Elk spotted everyone, but...
Is Elk just... Okay.
Pantheon?
Beichuan. That is the wrong way to Vault Breaker. All right, so Elk is getting a free pass.
Yeah.
Pass go, collect 200, because you just survived what felt like certain death. Ben is charging up the counter strike, but he's not going to flash forward, and everyone will just poke and prod their way out. The stat I want to throw out really quickly, Cubby, thank you to one of our fearless leaders, Kelsey. 90 career games of Jax for Ben. The win rate is over 70%.
Yeah, that's stupid. I mean, Ben just wrote the guide in this champion pretty much. Like, everyone that wants to play Jax at a high level, you watch Ben play. He He is, for me, the best Jax in the world, and it's uncontested. He is so stupid good on this champion. Just makes matchups that are deemed to be losing for Jax look winning, like hard winning. What he does is really stupid. So always excited to see Ben bust out Jax. This guy is an elite player. There are so many, multiple champs that he has where you can argue that he is the best, or like a top 3 in the world at said champion. Jax, for me, unquestionably the best Jax that we have on the planet. And we'll see if Ben can kind of channel that here, because BLG needs it, being down 0-2 as Hoya. A rat and a Spider-Man, that's rough.
Yep, that's a rough spot for Hoya. He's going to flash, but the follow comes across for Own. And for the first time in this series, BLG grabbed first blood, and you can hear all their fans. I think that's the loudest reaction I've heard to a first blood. It's because BLG are the ones that grab it.
Gotta say, I've not seen a grasp Galio top. It's usually Aftershock from what I've seen. So that's curious from Hoya, as Aftershock, of course, so easy to proc if you are Galio. Meanwhile, I think it is worth noting, Beishwan did go wraps and then kind of crossed. A little bit of an awkward clear from him. So will be a little bit behind as Wei just has a bit more of a standard clear. Looks like Wei did start the Wolves. And now Hoya, of course, down a pretty good amount of XP and still going to get punished. Just have the E to try and buffer. Good dodge there from Hoya.
It's good to see Own and Elk back in their rhythm. Had a really rough game, too. Obviously, easier to state into a grasp Galio to get some tempo here.
They spotted, because Satab has so much push mid, it looks like they spotted Wei taking the Raptors, and Feather isn't spotted here. They're going to look for a 3-man. Flash is up for the BLG bot lane, but if Hoya can ding too, here we go.
Diving in, gets the taunt onto Elk. Immediately Flash getting the stun. The invis is going to come across, but Beichuan follows with the Vault Breaker. They've spotted out Elk, but he's able to slip away, pushes the barrier out just to make sure he's safe enough. Ton of Summoners burn. You get both out of Elk, but a ton more out of Thunder Talk in general. Beichuan flies in with another Vault Breaker. Great dodge by On. Doesn't dodge out of the Galio knockup, though. The taunt's going to land, and they've caught the Elise. The Spider gets caught in its own cocoon. Now it's Wei on the back foot. They're going to Vault Breaker forward. Good spell shield to avoid the knockback, but Satab's here now.
Getting the wave in.
Between Worlds were far too early on for any ultimates. With that wave stacked up, Wei has Flash, but not even going to burn it. And somehow Thunder Talk with a disastrous start for Hoya. Turn it back 2-1.
Feather ding 3 off the kill. That's enough to live the dive, as 1xN is going to get to catch mid. Meanwhile, Satab might be under a little bit of distress. On does have Flash if he wants to make a play. Not the case. Knight also rotating down, so Crab going to be under threat. Knight going to try and force everyone out. Could be an answer on the dive here from BLG, but love the play from Thunder Talk. Again, just playing towards the Galio, who does bring so much supportive CC wherever he's at. I think it's really smart what Thunder Talk we're doing. Yes, it does set Beichuan behind, but you have to attack the Twitch. You have to set Twitch behind, because if Twitch is able to take off in the game, and this guy packs enough damage to fund an entire team comp if he gets going. So I do like the fact they're trying to attack Elk.
And the one weak point you observe from that BLG draft is not a lot of protections for Elk. So expect constant harassment towards this Twitch, trying to make sure Elk cannot spray and pray his way to a Game 3 win and a series extension from BLG. But talking about those feats, Warfare, Thunder Talker, much better position here.
I like this from Wei.
Wei's going for an invade here. Smite red buff secured by Beichuan. Going to grab level 4, so just a bit of harass from the jungler.
I still like it from Wei. Like, he's down a little bit in items, but just with Nocturne level 4, if you spell shield the VIQ, it's a really winning trade as long as you connect your Q. So I know he doesn't get the buff, but I feel like the look and the pressure is worth it. And well played by Beichuan to make sure that he's able to pick that up as we get standard lanes back. Curious if we get either team to shift their bot lane up towards top. 1xN for me should be expected. He can just Q spam the wave and somewhat keep the pressure going if they want to try and shift up towards top. Because it's a good amount of poke landing onto the Twitch. Elk going to be forced back. Well played Thunder Talk bot lane as 1xN and Feather continue to be really solid.
Yeah, the quietest name today for Thunder Talk has been 1xN.
Yeah.
For sure.
He's been doing his job.
He's been doing his job. Not the usual 1xN job, right? We talked about it. Ashe game 1, Jin game 2, mostly set up. This is the first game that 1xN gets one of his prize champions we know from their success this split. How poetic would it be to see him pop up pop off and decimate his much more well-known counterpart, kind of like Satab and Hoya have been doing in the solo lanes on this Ezreal, because if you watch Thunder Talk games, when he gets this Ezreal, win or loss, this guy churns out ridiculous damage and highlight plays.
Yeah, will be something to look out for about this one is, I think Ezreal, like Twitch, it's weird because like Twitch R can almost, like he really just forces you back, like if he gets an attack down at all. But 1xN, I mean, you got to believe that on the Ezreal, the mobility you have this game, really solid. As no flash still for Elk. Yeah, here it comes.
R2.
Oh, that's a great play by
pops
On.
Out. Feather interrupts all the damage, though, from On and Elk. They execute the Twitch. In goes On for a trade, but it's a double up for Thunder Talk. A double up for 1xN, as we were talking about him in Feats of Warfare for the 3rd game in a row, secured by TT.
Yeah, I do want to credit On. That Cocoon was really sound. Pantheon popped the E, so therefore he got tower aggro. The Cocoon prevented the stun from coming through immediately. Wei might be dead.
Wei, he's trying to chase a bit
H1
deep
to 6 if he wants it.
Cease and desist. Just going to Vault Breaker to safety here. Doesn't want to risk it. 1xN going to kite himself back. Knight with the Between Worlds stolen. It's hijacked. We got 2 worlds in between Summoner's Rift, and Satab's going to use his defensively to get out. Feather going to cover. There's still a chase going on here for BLG. Cocoon going to go wide, though.
They're going to win out on the Venn diagram here, as Knight, of course, with the W, able to continue to sustain up. Satab is down TP, so Thunder Talk going to need to find a way to cover mid. Feather going to spend some time here to make sure, but still, at the moment, I still like what TT has going, and the fact that, like, just the ease of execution for this comp, like, how many ways do you have the ability to just get Galio to piggyback in the back? Like, you can get cheesy with Between Worlds, send, like, you'll have Aurora hop, and then get Galio in the back line. Of course, cease and assist, that's the one that first comes to mind. That's the bread and butter. Feather, though, the Grand Starfall, right? That can also get a Grand Entrance on top of that, which, you know, the Grand Valentine's Day synergy there. Looking better on paper than the Rat Spider bot lane, which is, you know, I feel like this is more thematic for Halloween than Valentine's Day down here.
I do hate to burst the grand bubble. I think you meant to say Heroes entrance.
Damn it.
You were there, but you called out my AD carry play. I had to call out your
you know,
lack
that's
of knowledge
fine.
on the
We'll
ultimates.
take it. You know, if you really want to, you know, use the call-out power, then what you should be doing is say that, Cubby, this might be the last game that you are forced to fit in UWU from producer Kelsey. Because that's
I was
that's
curious
the
if
nightmare
you had
scenario.
forgotten.
Okay, good.
You got to find a way to fit it in. There's no love lost here for Waze. He jumps in with the first paranoia. I'm going to follow Feather over the wall to secure that kill. There's the spray break coming out from Elk, but he doesn't get close enough for Satab or 1xN. 1xN in his own 1v1 mid lane with Knight. True Shot Barrage barely going to go wide, but nearly finds himself a solo kill into Knight as the bottom lane fizzles out with a kill only going over to BLG.
You see the power of Twitch, though. The lethal tempo and the build that he has going at the moment. Just popped the R and forced everyone out. On, of course, playing the Elise. Was able to follow the Pantheon over the wall, so Feather goes down despite flashing. And that is a small win for BLG. I think importantly, the goals on the Twitch so far. Like, Thunder Talk, I do appreciate how they have tried to make an effort to shut down this Twitch. I think that's going to continue, especially as we're going to get level 6 coming in here for Feather. As do get to replay the 1v1. Yeah, great sidestep there from 1xN. Get out of that one. If he, yeah, if he hit the Mystic Shot, I mean, that's a kill.
Nearly hit his own True Shot Barrage. The replay ducked out of that one for sure. But it's so fun and awe-inspiring that, you know, games 1 and 2, we've been talking a lot about the Thunder Talk solo lanes, the setup of Feather and Beichuan being really pivotal. Not a lot of attention towards these AD carries, and in game 3, you mentioned Elk's Twitch is in a good spot. The Unital done, the first legendary item on the side of BLG, but 1xN also grabs that double. Not going to be far off that Triforce, so the AD carry main and me feels inspired that we might have a marksman off with so much of the stakes we've been talking about.
The Unital, I mean, obviously Twitch has some options. Like, Bork's really good in a lot of scenarios as Twitch, but going for the straight crit, I will say I think I like it this game. Just given how tanky his front line is, And the Q attack speed steroid, I believe it got buffed recently. It's really big.
It did, yeah.
Yeah, and also you get resets if you do get kills. Speaking of kills, Feather, no flash.
There's the invis, yeah. Gonna try and block up the E to see how much damage he can prevent, but
That's big.
Elk is too powerful on with a good pick, and they're just going to transition towards this bottom lane. Knight's holding
Safe
vision
tab,
here,
no ult.
Waste, thinking about the paranoia dive. Called it out, no between worlds, but they're not going to pull the trigger, slow it down, likely just turn their attention towards that free dragon they've got.
Yeah, this is the first game where I feel like BLG's done a much better job of playing towards their win con. Do like how they have Twitch in mid. The Twitch and Elise, they've been deleting the waves and then trying to hover on one side. And again, playing out the 3 lanes, you have Silas and Jax as solo laners. It's going to be really tough for ThunderTalk to move them. They have to overcommit to even have a chance to move either. So as long as they're able to kind of hold on.
Here's the catch onto that sneaky
He's dead.
Ezreal,
Yep.
but it's just too powerful. We called it from draft. Elk invis, knock the lights out. You have yourself a kill, BLG. Executed perfectly this time round.
They do sack the dragon, so, 1xN being off the
That's
map, not
feats.
great. Elk being 4-1, not great, but boot secured for ThunderTalk, so it's not nothing. We'll see, though, the good hover here from On, and you have Wei rotating down, doesn't have the ultimate, and that's going to be enough to dissuade ThunderTalk from going for this. This base one actually flashes.
Yeah, away from that cocoon. Knight gets into his own little tussle with Saytab, so... BLG this time, we can feel a bit more respect for ThunderTalk's playstyle, and more importantly, they're doing a really good job matching them across the map as they try and get into their own standard aggression. And all while that's going on, the Sleeping Giant, Bin himself, farming up into this Galio, and it's exactly what you want a Jax to be doing, to be honest.
Yeah, can't complain. I'm actually kind of surprised that how well Hoya's been able to just pick up CS and neutralize this lane so far, given the build that he went with. This does synergize really well with Galio's kit, getting the bonus MR, but not necessarily the best against Jax, who, of course, is split damage and mostly AD. So, yeah, I mean, nice that Hoya's been able to at least pick up his resources as the tank. He will be important because, of course, I mean, the mission is just that we're going to dive bomb the rat and make sure that Elk can't be too much of a rat this game if you are ThunderTalk. So, yeah, at the moment, though, BLG, they've been the one that have really been dictating the pace of this game. They've had good catches on side lanes so far as Knight going to drop the R and get a nice chunk on the Saytab. See if it can continue. Whenever Elk has pushed mid or is hidden on the wave, TT have to be respectful. And with another Paranoia coming up, we've seen Wei and BLG do a nice job of attacking the side lane so far.
Well, there he pops out, spray and pray down. Cocoon will not connect onto Feather, though. The ult's ticking down. Here comes the hero's entrance as they get the stun on Elk, who does have to dash on out. Lights
big.
Broken defensively, so that combo you talking about, Cubby, a little bit desync this time around for the 2-time.
It is, but Elk, they got both sums. So some was Twitch. The next time you're able to get in there, whether that is a cease and assist, whether it's Pantheon over the top, Twitch will be vulnerable. So doesn't lead to a kill, but still, the most important spell in this game is Elk Flash. So TT taking that away, not losing anything for it besides a Galio, I think that's pretty worth it.
Now they'll maybe look for Knight, turn their attention bot side. Knight does not have that hijack between worlds, gets out of Saytabs. There's the cease and desist down. Flash committed. Coming in is the Pantheon. With that Grand Starfall is going to turn with his own cease and desist, but it's
Nice.
not enough. Knight picked off by ThunderTalk. Response coming from BLG, though. Elk pops out of the invis. There's no
That's dead.
Paranoia available. Wei has to walk himself up, but they've already eviscerated Feather, knocking him down. And they'll make it a trade once more as this game sits on a knife's edge.
That's okay. You'll take that trade as TT. Gold's in a better spot. And also, oh boy, that's aggressive
wow.
from Saytab. Wasn't expecting that. That's pretty risky, too, because now you're into a 3v2 with Elk hitting. Of course, Grubs were split this game, so damage going to be decent.
Ooh, good dodge again. On's really on top
Goodbye.
of these repels to get away from key summoners, and the Elise proves pivotal.
Saytab.
Double TP coming across. It's Knight and Hoya. They just can't find any further engagements. Hoya's flashing forward to try and lock down
Elise.
On. Should have enough damage. One more big Justice Punch to find it. Hoya's aggression is rewarded with his own kill.
Do want to shout out Saytab. Like, the flash to go for the play on and then still surviving that play. I ended up clutching up, honestly, there for ThunderTalk. As kind of an extended fight ends up being, I'd say, a win. Like, you got Twitch off the map, and I think as long as Thunder Talk have flash down, wherever Twitch shows, be ready to make plays. Next Cease and Assist, next Grand Starfall that comes out, just be ready to go. As we're gonna get another look at this one. I thought Knight played his way out of this about as best he could. The one thing that could have been better, maybe if he flashes and gets out of the combo from Satab, could have been big. On the flip side, Feather, yeah, he burned a lot to make sure that play connected, so he's just dead going up against the Twitch and Elise. And in the back half of this play, Twitch got ult back up. Oh, hold on. Go back to live. Knight.
Oh, back in live. Knight once again
That's a
picked
Jax,
off.
though.
But Ben is teleporting in. The sleeping giant, maybe awaking from his slumber.
Nice
Going to make
juke
some
from Moya.
impact. Get on the kill score. Counter-Strike down. Drops the Grandmaster's challenge as well, but
Scared
can't chunk
Twitch.
through the health bars just yet. Light's going to go out. Cease and Assist. Hero's Entrance combo. Is it enough to eviscerate
We gotta
Knight?
get
It
Twitch.
does. Beijuan going to trade his life
Yeah,
as
it's
well,
bad.
though. His way's on the front line, and Elk opens up the Gatling gun, spraying through TT's front line. Down goes Feather. They're chasing 1XN. Has to get that arcane shift up. Does get it. Does flash, but flashes in place. Doesn't get over the wall, and Way's going to find it. The first convincing fight win all night long for BLG.
Yeah, TT just, not just not playing towards the comp what they need to do by getting on Twitch, but also Satab. TP was stuck in the top lane, so Ben, that TP guaranteed a numbers advantage and an advantageous fight for BLG. And Elk is the big benefactor out of all of it. He's going to base and have an infinity edge out of base at 18 minutes. This Twitch is massive and might be too much for TT to deal with already.
Got the comp designed to try and deal with it, but as you called out, Cubby, a fed Twitch has enough damage to carry a team in fights all on his own. As we get a look at this replay once more, and I'm just really continuously impressed by BLG's ability to match Thunder Talk's aggression whenever they try and turn these fights back on their head. Lights go out, Elk pops out, and it's good night Thunder Talk.
For me, you have to know that if Twitch isn't on mid, he's coming to you. So again, TT, they send it on the Knight, they get the kill. But again, the tools need to be on Twitch, and Twitch is flashless in this replay. That's the window where you really have to punish. Meanwhile, 1XN, I think if he flashes over the wall, has the potential to get out. So a missed opportunity there for 1XN, who it is pretty tough to get out of Stride Breaker plus Red Buff, but almost was able to get it, but you called out, flashed in place. I think he goes over the wall again. Maybe a chance of sneaking out of there, but not the case. Both sums now out of 1XN. And Elk almost has flash back up. Infinity Edge in his inventory. 500 gold spent on bonus attack speed. Well worth it when you have these two items too. Elk will be a problem for the next fight.
Where is the rat? Not on the mid wave. Will pop out invisibility. Spray and pray up. Infinity Edge completed like you called out. So Elk now does ludicrous amounts of damage. And fun part about that last fight though, Cubby, is we get the interesting stat that we've watched both of our 80 carries with questionable flashes in back-to-back games now.
Yeah, you gotta pause real quick. Herald being taken. They can maybe hit the eye. Yep, that's a steal, but where's Elk?
Stealing away from Beijuan, but they're going after Elk. He does arcane shift over the wall away from Wei, but not away from Knight, who will eviscerate him. It's a split fight on both fronts. His own pops the repel, and TT are just cornered in the might of BLG. Elk pops back out of invisibility. Bin gets the Counter-Strike stun down, and this is what we expect from the two-time champs, wiping the floor with Thunder Talk when their backs are against the wall. Ace before 20 minutes.
Honestly, I thought Hoya actually had a decent fight. He found Elk, just wasn't able to get help as the peel was trying to come down for 1XN and not even close to being enough. And BLG just corral Thunder Talk. That's a clean ace. This Twitch is just Thanos already in this game with where he's at. And frankly, just given the state of the game where Twitch is at, feels like this one's heading to a game 4.
One of the most convincing game states of the series, and that's saying something. The way Thunder Talk were playing early on, as we get another look at that big fight towards the Herald.
I mean, I thought this was decent, but 1XN just gets hunted. Yeah, can't fire out the True Shot barrage there. And then Beijuan, the Cease and Assist, it was used to try and help peel, but wasn't used onto Elk. And again, I don't know if he gets Elk if he ends up going back there, but at least he would have gotten Elk off the rest of the team. Elk he needs to be the focus in this game, but the BLG just, the beefy front line they have, not enough to get through as Elk. We're back. Yep, Twitch is ripping through people.
This is just getting bloodier and bloodier as Thunder Talk are trying to throw anything at the wall to see if it sticks.
Yep.
And everything's falling plop to the ground.
This is a big rat, man.
Big rat. This is a big spot for BLG. They have got their swagger back, especially guys like Elk and Elk and all, this bottom lane who's just been so quiet. Really feel like they've woken up.
Yeah, if you're willing to pick Twitch and Elise, you got to have some swagger. That's for sure. I can see Elise like kind of being a bridge for the Twitch, and Twitch actually is not terrible, at least with base damage. Like, you have some options in lane, but still, I think it's really tough. I'm really surprised that Elk got to the point that he's at in this game, as it feels like BLG. They turned it on this one, right? Now you're going up against a comp where the scaling, really nice for BLG. Just, they have the crit marksman in the Twitch who is so far ahead of the game pace. I mean, this is kind of looking like he's smurfing in the solo queue game here, as he's one item up on everyone else in the game as Elk, and that's going to be really tough to take down.
If you thought they were aggressive before, watch how they fly around with that voracious Otacon on this Nocturne on this Twitch with this Elise. ThunderTalk is starting to go for the classic desperation plays, stacking up death brushes of their own, but there is not really much for them to do because every waiting wave is a terrifying rat popping up. You can see, I mean, 1xN, he's terrified to approach any one of these waves right now.
And you can't blame him. And I mean, again, like with the BLG comp, they can dive so hard with Twitch over the top with the Otacon buff. I could easily see them sending it under a turret, and they're just not caring about it.
Elk hunting for more turrets. Does BLG want to use every second they've got of this revive buff? Still about a minute 10 left on the clock there. ThunderTalk, their real only way back in is still trying to jump Elk, but it feels futile to go for it while this Otacon's around, so you're kind of forced to just bleed resources.
Yeah, and BLG for the next 2 minutes, I kind of expect them just to kind of keep bouncing between these two turrets, and maybe they find an angle to threat. Oh, okay, here we go. Otacon used.
Right on their voracious Otacon timer. They're diving on in as Wave finds the backline. Hoy gets a pretty good Hero's Interest knockup, but Elk is untouched, and he is able to step up through the revives. They've got to wave up next to this turret, see if they can crush it, but Elk's a little bit wary. Health bar pretty low. Hoya is a big bad Galio with a ton of health. So they trade a couple of revives. I believe it's 2 for 2, but not the same in the gold department with the revives up for both Wei and Knight.
Yeah, not the same in the gray screen department either, thanks to the Otacon. As I will say, the Elk was found, and he is flashless at the moment, but Hoya was kept busy, and 1xN was also kept busy by Knight. Did steal the cease and assist, used that onto the Ezreal. If 1xN was able to follow up on Twitch in that fight, I do think that you at least get the early Otacon and the big damage threat down, but Knight keeping him busy, not the case, and BLG just get to play out the map. As it was 5v3 there for a little bit. Dragon secured, and BLG continued to cruise.
These neutral objectives looking like the all-sale Macy's calls for some of those stores shutting down. 60% off, everything must go. Taking these dragons, that's how easy it is for BLG right now. And they'll just continue to pressure the map. Look for these valuable tier 2 turrets. Feels like Cubby were just waiting for another last-ditch effort for ThunderTalk to try and knock down Elk.
Yeah, it's not quite the same in the excitement category. It's BLG in this position and not TT. I will say, last game I felt like TT. We're just going to ignore it. It's fine.
Okay.
Right. Last game it felt like TT. Like, they were in control somewhat like this, a little bit less, and they did have the scaling comp. But, man, like, you get a Twitch this far ahead, it's a doomsday scenario. And, like, Elk's going to get a Bloodthirster. I don't even know if a full combo from ThunderTalk can actually take him down. That's just how big this Twitch is going to be. So, yeah, it's going to be really, really hard to deal with. BLG, for me, like, they're at a point of the game where they're so far ahead. I don't even know how hard you want to pressure around Baron in the 5v5. You can use the Nocturne, the Twitch, the Elise to try and get a pick, and then look Baron afterwards. Would really like that from them.
Ballbreaker doesn't get the knock-up, so On's able to get the repel off through the cease and desist, and now Elk can step back up. Knight and Bin have flanked the back line. Down goes 1xN again, not allowed any space, and now they can fight back to front, and there's Elk on that big bad Twitch to burn through the remaining health bars. Feather's the only one to walk away to tell the tale of the mighty BLG. It might not be exciting, but it's what we expected from the two-time champs.
I mean, we've spent so much time talking about how fed Elk is this game, and Beishuan pretty much kept him busy for the vast majority of that fight, and it just didn't matter because the rest of BLG were able to take care of business. 1xN had a tough game this time around. A lot of things that can attack him, as it's kind of hard to deal with. Like, you got a Jax, a Nocturne, a Silas. You're going to see this fight for 1xN. It felt like a lot of things were used on as the Q. Yeah, it missed. Not exactly clean, but yeah, here comes Nocturne. Here comes a stolen Galio ult. And here comes Bin, who had a fantastic TP and just traps 1xN pretty much against the wall. Really tough to play that fight out if you are 1xN, even on the Ezreal and that extra mobility you get from those shifts. Great trap from BLG.
Sometimes you're just playing AD carry, man. There's nothing you can do.
Yeah, that was a great trap.
It's the harsh reality of 1xN's game state. Harsh reality for Thunder Talk, but for the state of this series, awesome to see BLG back in form here, because as exciting of a story as it is for Thunder Talk to be up this much, now that they're up 2-0 and BLG look this competitive, it makes, the game 4 that we're expecting even more exciting, even more on the precipice. Another last-ditch effort for Thunder Talk is Peichuan gives his life to the sacrifice. Elk, though, just burns through everybody's health bar here. He does pick up the GA, so even when you thought you knocked him down, he pops back up and starts shredding health bars once more. Maybe looking here to find all the kills. Knocks down Feather, knocks down Hoya as well. Double kill secured. 1xN the last one, just trying to lead the horses to slaughter, but they're heading back to the stable that's known as the Nexus. The cleanest game of the series so far goes to BLG. Down 0-2 no more. They find themselves their first win of the series.
Yeah, nothing like picking Twitch. You're just going 15-2-11 in the game. I think it's an easy player of the game there for Elk, who, when you pick Twitch, the game revolves around you. That was Elk's comfort zone for this one. He really cashed in on this pick. It's kind of funny just seeing TT send it against Elk. Be like, oh, crap, guys. He's got a GA. We found him flashless. Actually a good execute on the fight, and it just didn't matter because Elk came back and made sure that his presence was felt on the map as BLG get their first game of the series, Slayer. Exactly what we thought would happen going into this one, but them going down 0-2 and finding that third one. Just what we expected.
Is this where we quickly rush to the LPL fan server and edit our message to Thunder Talk 3-1? Guys, we were talking about gentlemen's sweeps, but you misheard us. It was for Thunder Talk. I mean,
no, it's gonna have to be a reverse sweep angle. But not one to razz my predictions. We don't go back on our predictions like that.
No,
but
I'm just playing.
No, not at all. I mean, Twitch Elite bot lane, just doing that was not on my bingo card for the night for either of these teams. That not a combo that I knew existed. Not one that I really want to see in solo queue, but hey, BLG made it work that time around, playmaking around the top side to buy some space for the bot side. And honestly, that was a crazy game. There was fights 24/7, and Twitch was just winning all of it.
Winning all of it and then some. I like the approach from BLG, right? Recognizing that they're the two-time champions. They're the roster that's expected to be just so dominant in the LPL. So when they're down 0-2, they don't go to pick, let's lean into a slower early game composition so we can scale up and be a team fighter. No, they pick, like you mentioned, the Twitch and Elise aggressive. They pick alongside it the Bin for Jax, the Silas, the Nocturne to be proactive in that early to mid phase. It's one thing to find a first game win when you just play the time bomb game and outlast your opponent and barely squeak by. It's another thing to put up the most dominating win of the series when you needed it most, like BLG just did.
Yeah, I mean, I got to give props to Wei. We've been hard on him so far in the series, and deservedly so, and he really did show up in that game. So that was good to see. The Nocturne was good direction for the team, and yeah, that feels like what BLG needed. And I mean, again, we got Ben on Jax, Knight on Silas. Usually a pretty winning formula if you are BLG. And yeah, they put that map really well. I felt like they needed to play out 3 lanes, or they could have just played out 3 lanes in a closer game and just Twitch Nocturne attacks whatever sides. They didn't really even need to get there because Twitch just got so fed. It's like, all right, we can just fight and Twitch wins. It's fine.
And they did a good job, even back to the draft, pinching those pivotal champions we've been harping on for some of these guys. Fearless has gotten rid of some of the SATAB specialties. We'll talk more about it, obviously, when we get to the Game 4 draft, but the Akali, even in the Lost Knight, takes it away from SATAB. You get rid of some of these melees. But the band Poppy and Gragas, right, we're pitching the Hoya pool. I think that's a strategy that if you have the space to do it, BLG should just keep doing all game long. Because as good as Hoya's been in those first 2 games, keep putting Ben in positions to carry. Because the Jax gets the win again, but Ben didn't have to do much.
I actually thought the Galio pick was better than what I thought, even if Hoya wasn't quite as impactful in the fights. But yeah, it was really just Beishuan. Like the first few plays didn't connect, and then 1xN was really heavily attacked. I thought BLG did like a really world-class job attacking an Ezreal and making it look spectator for us, where it's like, oh yeah, 1xN's dead again, right? They made it look pretty easy with all the tools they were able to steal away with the Sylas from TT and use for themselves to actually end up attacking that Ezreal. So well played. Really, really sound maps here from. I thought Knight had a really sound map, and then Wei, of course, really good game from him as well.
Jumping into the highlights here late, but really just showing off. Like I talked about during the game, it's BLG confident going for these plays, but the patience to wait for that counter punch, you know, the cease and desist to come down, wait for the Galio to arrive, and then really strike with Elk. You saw that in this bottom lane fight. That was the recipe all game long, outside of obviously what you pointed out, Cubby. Just making sure 1xN never really got to get going on this Ezreal.
Yeah, and I will say, like, I think that you need to be a little bit more disciplined, especially early on. I know we're late in the replays, but as Thunder Talk, like, there was a window where Twitch was flashless, and that was when they netted at least one of the kills they had against Elk. You have to be really disciplined. It's so hard against Twitch because you don't see him at the start of fights, but you almost have to buy time, play fights out slow until you see him, and then go on Twitch, because if not, then fights look like that, right? Where like, even Hoya was able to find Elk. I think that he's doing his job somewhat, trying to buy space in that fight, but had no follow-up. While he is there, 1xN is dead. And if that's how fights are looking at that point of the game, against a champ like Twitch, like, that game's over. And that's what we saw BLG do in this one.
Nice to see us finally get the big bad marksman game that I was hoping for. We highlighted it with the head-to-head stats between two of, statistically, the upper echelon marksmen right now in the LPL. And we called it out. It's a bounce-back game for Elk. Like, gets the bad taste out of the mouth from that Varus game that just was in a tough spot, had some awkward plays, gets onto this Twitch, and just never looks back. It's the easiest player of the game MVP pick of the night, I feel like we're going to get.
Yes, you know, he just ratted his way to a victory, you know? That's where it's at. Yeah. This was the fight where it's like everything connects onto Elk, and it's like, oh crap, guys, he's got GA, and we lost 2
wallet
doing
diff.
that. Yeah, a little bit of wallet diff there. Luxury items, affordable for Elk in a game where you end up with 15 kills. No surprise there.
15 kills and 2 deaths. Certainly exactly what a BLG ordered. But like you pointed out, bounce back game for Wei. On was really impressive with this Elise, constantly repelling some of these key spells. So it just gets me so excited for Game 4, potentially Game 5, like you're calling out, with a reverse sweep if we get it. Because if BLG are back to being on top in form, it's going to take everything from Thunder Talk to find this last win, regardless how convincing the opening of the series has been for them.
Yeah, and I mean, we got to start talking, of course, in the Fearless format, like some big champs left. Usually when you get to the back half of games, I find that engaged supports get narrowed the most, as well as bot lanes. So looking at that, like, Alistar is the last big tanky support up. Now with Sylas off the board, I feel like that opens him up a little bit more. I can understand why it wasn't picked that game with stuff like Ezreal showing on the other side. Also, Knight still has his Syndra and his Orianna up. That's huge if you are Knight. And then for junglers, I think Maokai is actually a pick that we really haven't seen have presence so far. And is one, especially in the back half of games. And if you're looking to slow things down at all, just play Maokai and Prophet, man. Like that can be really good here for either of our teams. So interested to see how Fearless starts to really take hold, take effect as we do get into Game 4 and potentially Game 5. Because I feel like these are the games where you really get to start to feel the impact of Fearless. And of course, that banger HLE versus T1 game last night. And that Olaf pick was like Thanos Game 5, just ended up wallet diffing. Because like pretty early in the game, it just hit like the point of no return where T1 couldn't deal with it. So opportunity for more picks, more drafts like that, where with more of the champs that are more well-rounded, our powerful blinds now being off the table, you still have the potential to find angles like that Olaf angle that Zeus found last night.
Glad you called that out, right? Because there's still those pivotal champions that you draft them, you got to play for them. You call it the Olaf. We haven't seen we've seen some Kindred games from other teams. We can see that come out. Viego, you got to play for that. Cheeks 1xN resets. There's a ton.
Viego's big. Yeah, Viego's actually big. Something to look out for with Wei. That's a good highlight. Also, Renekton and Bessa still on the table. Big chance for Bin. They've been taken off the board most of the night. Especially, I think Ambess is going to continue to be banned by TT, so we'll see if that changes. But yeah, I mean, BLG, in theory, they got to win 2 games on red side now. And we have seen blue side be more so the favored side in terms of what teams are picking. So I think that is a big thing to highlight as well. Just TT winning those first 2 games. They did net them side select for the rest of the series.
Rest of the series, indeed. Ton of fun champions that we expect to come out for game number 4. We got to the game 4 that our predictions here at the unofficial LPL English broadcast expected, but not the score. Thunder Talk have 2 more chances to close out the biggest upset of the split. We'll see if they get it done in game number 4 as we head to another break. On the other side, another banger draft between Thunder Talk and Billy Gaming. Back in action here on the unofficial LPL English broadcast in the series that just keeps on giving. Opened up with 2 very dominant Thunder Talk wins to put the 2-time defending champs on the back foot. But the most convincing win of the entire night came on the back of an Elk Twitch. And Way and On especially getting back into the groove we expect from this team. And now the potentially best games of the series are ahead of us here, man.
I hope so. So far, I feel like Game 2 is probably the most competitive game that we had, even if I do feel like BLG were kind of outscaled in that one. I will say it was good to see BLG, like they had their own sort of strat in that last game. And we'll be interested to see what happens in the next 2 is we expect BLG to be on red side for each game. And, I mean, they got backs up against the wall. They got to figure out some more good strats. Really felt like in games 1 and 2, they disrespected what Thunder Talk were throwing at them, and Thunder Talk just played out their comps better. Whereas that last game, BLG did make some really nice plays. They made attacking an Ezreal look really easy between the Knight, Silas, and the Bin Jack. So it was really fun to see.
Really fun to see us jump into that Game 4 draft here, like you called out, Cubby. Thunder Talk on the blue side. BLG got to get back, likely back-to-back red side wins, at least here in game number 4. Skarner banned away as the red side, just staple. Callista still being taken away from Elk, from Thunder Talk. Expect that to go all series long. Is you also still expecting an Abessa ban to come out here before we get to picks?
Yep. Yeah, there it is. The Victor ban, I will say, potentially looking for opening up an Orianna for Knight. Victor, a strong pick, but one of the picks left that like the Ori matchup's okay. You just like Ori has to make plays in a Victor, so if not, you just kind of get outscaled. So curious if Knight does end up looking for something like that trusty Orianna or Cinder that we know that he has. As Wukong being banned out, also chance. I mean, Maokai, really big jungler that's left on the table. But the Caitlyn ban and a lot of the answers for MF being off the board, that's going to be taken. This might forces Ziggs out from Elk and BLG early. As, Maokai for me is expected pick, Yeah,
they're the Maokai, the Jace,
Ooh.
Jinx. So I like it because as good as Maokai can be in the jungle of everything you've already talked about, Cubby, it's just the perfect way to buy space for Jinx later on in the game to create another monster hyper carry for Elk. Do you think, though, we've seen some Jinx Maokai in the bottom lane. You expect this jungle, though, correct?
It's flexible, for sure.
Yeah.
So I think that's a good flag, actually, especially as we have a lot of those engaged supports now missing. Curious if we just have Feather, like, willing to slam something like an Alistar. We'll say that Maokai is actually a pick that you can play into Alistar, but keep in mind that that's really the last big tank support that we have that's up, unless you want to start getting into the hook champions like Blitz, Nod, or Thresh. So that pool's been really narrowed, and with an MF, really expecting to see some form of CC in the bot lane for Feather.
Are you going to pair next to that Viego? We called it out before we went to break, right? Viego, a big player. You mentioned it for Way, but whoever's drafting it, that is the player you got to play the comp around, right? Resets, and it's so poetic that we get the king and queen, I would say, of resets in League of Legends in the same game going against each other.
Here's Lulu. If they pick Lulu, ban Blitzcrank. You got to put some respect on Feather's Blitzcrank.
Yeah.
Take that one away. I think that if I'm Thunder Talk, I want to think about getting rid of Renekton. Just having like that strong early game front line can really mess with Viego resets too for Ben and kind of be a bridge to get this Jinx Lulu later in the game. Also, Azir really benefits off of that attack speed steroid from Lulu as well. I think people sometimes really forget about that. I think Azir goes up in value this game for Knight, as Lulu can then have 2 options to W as you go through this. So yeah, I like that respect ban coming out from Thunder Talk.
Blitzcrank, there it goes. So the game 4 Feather Blitzcrank was a deciding factor in the early game for their win over LG. Nice to see that one taken away. Azir banned, so just taking away good matchups into Ahri, I feel like. Comfortable champions for Knight. Not a bad pool pinch approach.
Yeah, okay. Ori ends up getting banned. I was actually going to tease maybe a Rise ban coming out. But Ori going to be taken away. Curious if Knight wants to go for something like Rise. It's an old school matchup in the Ori, but I like it a lot. Also think Lissandra actually has a lot of value this game for Knight. Also decent into the Ahri, so another option that we have. But yeah, and Ryze just gives you this point-and-click route that's really strong. Synergizes really well with Jinx and trying to protect this front line, and Lulu in the back. So really big front line to get through for ThunderTalk. And frankly, the comp they have right now, they don't have the people to do it. And Hoya doesn't have the pool to help with it either. So I actually really like this from BLG.
You're not mistaken, folks. That is not a Doinby Ryze. It's a Knight Ryze. What a treat. Two just premier players in the LPL.
I think it's going to be Hoya Poppy, Blind, and then a Seraphine support. Seraphine gives you some really nice reach and some good setup with Hoya. I would also really like Bard, actually. I think both of these picks being considered for ThunderTalk can really help round out their composition. And Poppy somewhat dissuades from a Renekton, as Ryze Renekton does have really good reach in side lanes. And Renekton gives you some of that early power that can be nice. So, I mean, you're just trying to get Jinx Lulu into the later stages, right? So, yeah. See what Ben ends up going for. Of course, Game 4 Fearless, a lot of things off the board. Choice to be made here for Ben, and actually considering a top Maokai into the Poppy and away Lee Sin, potentially? I don't know if I love Lee, though, in a game where Poppy exists.
Yeah.
Wow,
yeah,
okay.
You can really just... You can punish one, Ward Hop. You can punish one Sonic Wave in and really neutralize Wei. And that's how this series kicked off, right? Was Wei picking a pivotal pick, the Zyra, and ThunderTalk made it a mission to make sure the guy never got in a groove. Ends up going 0-7-2 on the Zyra. So ThunderTalk maybe look to repeat similar strategy. The interesting thing about this game, though, is there is some early game onus on both teams, especially on ThunderTalk, but a lot of both these teams are kind of playing for the later part of the game, I feel like.
Yeah, I think ThunderTalk, they're the ones that are on a bit more of a timer, but
yeah, 100%.
Seraphine, like, it's double Enchantress supports, right? So, like, some of the power of, like, a Seraphine on the scaling doesn't exist as much in this one for me, because a lot of times you just see Seraphine into, non-Enchantresses. It does have a lot of range, though. It just really is on, like, they need to get the first kill for Ahri Viego to really run fights. And it is on BLG to play defense for that. What I do like for BLG's comp, the ability for Ryze Lee Sin to attack an Ahri, especially pre-6, is really high. So I want to see BLG really play through mid, play through Knight's Ryze, get him going, and then use that to try and snowball to the bot lane and help get that Jinx Lulu going. I think that the mid-jungle duo for BLG is really acting as a bridge this game to get the Maokai Jinx Lulu into the rest of it.
Bounce back games for Wei in particular. Really impressed by his Nocturne, but it has been nothing but easy for Wei and BLG today. But it's still a mountain and uphill climb for the two-time defending champions here. ThunderTalk on the table to upset and crown themselves champions of Group C. They got 2 more shots at it. Let's head to their first bullet here. Summoner's Rift once more for Game 4.
We're letting them ring here for Game 4. It's been an exciting series. As ThunderTalk, of course, taking the first 2 games. We threw a wrench into the game plan. That is spotted by Ben. Do want to highlight, I mean, again, I think it's just really on Knight to get things... It's funny. Knight actually did opt for the Ghost this game. I've been kind of advocating for some more combat sums in mid, just because before you get empowered TP, like the difference between walking back and TPing back to mid is like only a couple creeps, depending on what ends up happening with the wave. Ghost on Ryze and the phase rush as well. Just a lot of move speed going to be available for Knight, as we will have a bit of a mirrored clear. Hoya prepping for the lane swap scenario, going to be the first to attack Knight. Meanwhile, Ben might be looking to push Beishwan off the Raptors, but not gonna do so.
Hoya just trying to be
actually really nice. Knight might miss XP. Oh, that was really nice from Ben, actually. That Bramble Smash pushed the creeps back from the turret and guaranteed that Knight was able to get all the XP from this wave. I still think he might have missed. I can't tell. It looks like he missed 1 melee creep of XP. It's different between him and Satab. So still a win, the fact that Hoya was able to push him out.
Go for those vertical clears, both junglers hugging towards their bottom lanes. Important to remember, as much as we are critical of potentially how impactful the way Lee Sin can be, definitely has a lot more onus compared to the Viego earlier on. If you're Beichuan, you want to farm up, wait for that Heartbreaker to come up and really start lining the map up then. So all eyes on where Wei decides to path here, especially once top laners are forced to match these lane swaps.
Oh, Beichuan's running straight up top. He's ditching his topside camps. They might look to
Hoya's
dive in.
too.
That's hard. It is tough to dive a Maokai. I think 4 is required. They gotta win a wave.
But the wave is thinning.
Yeah, great play by Ben.
Calls it up.
They will stop the base, and they're going to try and dive. It's going to try and be a 3-man dive with Poppy, and they're going to rely on the wall bang to really be able to hit it. This is awkward, though, because like they're really pulling this wave out.
Okay, we're going to get the snare, get some laying down damage. The twisted advance is going to be big here for Ben. If he can dodge out. Heal thrown down for the speed up. Goes down for the smash. He's getting poked down before he can even really get twisted advance through. He's going to use it on the minions, but the aggro is not even picked up by anyone on Thunder
Nice.
Talk. So they've done a really good job juggling this and forcing Ben into an uncomfortable spot. Doesn't burn the flash. Does end up getting the trade, though, with that freshly buffed up turret of Season 15.
That's really tough, too, because that play took so long to evolve. Look at bot. 3 plates taken.
God.
Hoya will TP in, but that's a lot of gold early onto the Jinx. Only 1 plate in the pockets of 1xN up top, and the push between both marksmen, just having the attack speed steroid on Jinx's Q versus you know, MF, you have to auto different things to get that max damage given, you know, how her kit works. Really big difference here in the push that we've seen. Not to mention just the reinforced turrets being a little bit different. Actually, kind of a rough start here for Thunder Talk. Despite the trade of kills, I think BLG is in much better shape early on.
That only buys them more space later on.
Yeah.
With Ryze and Jinx just the closers for this game of BLG, Knight and Elk. It's Thunder Talk that have to continue to find proactivity. They definitely are waiting on a lot of their ultimates, but Satan might get caught here. The root comes across. Wei was waiting.
Yep.
They were looking for a reset. Instead, they find themselves a free kill onto the TT mid laner.
Yeah, big mistake there from Satab, just still not respecting the strength on each side of the map. He's on the weak side of the map there, and talked about how Ryze Lee Sin, it's really, really, really easy to attack Ahri pre-6. You just drop the Empowered Rune Prison, and Lee Sin gets the full combo. Like, it makes it really, really easy to convert kills. So well played from Wei. Using the Maokai counterpick to really at least warp how this mid-jungle matchup works. With the W down, Hoya might be under threat here again.
Dashes into Wei, but On was nearby to cover him. He's only just going to slow down this Krug's clear. Hoya going to eat another Sonic Wave dash in from Wei. Shield comes across for the Poppy passive, so not going to be lethal. But Wei certainly being annoying and more importantly buying space for Elk to farm another turret plate.
I mean, if Satab completes this walk, that's, yeah, no way that's going to happen. BLG respecting the fact that Satab fogged, does get that control word down to at least give himself some more protection, but still, tough start. And kind of what I talked about early on with BLG trying to play through mid. Already converted the kill on the Satab. I think it was smart that Satab at least didn't burn his flashlight. I mean, he was dead to rights in the mid lane, so might be able to outplay the next play, but still, feels like between that and the lane swap being opted into by TT, and the fact that BLG has got the better lane to lane swap in, 4 plates on Jinx early and being this far ahead, that's a big deal, as Elk looking like he's rushing towards that Yuntals.
And Ben's just happy to eat up all this pressure on the tank Maokai top, right? You don't need any resources to be useful. There's another really good start for BLG in the early game. It's where both teams have found, when they've found success here, they've been able to really carry it on. Thunder Talk not being as clean. They're going for a pick here on a 1xN with the Realm Warp in. Brings his friends. They get the slow, beautiful setup with that Ryze ultimate. Gets Elk his first kill of the game, but he's got to be a bit careful. He ran himself into a trap, but he's fine.
It's so tough because like Beichuan's not 6, and yeah, you want to fight and get resets like at this timer for TT, but I don't know if they can answer it with BLG, and the fact that TT matches the play, they're still down numbers, they're not farming anywhere else, they're missing out on so much in the map. Where BLG, like, they are making an overload of play. They could punish. As Hoya,
and they catch out Hoya. Gets a heal, gets a big speed up from the Seraphine. Zap going to land, though, onto Satab. Going to have to use that Spirit Rush to create more space. Beichuan did steal away the first grub, so nobody's getting a feat of monster slaying. Charm gonna land, connect onto Knight. The bolt time does go down, but it just splits the upright. All of BLG mark themselves around it, and now Ilk gets excited, can just start firing out rockets. Thunder Talk are just falling flat on all their plays that were so successful to kick off this series.
I mean, this game kind of already looks cooked, and the answer for the mid-jungle duo from BLG, seeing the Viego, the Ahri showing this early and being like, hey, we're willing to slam Ryze, Lee Sin. I mean, these were matchups that were played a lot like 3-4 years ago at this point. And I remember, like, just with Ryze, Lee Sin, it's so easy to attack early on. I just feel like TT are way over-forcing in this moment by not having Beichuan 6. I think they really needed Beichuan to find 6 in order to have any chance of actually contesting this or having a winning fight. Fighting before that, getting punished before Ahri hit 6 in mid lane, so Seitab's already behind 2. And then the top lane matchup as well, Bin versus Hoya. If Maokai gets ahead at all against this Poppy, like Maokai just scales to infinity as a champion, and in the top lane you just get access to more resources. So this is a really, really tough spot already for TT, because I do not favor their team as this one goes on. Just the Jinx Lulu is going to be really what owns the game, as well as Maokai not being able to be moved in this one. So TT needs to get things going earlier, or else this one's going to go to 5.
Like they were just leaning so much on the bullet time from 1xN, but it's always going to fall flat without the setup, like you called out. You don't have a Encore coming down. You're relying on one charm from Seitab. It feels like another shortcoming potentially of this draft. If you're going to be one Misfortune, I feel like you need a bit more tools to allow to get maximum efficiency out of the bullet time. And right now, the only way to do that is a huge feather engage, it feels like.
Yeah, like, I mean, you're not willing to blind a support, too, like, that can actually combo. I think that hurt a little bit. I mean, tough to blind Alistar Blitzcrank, but also that's what happens when you play MF later on in drafts, right? And you have some of those big supports that do synergize so well with the bullet timer kit missing.
Triple gold lead for BLG. Starting to impose their will towards this bot side as we return to normal ways, but the damage on that turret forces Thunder Talk to guard it closely and
look at the Ryze inventory versus the Ahri inventory. That was an 830 Roa, because Knight already has a stack. And yeah, like, he's bootless, but there's no way Seitab's going to do any damage. As what a combo.
The ward hop into the kick Sonic Wave forces Seitab to use the Spirit Rush once again defensively, and buys Knight even more space to just farm up and shove waves down their throat.
Yeah, I mean, that's another wave where he can now threaten Realm Warp in the side. Probably not going to go for it, given that Wei did burn the ult. So we do want to synergize up with him. Ryze damage early. Of course, you do go scaling items. His kit's great to set up Lee Sin, other junglers, but he's not going to be doing all the damage on his own. Not to take away from how strong Ryze's early game is, but at this point, you know, we're scaling on the items. We need the Lee Sin damage. So BLG, he's going to posture to toy around bot side, but not going to go for any plays. And frankly, BLG don't need to. This game is that cooked already.
Yeah, they can just sit and wait for more desperation from Thunder Talk. Wei, though, testing the water, see how much he can press on the pressure points here. But even further to reinforce how calm and slow BLG can play, they grab the feats of warfare easily, obviously with the scoreline. Grab 2 first neutrals, so 1 more epic monster or this turret that's already far too low. And as I say it, that's just going to be tier 2 boot upgrades for 11 minutes for BLG.
Yeah, they put Hoya in the sack lane to get Seitab out of mid when he was no ult, no flash with BLG having the space. I got to say, that's not the worst choice from TT, but it does cost them the bot outer. Just trying to protect Seitab while his ult and flash are down, because that's when Ahri is just free food for the Ryze Lee Sin.
This is the BLG that we expected to see, the 6-0 BLG in the group so far. As, you know, anticlimactic as it's been compared to the Thunder Talk games, it's very impressive to see BLG in a spot that they've rarely ever been in, right? Knight not having lost a best of 5, rarely ever being down 0-2, got to think based off that stat since 2022.
Deal?
And now they look just so much more back in form. And Elk's going to steal away a grub just to make sure they do get those mites. Bin dropping the Nature's Grass down to single one person out. Good keeper's verdict from Hoya gets rid of Bin, but not the damage dealers, as Knight claims himself another kill, and this game continues to spiral further and further.
I mean, like, for how, frankly, one-sided the first two games were, BLG is doing the same thing to TT and these two as well. And this one might... This one has a chance to be the most dominant one yet, just given the scaling. Saytab, yeah, going to be forced to Realm Warp. Knight, though, ghosting in. The wave crashing. Wave's here.
Yep. And, ooh, wave flashes to try and get more damage down. Eats a charm, but it's just not enough right now with how ahead BLG are. There's the Encore down to find two into the bullet time. They do find wave for the shutdown. Reset comes across for Base 1, but he can't get the possession. Bin interrupts it long enough to allow himself and his bottom lane to get out. But Knight has to be sacrificed, so Thunder Talk able to punish a bit of over-aggression there from BLG.
Yeah, good play by Feather. The R flash was really big there, but again, you can see the focus, and I just don't know who Ari's going to kill this game. Like, yes, you want to get on Jinx, but you have to get through a Maokai Ryze. You can see like why this matchup is good for Ryze. Not just the fact you can punish Ari this hard 1 through 5, but also you get so tanky with the build that you don't get one-shot by Ari, so you can walk up and, you know, find the rune prisons, actually find the chunks. Speaking of chunks, 1xN. He's got a BT, but that was a little scary.
He's lucky Elk's out of mana. That Mega Death Rocket, I wonder if he's just sitting on it to see if he gets enough mana for it. That level up should give it over. But by this point, 1xN is far off of the turret.
Yeah, Feather can
does
stand
heal off the Bloodthirster.
Yeah. He was hitting the wraps. He just pulled that to get some health back. So well played for 1xN. But yeah, I mean, take a look at the replay. Okay, that's how far back we're going. I mean, again, Saytab, like, even if he throws full combo at Knight, how much HP is Knight going to lose in this scenario, especially like, with the items that Saytab was at? This fight's really well played by Knight. Just, you know, being the one that stepped forward. Does have to burn the flash in the end. That's what ends up killing him in the back half. Good combo from Feather to try and answer, but still love between the Polymorph and the Bramble Smash, how much time that they prevented Beishwan from actually getting the reset. Yes, Bin did have to flash to dodge out on the stolen Lee Sin Sonic Wave in the end, but that time was still enough to get the rest of BLG out. That play is okay for them. They're still keeping the pressure up on the map. I mean, this mid-outer is about to fall. We've already seen how winning the Rise into Ahri matchup is. Knight's got that in the top side. Everything looking like it's coming up BLG in this one.
All the engaged tools for Thunder Talk are without their flashes, right? It's going to be a while before we can see another crafty Encore fire from Feather. Hoya's flash, we just saw Beitron have to burn it, so even if they wanted to try, and what they have, Thunder Talk have to do, punish BLG, look for picks onto them, it just feels so impossible to do right now. So they're just trying to overstack towards some of these neutrals. They're attempting to burn through this Dragon Way. Despite it being on a ward, not content going forward. He might just go for himself a solo kill. Not going to take the Sonic Wave, but that mid-tier 1 turret did drop. All Outers turrets drop pre-15 minutes for BLG as they continue their barrage.
Yeah, 4 grubs, get to Lulu empower the Jinx, get that attack speed steroid farmed even higher. In both kits, Elk's pretty far up. He does have access to both summoner spells. You can see TT was... Reset. Yeah, TT was looking. Beishwan.
Oh, Beishwan. Ooh, does bait Wei in pretty far. The charm lands, and they get the root. Wei's picked off. There's another possession. Beishwan going forward, trying to see if he can get a Sonic Wave. Saytab gets the reset on the Spirit Rush. They're pushing the tempo. Charm going to force Elk to cleanse it. Immediately fires out the rocket. Fade away Mega Death Rocket. Finds the kill onto Saytab, but it sacrifices Knight. Beishwan going in. Heartbreaker trying to cut down the angle onto On. The Thunder Talk will take another couple of kills as they're finding ways to fight back a very grave early game.
Yeah, it's a 2-for-1. BLG, they're trying to knock down that inner, maybe a little bit too far up. Because we do have Ben actually TPing in. They gotta think about contesting the Herald in the long run. Knight doesn't have TP. Yeah, no way. Okay. Again, I think TT, like, they have to force now. I don't think things get better for them, so good find. BLG, they're a little bit far up and not respecting some of the power that TT has. Again, I don't think this is a play that you make, just given that the way this game goes with the Jinx Lulu, if you play chill, it's fine. As a way, that's a really greedy play to go for that kick flash when you have Beishwan still have the unstoppable ultimate up. Not the kick flash, the Warthog kick. So you see Beishwan, he popped that ultimate, was still able to get the damage down. on the way and then got kicked the wrong way. So even with that, like it being a 2-for-1 and kind of close to getting Beishwan, it's not all bad for BLG, but definitely a misplay there from Wei to try and go for that play. Really just not respecting the kit there from Diego.
The funniest part of these last couple of plays is that somehow 1XN has found himself first to 2 items over Elk, because the kill allocation's been very good for Thunder Talk.
And Beishwan's up a level and change too. We just saw like 11-9, so that is something where I mean, Thunder Talk have some strength. I still think that this game is very BLG favored, and I expect them to put this one away. But the last couple of skirmishes, Thunder Talk have been able to show a little bit more resistance than what I thought going in. That said, yeah, Maokai.
This got hands.
I don't think Maokai is going to die this game. I'm throwing that out there. It's. I think Ben has to like really egregiously in to die.
I think it's going to get pretty hard for Knight to die with a fully stacked Roa and the Seraph stun.
Yeah,
bounces
that too.
Off of a turret dive being thrown out. Keeper's Verdict, not going to find anybody but a couple of lowly caster minions that did not sign up to be punted into the river. Make it back, my friends. Oh, there's only one. He lost his friend. And he's dead. Fun ride, though.
That was, I appreciate that a lot more, given it's 4:20 in the morning where we're at. But, you know.
Listen, we gotta keep the juices flowing. So
I was kind of stuck there for a sec because you said lowly caster minion. I was like, oh, you didn't have to do him like that.
Oh my God, Hoya really gets his health bar popped like that. Caster minion trying to get back to the lane has to run the flash. So another key engage tool losing his flash. Feels like Hoya's flash has been just always on cooldown.
What's Beishwan cooking over here with the Dirk?
Are we going? I thought Collector, but there's a Ruby Crystal. So is that Sterak? Does Sterak's? No, Sterak's doesn't have a dagger.
What's the shield item called? Lethality?
Oh.
I think it's that one.
Experimental Hexplate?
Nope. The Lethality one that gives you the shield that Varus goes. Anyway, we're clubbing his casters here. Beishwan up. He flash forward.
Oh my God, he flashes to get the stun.
They got away.
Breaks over, somehow gets out, and it's On to die again. Knight's going to fall as well, trying to get back to his Realm Warp. Sanctab's flashing after On, waiting for his charm to come back up. Feather's going to land the root over the wall. Where did this come from? 3 kills out of nowhere for Thunder Talk. They are not going down quietly.
I mean, while we were stuck on what Beishwan's going to build next, why is On there and not with the Jinx? Like, the Jinx Maokai were actually taking the objective. They're doing their job, and meanwhile, BLG just kind of way too far up in the TT jungle, not respecting yet again in a game that, again, I really feel like should be put away cleanly by BLG, given some of the leads they had earlier. A little bit sloppy, a little bit disrespectful in the back half, and TT going to punish rather well. That's 2 outers that are going to fall. I think they dropped the dragon in the back half. They do have to base and respond to what Bin and the rest of BLG were doing just to get some shops. But, man, BLG being this far up, like, we're playing into the power windows of TT by doing this. Again, if we just play out the map pretty standard, the buy time, it's fine. Look at how split we are as BLG, too, with Knight on one side of the wall. He's got a flash over. Wei getting stuck by Poppy as Hoya was over that wall. And then On not being synced up with the Jinx just kind of leads to something awkward all around.
That's the second kick from Wei, by the way,
where he died.
He dies and he doesn't
Yeah.
accomplish the kick he wants.
Okay.
First time, Beishwan gets kicked back towards his team. Second time, he actually kicks Beishwan further over the wall away from Knight so that he survives. So this Lee Sin pick, as powerful as early, is in that rough spot you pointed out it might be when we talked about it in draft.
Yeah. Also, all that work, you're like, I think it was going to be Collector.
It was
Collector and not Edge of Night. The Ruby Crystal was just there for change. Yeah.
Okay. Well, Ruby Crystal will be something. You know, I bet that Ruby Crystal's hysterics.
I hope so. Oh, we're getting a replay. We're getting a replay up here, down at the bottom right.
Rocket reset.
Base cancel. All right, epic.
I mean, it got the Voracious Optic. I mean,
It did. Actually, that's nice. We did kind of miss that in the replay. Well played by Elk. I thought it was a meme, but it actually was. That's the value of tempo right there. Good base stop. And now with the strength that they have, Thunder Talk don't want to fight. Of course, any kill that they get, diminishing returns compared to what they would be giving over if BLG were to trade out. So Ocean Dragon goes over to BLG. Feels like they're back under control and playing this one a little bit more soundly. Again, I think that the Maokai Rise, like, neither should be able to be moved in these side lanes, so should just kind of play this one out around them.
It's definitely going to be Thunder Talk
Scary.
getting that initial reset and blowing up everybody but the Maokai's. Elk eats a charm. That's the key cleanse, the summoner off the Jinx for now. They do have the revive, so keep that in mind. They might get a little bit more aggressive than you expect, but still have to be somewhat present of mind as they try and herald another tier 2 down.
I mean, look at the levels, though. Just given, like, BLG playing out 3 lanes. Bin's up almost 2 levels on Hoya. Knight is up 2 levels on Satab. That's disastrous if you are Thunder Talk. So even though with some of the positive plays they've made being able to group, it still feels like Thunder Talk running out of steam. Worth noting, Beishuan up a level and change, and 1xN also up a little bit, so that's okay. But I think that with the solo laners being this big, you can't kill them if you're Thunder Talk, and your comp relies on getting resets. So do think that BLG has done a nice job of getting their resources into the right place in these games, or this game, I should say.
I'm glad to see the Thunder Talk, speaking on the reset point, they don't end. They nearly drop a tier 2 turret. I think they will be fine doing it because with Horatius Otacon up, like, you cannot fight. You're not getting a Viego reset. It's your entire comp's identity. So through that pretty powerful buff everybody likes to talk about, they don't really lose much except tempo and map control, which you'll take in the face of that buff as it ticks away off of all 5 members of BLG.
Yeah, I mean, still, like,
turret.
BLG were able to play out 3 lanes and take a lot on the map. So it's not, like, disastrous, but I still feel like BLG got more. And frankly, again, given the draft they have, I do think that's the right way to play it. Like, at this point, if you're playing out 3 lanes and then just use Rise to make plays, that's good. Even like what Knight's doing here, like, he dropped bot to try and look, maybe make a play onto Bin. The topside camps are spawning for Beishuan, so they can answer. And Bin, you can go catch bot and threaten TP on the way back. So I think BLG are doing a nice job with Knight, because, of course, he doesn't have TP this game. So shifting him into the waves where he can catch and still be impactful on the map and just playing around the Rise, it is a very important part of this game for BLG, given the setup that Knight opted for, and I think they're doing it pretty well.
Love the observers toggling the vision there for Thunder Talk. Their jungle is just so dark, the river ever expanding. Knight. But we'll see. Can't really be a Baron threat yet. The 25-minute mark, so 30 seconds away. Realm Ward coming down onto 1xN. It's Knight and Wei who gets the Ward Hop kick flash combination. That's why you lock in the Lee Sin. 1xN didn't have a chance in the world.
And with no MF, 1xN will have Infinity Edge and Bullet Time on respawn, but gotta imagine this is just Ahri wave clear duty for the next couple of seconds, and that's a big deal. Baron about to spawn for BLG, and they're gonna head straight there and rip it. We'll see if Bin walks up or ends up popping the TP. It's a bit of a dangerous walk for him. Hoya actually gonna preemptively TP as Thunder Talk down their AD carry. You're gonna look to contest.
Give this verdict. Very valuable ultimate for Hoya to see who he can boot out. Charging it up. Everybody on BLG respecting it. Canceled by the twisted advance, and now Hoya's caught in the middle of all of BLG, but Own just gets eviscerated by Beishuan. Gets his first reset, but the Lulu's not as useful as he would like, so he ends up falling, and Baron does not reset its health bar, so it's going to be secure there for BLG on to 4 to really stamp their lead and cement it.
Yeah, I just don't know how you come back as Thunder Talk with how far behind your solos are. It's a 2-level difference on both solo landers for BLG. Frankly, a little bit more of what we expected coming into the day. And do really like the draft that BLG ended up going for. I think that the flex of the Maokai top, I know it was like, oh, playing Lee Sin into a game with Poppy, that's a little bit dangerous. But hey, Lee Sin Rise, really sound combo. That was the bridge to get that into the rest of the map, done really well. And now Rise Maokai just cannot be killed. And the pressure that you get from both these champions, like, we haven't really even seen Maokai ults be thrown out yet. As 1xN looks like he missed the window for the cleanse flash, as you can cleanse flash out of those kicks, but maybe the chompers messed with that, or I'm not exactly sure, because that is something you can do, and that, yeah, wasn't able to get out of that one.
Now that siege that's so deadly in the 3-lane spot, like you called out, Cubby, gets even worse with this Baron Dragon spawning as well. BLG should be a shoo-in. That's a really aggressive spot for Hoya to recall. Does throw away over the wall with him. Here's the Realm Warp, but you don't got to take it if you throw it down, and Knight's not going to make that mistake. So now the Dragon can commence and be properly shredded by the dicer that is Elk on 3 items of the Jinx.
Yeah, I think the end is just near here. Like, the next Twisted Events, with where Maokai's at, again, like, who is going to move Maokai this game? Seitab built completely to try and get on the back line, try and get a reset. The fact that Beishuan, like, even was able to get on, I was a little bit surprised about. But, of course, you saw what ends up when you take over Lulu. Unfortunately, not exactly the effect you're looking for as Viego.
There's the Nature's Grass. Hoya doesn't commit the Keeper's Verdict once more. First inhibitor turret down. ThunderTalk got to take a chance, make a stand here. Beichuan commanding the front line, gets a stun down. Death Rocket throws out from Elk, and force Beichuan back to the base as the inhibitor falls next, and Knight had his own little vacation in the mid lane. Gonna find himself another turret. Structures falling like paper mache right now for ThunderTalk. They're going to have to find a stand. They're going to try to attempt the impossible. Dumped by Cubby, but Bin does just not fall. Beishuan down first. Elk gets the reset, and now it's time to drop the hammer. Rockets after rockets, and we are going the distance, folks. 5 games between ThunderTalk and BLG for the top seed out of Group C.
Not exactly what we were expecting going into the night, but hey, I'm here for it. Good to see BLG paying a little bit more respect to ThunderTalk and playing out their comps rather well. Really like the pivot they had in this draft to pair up the opening of the Maokai, Jinx, Lulu. That's a really solid core you can play around. Then to have the Lee Sin and Ryze bridge when, you know, you're showing Viego Ahri, I think that's a mid-jungle duo that can really counter that, especially early. Saw BLG execute that really well with Knight. Well played. I think Knight, very deserved player of the game in this one, as his Ryze ended up being everywhere.
Everywhere, indeed. BLG, we called it after game number 3. It got a little bit shaky after two skirmishes, some over-aggressive way engages, but this is the BLG that is stapled as a Titan of the LPL. And now we get the true test, right? This was ThunderTalk, you know, come out, catch them off guard. Now BLG are back, stanced how they want to be, ready to fight like Knights of the LPL, pun intended on that one. And I just hope ThunderTalk are able to get that mojo back for this Game 5 that has been lacking these last 2 games.
I just appreciate BLG showing more respect to ThunderTalk. Again, the first 2 games, it really did feel like BLG was just disrespecting the power that ThunderTalk had in their comp and when they had it. Thinking back to some of those fights, these games, I feel like BLG, like, they're the ones that played that comp out really, really, really well in that last game. Putting the Maokai in the lane swap scenario, he's so tough to dive and deal with. And you have Jinx, Lulu, one of the fastest pushing duos you can find early on in the bot lane where you have less turret resist. Like, Jinx first base with 4 plates. And then Seitab died to the Ryze Lee Sin, which is really tough to play against as Ahri. And your game was really tough from there from ThunderTalk, and they just never got going. Even finding a couple positive skirmishes when, for me, the game was already over like that early. I was surprised that ThunderTalk even played their way into the game as well as they did, even if it didn't feel like they ever really got into the game.
They creaked the door open, Gubby. They creaked it open. It was like, you know, it was like a certain event that happened a couple weeks ago when a certain guy started throwing some garbage touchdowns. It was like, let him have a little bit of fun, but the champs are to win the game.
Yeah, and I mean, I just props to PLG. Like, again, I did not think that their Game 2 draft was winnable at all. That draft was, I think, very favorable. Again, like, you're playing a Poppy, Viego, Ahri, and the Maokai, Lee Sin, Ryze topside. You are never dying in that scenario later on as Maokai or Ryze. And you have a lot of ways to play into the Ahri and Viego, which are very positive for you. So, I'd like to see BLG lock it down, play some sound strats, even if, well, I don't know if I want to call Twitch Elite's a sound strat, but there's strats indeed, all right? This one for me was pretty sound. I think that their identity was really good, and sometimes in Fearless, it's just, you know, having an identity when you have so many champs missing is really valuable, right? Because you actually just have a way to play out the game when so many champs that you end up with later on, I think, are just a lot more narrow in where they're successful. versus a lot of the champs that we see dominating competitive, where it's like, okay, we're safer as blinds. We have a lot of different ways to play the game. Like, we'll pick a champ later on where we can kind of decide, like, what's up, right? Whereas in Fearless, I mean, the first couple champs you can pick, like, that can just define your entire comp. And I really feel like BLG, that Maokai Jinx through the core, really strong. The Rise the Sin, great wrinkle that really answered TT well, and they played this out really well, too.
It's going to be fun to track, intriguing to track in the Game 5 draft when we get there. Because I'm with you. When you get this deep, it's like, kind of just want to lean for either ease of execution or like comfortability on certain champions, because with Fearless, that's usually enough to get you that critical win as we look back at the highlights of this pretty easy to execute composition from BLG. These are the highlights of the couple good picks that did come across. We got the Feather Flash Encore to find some kills. They shut down Knight routinely, but when push came to shove, the XP lead, the gold lead on the tank, and the hyper carry Jinx really was just too much for Thunder Talk to bear. And hopefully they can just draft themselves into a spot where they can be as proactive as we saw them in those opening 2 games.
Yeah, I mean, like, these are scenarios where, like, TT are barely winning or coming out on top when, I mean, it's like 4v3, 5v3 for them. And then you just saw, like, the rest of the map, BLG were able to get resources, and it was fine. And BLG, like, they're still not playing perfectly. Like, I think these are mistakes that they're making in the game, but still a lot more sound. And just like to see them respecting what each comp can do, and especially their comp strengths. And I know it's probably going to be a Knight MVP, but do want to shout out how well Bin played the early swap scenario. I think that just the fact you are Maokai, like, you can't dive as 3. If you dive as 3, you're going to trade someone out. You have to bring 4. That put a ton of pressure on Thunder Talk early on, because Hoya can't do the same on the other side of the map, and BLG really took advantage of that. They got a lead mid, a lead bot so early in the game, and then, like, from there it's just GG.
You know, speaking on pressure, Kevin, does it feel like the pressure is now completely flipped back to Thunder Talk based off these last 2 games? You know, the younger roster.
Yeah.
I mean, we showed the graphic, right? They have only won 3 best-of-5s as a collective organization ever.
A little bit. They haven't dropped any stinkers yet, though. Like, I think fighting the grubs there, like, without Beishuan 6 might have been a little pressure showing. But again, they play their way back in okay, which tells me they're kind of keeping level heads. And keep in mind, you're TT. You're playing with house money. You already made it out of this group.
Oh,
like, that's decent for TT as an org. You take down BLG. Yes, that's monumental. Any pressure that you have, though, like, that's just an opportunity that you're going to face. So hopefully TT can view it like that. And they have an opportunity to do something really special, taking down BLG and taking down number 1 as...
Elk goes back-to-back.
I don't agree with that.
I mean, Deathless AD carry before. Yeah, I mean,
cool, man.
Cool.
Your numbers look good. You played Jinx behind a mid jungle duo that was hard winning, and a top laner up 2 levels, and we're giving you player of the game for, like, just sitting behind that and doing your job. Good job, Elk.
We're giving you
really nice.
We're giving you MVP for getting 4 free turret plates.
Oh, I kind of want to, like, show the replay and just flame. You know, like, everyone. Like, what Elk's doing, I don't know. I don't think Elk played bad. Like, I will say
no.
The Super Mega Death Rocket that actually stopped the base bot, like, that did secure them Otacon and pretty much finished the game. So that was a big play from Elk, even if it didn't lead the kills. But Knight Realm Warps were just running the entire map, man. Like, where's the honor in that? I know Doinby Rise was played yesterday and it's good, but we got to honor some Knight Rise too, you know?
Yeah. A little bit of disrespect maybe coming out from those LPL voters.
Yeah.
But we got to push all that to the back of the mind, because here are the stakes when we return from our final intermission. We've gone from a Thunder Talk 2-0 to arguably our 2 most convincing wins from the 2-time champions BLG. When we come back, we have 40 champions off the board, even more after first phase bans, second phase bans, and our climactic conclusion to Group C. Thunder Talk, the Cinderella story, or the 2-time champions BLG. One of those 2 will be crowned Group C Seed 1 champions. We'll see you on the other side for that do or die draft. We're coming in for a landing here, folks. It has been two-sided on it's been one-sided, sorry, 2-game wins between Thunder Talk and BLG. Games 1 and 2, Thunder Talk came out fast, the classic hair, and the tortoise of BLG woke up, made their crawl forward. Do we finish the classic analogy? We're gonna have to figure out one way on Summoner's Rift.
I don't know. You mentioned hair, and I thought of my hair, so that's probably a bad sign. It's early in the morning, though. And yeah, I will say, pet peeve of mine, like, you know, we have a great broadcast setup here. Shout out to our producers behind the scenes. We got producer Kai, and then Kelsey helping us today. But, you know, my hair, I do care about the games, and I have a tendency to, you know, like, react, and then it just gets bad. And then I never check before the breaks. And I'm talking through my problems as a caster live before we get into a pretty hype Game 5 with Thunder Talk. So we need Slayer to get us back on track here. We got Game 5, and hopefully one that can be a little bit more competitive. I do think we've had like some back and forth in a couple of the games, even if it has been rather one-sided for the majority. And just hoping that we see a better look from Thunder Talk. It would suck to see them go up 2-0, where BLG just like kind of disrespect them, and then BLG just like gets their stuff together and just 3-0s with Thunder Talk not really doing much afterwards. I'd like to see a little bit more of a fight than that.
Yeah, I mean, it's even like in the themes we've been leaning on, right? Like the Cinderella story. When you talk about, you pull back to that classic tale. Listen, it's climactic up to the end. Cinderella's racing down the staircase, you know, loses her last slipper. Like, that's what we're here to get. We don't want just poof and it's over, BLG blow over.
True. I will say, Kelsey might have also cursed TT by thinking it was BLG 3-0, but then also there was a tweet that we made on LPL English on Twitter, and it was Cinderella with TT instead of the D, and unfortunately that spells in. So, you know, might have spelled the doom there just by having in there, and we want to be Cinderella, not Cinderella, if we're TT here.
Good call. Into the draft, though, as we have to keep our focus, because this is our third Game 5 of the LPL split so far in that new format. And Bessa gets banned out the whole way. Skarner gets banned out the whole way. Callista gets banned out the whole way. Thunder Talk on that blue side once more. Lock in a Hoya Camille B1. What in the hell is going on?
What? Why are we first picking Camille?
Watch. Camille support? That was a thing for...
Satab Camille?
Satab Camille.
Beishwan Camille? Like, what is going on?
Yo. Please give me the Fiora. I mean, that would be crazy. All right, I mean, you know what, Cubby? At least there's this, right? We've had Maokai Poppy. We've had Ornn versus, I'm blanking on it. Ornn Gnar. We've had like a Cassante match. Now we're just brawling the top side. All right, we're at least having fun there.
We'll say, we'll love a magic damage jungler going into Aatrox plus Wukong. Wukong, of course, gets a lot of armor from his passive. And I think something like a Brand is actually okay here if you want to play it. As 1x10 actually gets his hands on Kai'Sa. Keep in mind, a lot of ADs are gone off the table. So Kai'Sa definitely goes up in value this game. That said, Xayah's still on the board, and I think BLG, if they lock in the Xayah, are actually still really far ahead in this draft. Xayah having the ability to press R up against Camille plus Nautilus. Yes, Camille can lock you down in the cage. You can really stall that time. That can be really important. Of course, depth charge, you can't fire for free now. So I think that like we're already pretty far ahead as BLG because Feather doesn't exactly want to target Elk with these Rs, and also Elk should have a decently winning matchup against Kai'Sa early on, so early pressure for BLG showing in draft.
I think they've completely neutralized Feather's
No Yasuo for Satab?
Yo,
they did the homework.
They did their homework. All right, so we don't get the second Blade Bro from Satab. No, but I'm with you. I mean, this Nautilus is completely neutralized. Even with the Wukong, right? Like, you got to be careful with your dredge lines. If Wei times this perfectly, you're just grabbing the Trickster. If you're really not paying attention, you could depth charge the Trickster. It doesn't always happen, but like there's a lot of ways to shut down this Nautilus already. I do like the Renata ban, though, into a comp from Thunder Talk that's already clearly about diving on top of the backline, whatever it looks like for BLG.
Okay, the Blanc ban. I actually think a Brand is decently valuable here for Beishwan. Just, it's a lower range comp for BLG. Again, magic damage going into the Wukong. I do like the Alistar ban. I feel like 2 really high priority supports are taken off the board, and now like you're really looking down the barrel of tough support options. I'm not sure what On's going to go with here in the Nautilus. I mean, that's a choice.
I don't. Oh, that
Do it.
I think.
Do it. Do it. Do it. Do the Taric. Do the Taric. Do the Taric. Please, please.
Taric.
It's
Do
good in the
not
knot.
do the
It's good in the knot. Do it. You already have main engage with Wukong, and you synergize really well with it. Yes.
This is just so depressing for Feather.
I love Fearless Draft. It is pretty depressing though if you are Thunder Talk.
Yeah.
I will say Ivern, not bad in the Taric actually. Like you can buy space and also like disengage, recover with Ivern. Also, of course, really supportive towards your lanes. I'm just still so shocked that we had a first pick Camille. I keep on looking at that on my screen and I'm just like questioning like what our plan was here as Thunder Talk.
There's the AP. Lilia locked in.
Yeah,
For
you have enough, but what AD options does Satab have left that like he has to blind, right? And even if you go for something like this, like Mercs are so valuable and you are looking at triple AP, I do think that range is good for Thunder Talk here. So you are against a lower range team. I do think that that's actually a decent approach for Satab.
A lot of dashes. Could really slippery stones could cause problems for Bin and Wei.
And not Talia is a decent combo, and Talia Camille is also a decent combo, so you have a lot of ways to impact the fight that way, but you get Knight counterpick. Talia is really counterpickable. I would actually really like Cinder this game, just because I feel like you're really vulnerable to pick as Lilia, and also that makes Kai'Sa's life really hard, and it will be Knight Syndra. You can buy a lot of space for Xayah. I very, 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 very much prefer BLG's draft, and I just don't know why we first picked Camille. I'll be honest. Like, I don't know what kind of game plan that you can make or how many top picks are like gone where it's like first pick Camille is just the move, right? Now, I will say, like, the one thing, Hoya usually just plays tanks. And, like, even if that's the case, I mean, Ben took the other tank buster and Aatrox, like, if they had any flexes actually planned for the Camille, I just think that, like, really trapped you. I'm not exactly sure what the plan was there. But execute available for TT. I mean, it is game 5, but they actually have a comp where you could see this, like, normally, you know, on a certain... Like, you might have seen this comp in a distant patch, and patches long past gone.
How distant?
Some things work together. Well, I mean, only like a season or 2 ago.
Okay.
It's doable. Yeah.
I just think this Taric is, like, gonna... just neutralizes the entire, like, because Thunder Talk's comp, like with Kai'Sa, Nautilus, the Camille jumping in, like Lilia, they're all about, you know, just piling on, getting on top of BLG, and then if Taric just pops ult and you've already blown like Ultimatum, a Lilty Lullaby, a Depth Charge, like you lose all your momentum for Thunder Talk, and you have to wait out this ultimate, and then you just, it's just so hard to play the rest of the fight out from there.
Yeah, I will say, like, the one thing that I'm a little bit worried about for BLG is that, like, Wukong really is the only main engage. And the Wukong Taric engage is big. It's going to be on Knight, on the Syndra, to also kind of disrupt Thunder Talk coming in on top of the Taric. And there are a couple ways that you can survive Taric ult. Like, a Lilia sleep can actually buy you a lot of time and kind of paralyze them throughout it. You need to time it right so that you can still get, like, the damage that expires afterwards. But there are some creative things that you can do with that as we do dive into game 5. I do really favor BLG in this draft, but we'll see if Thunder Talk can prove me wrong if they have anything up their sleeve.
Still is a game 5 to get hyped for. We're deciding Group C with one of the most exciting, surprising teams in Thunder Talk. Still just one more Nexus explosion away from leveling the playoff picture, or BLG making one of the biggest comebacks of the LPL split so far, the only reverse sweep that we may see in the regular split. No matter what happens on Summoner's Rift, one of those 2 historic markers will be met, and all we can hope for is an action-packed matchup for the ages.
Right off the bat, looks like it's going to be a lane swap opted into by BLG. I do like this for... I think Aatrox has an easier time picking up resources in the solo lane compared to Camille, if he's able to get access to a bonus level. I just think that, like, we just run at Hoya and try and force him off here. As, yeah, BLG going to show and Hoya going to have to run for the hills. Ben not able to get anything from that bot wave. So it does go to Leech off mid. Actually, Hoya, well played. Oh, wait. Nope.
He tries to dash forward and he eats a dazzle. I guess he got XP, but...
That's big. I will take the XP in that scenario actually all the time with the hook shot. So kind of cute actually by Hoya as
Chain
Satab.
start from Bin trying to catch Satab lacking, but gets the phase rush. Just enough move speed to run out.
Well played.
Not get the stun across from Knight taking level 2, so a couple of really tense level 1 shenanigans, but nobody falls for it.
I do think that TT's up so far though. Like Bin's leeching XP off mid. And we have Hoya able to absorb everything in the top side. Feather rotating to protect from the dive. As looks like first Taric game in, I'm going to guess, 968 days. As
That's
2022. Yeah, we'll
Math
say.
checks out.
Yeah, that's the one thing I can't understand on there. So,
You know what I can't understand,
good guess.
Cubby? You know what I can't understand? Where is your Ulu coming in, man? The time's up on
god
it.
damn.
I had to get to the reminder.
The Camille first pick was like the opposite of an Uwu, you know?
Yeah, I mean,
My face said it all in that scenario. It wasn't good. As Satab, another good sidestep against Knight. The Syndra, this matchup is really favorable for Syndra. Like, you need jungle intervention as the Talia to come anything close to even in this, but the fact that Satab's been able to sidestep, at least the first 3 scatters I've seen on my screen, that does really help.
Stage 1. Looking towards that bot side. Seeing if he can spot out some of these camps. Way clearing though. Up top. Bottom to top. So while Beichuan is a bit quicker, he should get on this scuttle. Isn't a ton of interference in the jungle. As Satab goes 3 for 3 on dodging these scatters.
Yeah, and he gets the wave in, so he gets the base. Actually not bad at all. We'll say right now, looks like the Xayah is getting solo XP. I actually really prefer when Kaisa is able to get in that scenario. Kaisa, for me, this champ does scale really hard with levels. As well as just, I mean, your Kaisa, right? 3-item Kaisa is a win con. So if you're ever able to get the solo resources, I do think that's very worth. As we will have bases coming out from each of our teams. Rotations going up. Looks like bot lane's going to go top. As of course, Grub's going to be the priority. And TP is going to be saved by Hoya, which is quite nice. I mean, he's going into lane with a Ruby Crystal. This is a skill matchup for the Camille Aatrox. If Aatrox interrupts you at any point, it's kind of doomsday. If you play around in this Camille, the true damage from your Q is really nice. But Hoya has TP up to try and interact with the Grub, so potential for a 5v4 if no rotations come out from BLG for Thunder Talk.
Nice, starting to change some of these scatters back together. Big important marker, obviously, with Syndra is seeing how many of those splinter stacks you can get across. Is one hook, Dredgeline for Feather, already showing why this Nautilus has such a tough time. Get some damage on to On, but Feather takes the worst of the lick, gets stunned, and Taric has a lot more sustain in his kit.
Yeah, every auto that Taric able to fire off too reduces the cooldown on that Q. We'll say pretty common that we see tears come out of Taric just to help with the mana pool. He is very mana hungry as a champion. Don't have that yet from On. So On does have to be a little bit careful about his mana pool here early on.
Dragon already up on the Rift. Grubs in the next 30 seconds away. Going to clear out his top side. Beichuan going to take his second reset. Curious what items he might be able to grab up on this one. Already has those faded ashes. Just a Ruby Crystal, so not a big impact. Is the flash.
Good flash.
Ooh, ultimate from Syndra. Knight nearly finds the kill with the unleashed power. It's just going to be a trade of key summoners. Both mid laners going to take the reset and have to walk all the way back.
Really nice flash from Satab. There was a Q at his feet that if he does not flash, he ends up dying to the combo from Knight. And we'll say that trade of summoner spells, I do favor Satab with that, just given that he's Talia with a phase rush versus the Syndra. So potential for TT to try and punish. As Knight is going to be late. Bin's walking up, but is behind Hoya. So TT is going to start this up. Feather being 3, not ideal, but if they get 1 Grub, he might get 4.
See if the respect's being given by BLG with the man advantage. Dredgeline going to land on. Here comes Satab with Aaliyah
nice
in the
for
background.
TT.
Elk is sectioned off with the Hextech Ultimatum, holding way at bay.
Yeah.
Just going to knock down the Taric, grab first blood. Bin arriving on the backside, going to pop the World Ender. Does have to flash away from a Dredgeline. The rest of BLG just can't get towards him to help support. So it's going to be first blood and first 3 grubs, 2 steps towards 2 different feats for Thunder Talk.
That's great for Thunder Talk, and I like how they played that one out. Again, looking at the map, Bin was behind Hoya going through mid lane. So what does Thunder Talk do? They're the team that has more engaged. They hard force on the top side. Even with Feather being down a level, he doesn't care. He's Aftershock Nautilus, hooks in there. Nice ult from Camille as well. Separated the rest of the fight for BLG, and Bin was never able to get involved because he was late. Hoya was the one that saved TP. Looks like he got pushed bot first, and Bin had to respond. So Thunder Talk forced the 5v4 on the top side of the map away from Bin. Well played from them to actually find an advantage.
Rub Pit has been where BLG has made some of their biggest mistakes. If we remember,
a lot of games have been
game
decided.
Number one, a lot of games have been decided.
First Grubs decided 2 games in the series for sure, maybe 3.
Definitely 1 per team for sure. I
Yeah.
would say by this
Oh
point.
god, yeah.
We get a replay look back at it, and I'm glad you called it out as on that map. It's just
Yep.
Hoya
It's on
being,
mid.
Hoya being able to hook shot, get this Hex Nickel to make him down to section off way from the rest of the team. It's just so much more pivotal. The simplistic aspect of a man advantage, what it could do for you.
And they got 4 flashes off of BOG there. Only spent 1 in 1xn, right? Satab's flash was already down. It's synced up with Knights, and actually he's got the Summoner Spell point. Or the CDR point in Inspiration Tree, so that's actually good. And now, another play.
Here, On takes a pretty big amount of damage. They're going to flash out. There goes the Cyclone,
Oh,
but
it's
On
huge.
is already down. Teleport's
It's
coming
huge.
in from behind. Waking to channel the next Cyclone, but 1xn has the Kai'Sa ultimate, dashes in to find the kill, grab the feats of warfare. In comes Knight to try and find the trade on the base one, but he just doesn't have enough in the tank. Thunder Talk walk away with the opening 3 kills.
That is so big for Thunder Talk. And again, Beishwan, he's up early and up in tempo. And if you force fights against the Wukong early on like this, it's pretty good for Lilia. You know, the sleep coming in, it buys a lot of time for Kai'Sa to actually work through those passive procs. And Wukong doesn't get armor against you, which is why I was talking about getting a magic damage jungler in traps. Well played by Beishwan and Thunder Talk to go punish all those flashes that were down from the Grub play and get the gold onto the Kai'Sa, because 3-item Kai'Sa is still a win con. It's a Kraken Slayer this early in the game for 1xn. The big carry for Thunder Talk, the one that has been topping out a lot of the damage numbers. Part of that's because of Hoya playing the tanks up topside, but even this game without Hoya on a tank, you're on the Kai'Sa, you can be mobile. And the way that 1xn played out this fight was fantastic to see. Beishwan, that engage was good. Love the fact that he flashed proactively to make sure that the fight was on their terms, understanding that flashes were down for BLG, and that ult that 1xn took over the top, over the terrain was fantastic. Able to get Beishwan out against Knight, not quite enough in the tank, as you called out, and another one fight for TT, and the map got even better for them.
It's so heads up of Thunder Talk, recognizing that they need to play aggressive until On gets to level 6, right? That Cosmic Radiance makes it so much tougher, like we talked about, to go for these plays, but they've been so proactive in those last 2 skirmishes when On is such an easier threat to kill and so much less available to protect his teammates. And we talked about it, right? The 1xn versus Elk, the stats, they both are just such high echelon for the LPL split right now. We are off of back-to-back Elk MVP performances. We've been waiting to say 1xn's name in this
hold
series.
on. LPL, they thought it was back-to-back Elk MVP performances. It was Elk and Knight,
right.
we can honor that here on the unofficial broadcast for
At least one clear Elk MVP, right?
Oh,
We've
for
been
sure,
waiting
yeah.
to see the 1xn game. No better spot for him than now. One of the biggest games in Thunder Talk organization history.
Yeah, again, a team that has only won 3 best-of-5s in their history. Their best finish was Spring 23. They took 8th overall. A win here gets them top 8 already in the takedown. The 2-time defending champion BLG, and what would be the biggest upset of the season so far would be huge. But Satab flashed away.
Yeah, Satab gets away from Wei. Here comes the Cosmic Radiance.
They can be stuck.
Thunder Talk can wait this out. They haven't committed any key ultimates. They've got Wei just completely sectioned off. Hextech Ultimatum. They burn through Wei's health bar. The sleep lands on to Bin. He pops the World Ender, but he's in the face of the might of 1xn. 3 more kills for Thunder Talk as they've re-woken up in this series when they needed to most.
This game's looking like it's all Thunder Talk. The scaling for me is very much in their favor outside of the Syndra Taric, and I think they have ways to deal with the Taric. You can see there Thunder Talk being disciplined about their engage. Good call, Slayer. They waited out the Cosmic Radiance as it came down early. The combo from Hui onto Satab doesn't connect. Satab able to get out. This Cosmic Radiance was dropped so early in the fight. Nothing was prompting him to drop Cosmic Radiance besides, yeah, Wei was going down. Hey, he overextended for that engage going on the Satab who had flash up. You got members that have no flash like Beishuan, but that wasn't where they decided to engage. So they go on to Satab. He gets out of that scenario. Thundertalk take another big win and are one dragon away from securing feats for themselves. Meanwhile,
oh my god, it's health bar. It's just that Kraken Slayer, like you pointed out, it just burns through this Taric that isn't tanky enough yet. They grab 2 plates, and BLG are back on the ropes, down 3.5k gold, and like you called out, feats of strength would secure such a huge gold lead, and Thundertalk have already shown how to play against this comp that I was worried about from draft.
Yeah, I mean, I was a little bit worried because Hoya was just on Camille, like not exactly a Hoya
B1
champ.
Camille,
but
by the way, if you missed it.
yeah, there are more ways to go for Thundertalk than for BLG. It's really on Hui, someone that has not had a good day today, right? Like even the last game, Hui did not play well on the Lee Sin. Like he overextended and made a couple plays that were kind of oopsies. Like he is the only engage this game. There's a lot of onus on him to make plays. It's not been the day for Hui. And that engage was not good. I mean, you got to go on someone that's flashless. You're the only go button that you really have on the team unless Cinder is going to catch someone with a scatter. So you use that early. You burn the Cosmic Radiance early as on. It makes it really easy for TT with all the go buttons they have. I mean, they got 3 or 4 like champs that can go and Kai'Sa over the top, right? It's really tough for BLG to deal with if their first engage isn't sound. That one was far from sound from Wei. So BLG going to have to dig deep and step up and find some things soon, or else they're going to be in tough shape this game. Again, staring down the barrel of this 1xN Kai'Sa that is so far ahead of the curve of the game.
I catch what I said on that reset, but Hoya's B1 Camille in a fight against Bin, and 1Q2 might secure him the solo kill. Giga Bin goes down to Hoya's Camille.
Where were you when Hoya was outplaying Bin in the best of 5? What is going on today? I mean, Hoya Camille, the first pick. This guy, he's been on tank duty, slams this pick into Bin. I don't know if that's worth an uwu, but it's worth a Giga Chad for sure, as Hoya taking it to Giga Bin in the top side. And everything's coming up TT in this game 5, a game where it felt like, you know, the series was flipping back. TT got the first 2 games. They didn't have a ton of momentum in the last 2, but every play has come up TT in this one. As you ask the question, is this young team ready to dig deep and deal with the pressure of going up against BLG? Well, they look like they're playing with house money here as they try and do something great.
There are few teams that can claim they've bested BLG. Even fewer teams that can claim they've bested them in a best of 5.
I mean, again, Knight hasn't lost an LPL best of 5 since 2022. BLG didn't lose an LPL best of 5 all of last year. And of all the teams they're going to drop to, it's going to be Thundertalk, who has never placed, like their average place in the LPL was 12th. That's crazy.
Still, the job certainly not finished yet, but 7-0.
It's a tough game for BLG. It's really hard to play out of this.
Yeah. They really have to rely on those timings. You can still catch Thundertalk overextending for kills with this Taric, but the point you keep hitting home, right? This Wukong is just not going to be tanky enough to survive ever going for these Cyclones, and at least at this current point, all 5 flashes are up for Thundertalk as they look to hunt down Bin, who uses the World Ender just for a speed up. He's forced off this turret. That should be first turret claimed, and the feat secured for Thundertalk. As Bin might get dove here, eats a lilting lullaby. Gonna hit the dredge light over top, and they grab the kill as well. They've got grubs. They're gonna take a tier 2 alongside it.
I love this. I've actually been so salty that LTA North teams have not been overloading with 6 grubs or like grub advantage, and TT just did so perfectly in this game. They got mid-prio, shifted the Talia Nautilus up, played his 4, mowed down 2 turrets with the 6 grubs, got the free kill onto Bin. Now Satab use that Weaver's Wall to cheat some tempo, get on out of there, and guess what? Because they tried to respond to Satab on the top side, that bought TT some time to reset, and they're pretty much out of the map first again, so they get to keep their tempo up. Some of the good fundamentals we talked about earlier in the day, like TT, they took down EDG and LNG, 2 teams that were pretty weak looking back, right? But it's not like TT, you know, won those games off of just AFKing one of those teams into them. They were proactively making good plays off of Beishuan and Feather syncing up, and Seitab being the hero of this team. And again, in this game, like, we've seen TT play with good direction for the majority of the day. I think the last 2 games were a little bit flubs, a little bit harder drafts to play out, but this draft, they have more go buttons. They're using them really well in this one.
Thunder Talk have established their identity and are solidifying it in stone right now in this BLG matchup. I'm glad you so point out so eloquently, Cubby. They're not a team that will ever sit back. That's not their style. They're the young, ragtag, young and gun squad. And the most impressive part about this game especially, I want to keep pointing out, we called it out with Seitab and Hoya's champion pools, especially the fact that a guy like Hoya, who we came into this day highlighting as someone you could stick on a tank, weak side,
biggest difference.
Pressure.
Yeah.
And now he's doing this on a Camille pick in a game 5.
Against Bin.
Against Bin.
Yeah.
Arguably the best top laner in the world right now.
I mean, again, coming into the day, I was like, the biggest matchup difference is Hoya versus Bin in the top side. And Hoya's going to play a different style, play his own style. But yeah, playing the Camille into Bin, first picking it in game 5, Fearless, right? And being able to do this, that's crazy. No one had that on their bingo card today for Hoya. So Hoya definitely earned some respect from me, as he's had a monster day here in the LPL. And I mean, the unkillable Ornn game 2, like, that was such a good pick in that draft. That was a great read from Hoya and TT. And of course, B1 Camille, I mean, you got to have some cojones to throw that one down, especially into Bin. Didn't get the Fiora, got the Aatrox, and it doesn't matter. He's making this one make sure it looks like it's in his favor with the rest of his team. And I mean, TT just gets to cruise the map now. They got 6 grubs. You have a Camille to pressure. You have a Talia that can pressure both sides. And look at them. Again, playing 2 lanes. Mid into bot, shift the power down there. They don't even need the shift power down there because Bin can't even approach the wave because of how much threat Seitab, Beishuan, Feather have in the bot side jungle of BLG, as BLG continue to bleed out and lose.
Drop a Herald, find yourself your 4th turret of the game. BLG just have to sack so much, and all of the mites just rise on out. Drop the Weaver's Wall. We're going for more. Second crash comes across. Seitab gets a huge seismic shove that Elk forces Elk's cleanse out. They do get a Scour of the Week on a base one, but he flashes away from the Cyclone. He's able to get to safety, and they're leaving what I said and just shred through way. Jungler down. Another seismic shove on Elk. You can't cleanse it this time. The walls are closing in on your 2-time champions, minute by minute, skirmish by skirmish.
And Wei and On split again as Wei flashed to go in. No Cosmic Radiance. They needed it that time as On.
Yep, he
One
definitely
shot.
wanted it there. Blown up. See you later. Tier 2 turret to follow.
And I mean, the Titans of the LPL, BLG, won both splits last year night, won 4 splits in a row. About to get blanked in game 5 by Thunder Talk. Like, what a crazy night that we have here in LPL. Only get 1 best of 5 Fearless tonight. Both these teams making the most of it, especially Thunder Talk, surprising everyone with a performance like this. Again, I thought saying it was going to be 3-1 BLG, I thought it was in the minority, thinking that Thunder Talk would even get a game, but looking at the tape, I had enough faith for them to, you know, take something off BLG, but not do this, as BLG have not had their best day. Like, I think game 1, game 2, disrespectful drafts, disrespectful play. This time, I mean, Wei and On just not being on the same page at all. As where's the Cosmic Radiance? Like, you have the sleep going down. On, oh, he was never able to equip the W onto the Wukong, had it onto Elk, so never able to get the Cosmic Radiance. Didn't press it fast enough to even step up and try and help the Wukong get out, and then gets 1 shot in the back half as well.
Not a chance. He called it out on draft. Cubby, I want to give you credit. The Nautilus Talia combo. He said it might be enough to stop any Cosmic Radiance. There it is, picture in picture. And quickly, as we have a bit of downtime with Voracious Otacon up and BLG getting desperate with some death brushes, our own Kelsey Moser just fired out another awesome stat. Knight Syndra, over nearly 60 games, has a 75% win rate. Thunder Talk don't care about that, though.
Yeah, I mean, I got to say, Knight's been the best performer for BLG tonight. I do feel like even with Seitab having really sound games, it's not like Knight's had any stinkers. And they're going to need a heroic performance out of the Cinder here, as BLG Desperation Otacon has been started. Weaver's Wall to at least make them think about it. Hoya's going to have to step out of that bot lane to try and TP. We'll see if Bin goes for the cancel. If he cancels the TP, it's going to be huge.
Not going to get it off.
Feather.
have to TP behind, below 5k, but BLG, they can't stay. They do get it to reset.
I mean,
but
TT don't need to do anything here. They just need to kind of play for chip damage and chunks. I actually think this formation is not the best for them. They kind of need to go. Knight can really threaten here.
Trying to set up flanks on. Gets 1xN's flash out, but he's going to get blown up before the Cosmic Radiance can come down. 1xN finds the first kill. Bin's being heralded by Hoya. Just cannot get to the rest of TT. Dredgeline going to land. The Blade Caller is going to burn through Feather's health bar. In goes Hui onto Beichuan, but he goes into the stasis. Big scatter the weak, but there's just not enough in the tank for BLG. Voracious Otacon down in the name of Thunder Talk. Elkin Knight cornered. Be damned, your 75% win rate. 4 kills. Beichuan looking for the 5th. There it is. Ace Thunder Talk in the do or die game 5.
I mean, Thunderstock, they're going to end the day how it started. A dominating win over BLG in this game 5 as On having a bit of an off performance here as the E-Flash was sidestepped by Feather on the Nautilus, and On just got smoked after that. As this Tarek pick, I mean, it's not been piloted well by On this game. Look at this. This blue suede shoes from Feather. 1xN even pops the cleanse. Didn't even need it. And then On goes down. Absolutely smoked. Bin actually played this part of the fight rather well. He was able to distract too. And as Feather went up, Elk did go up in the air, able to rip people down. But after this, Beichuan really nice Seekers there to make sure that he got out of the combo from Knight and was able to survive to make sure the Otacon and the buff went over to his team as the carries of BLG are routed. And BLG going to be routed, going to be the 2nd seed likely out of this group. I don't see any way how TT dropped this. It's the TT Victory Tour up against BLG here tonight.
The unthinkable is reality. It's hard to even soak in by this point. And one of the most mind-boggling points about it, Cubby, this is the most dominating Thunder Talk win right now. And they were pretty dominant in games 1 and 2 at points.
I mean, I thought game 1, game 1, they absolutely smoked them. It's looking like shades of game 1 as well. Game 2, they just had a better comp and outscaled, even if BLG did a thing or two. But man, I mean, TT, what a day. I don't know even who I'd name the player of the series. I think I'd have to, it's got to be Seitab or Beichuan.
Yeah.
As I actually think Beichuan's been really, really sound today too, but could be way as well.
Is this the knockout blow? Seitab gets knocked off his Weaver's wall. They don't get to on who they're targeting, so.
They're so far behind. Beichuan's level 16. That's 3 levels up on everyone for BLG, and 1xN still has a level on Knight. Like that's just how far ahead TTR. There's no way that this game gets lost. I don't see any angle that BLG comes back from this one. And, I mean, this is so far from the expectation that I had coming into the night. And the way that Thunder Talk has played, like, this is a team that really, I feel like, you kind of called it out, has somewhat of an identity. And outside of, like, a couple drafts, like, bad grubs fights, and BLG, like, really disrespecting them, it's been very one-sided.
Beichuan looking for that killer blow. Onto On, gets the sleep. Elk slowed up. Scout of the Week from Knight is big on the back line, but nobody else from BLG can really get to those carries. Way off to the side, trying to swing in with a seismic shove onto Bin. Knocks him down, sends him to the gray screen. Dredgeline onto Wei. That's not the Trickster. That's the Wukong. In goes Hoya. In goes 1xN. They find the next 4 kills with the grubs. They can go for it. They can do it. Thunder talk their talk against LNG. Thunder stomped their way through EDG, but they just Thunder cemented themselves with one of the biggest upsets over your 2-time champions, your Group C #1 seed, Thunder Talk.
I cannot believe what we saw tonight with Thunder Talk putting up scoreboards against BLG that no one would have dreamed they were able to do coming into the day. Great play from the entire team. I thought Beichuan and Seitab were fantastic. I thought Feather had a great series. And man, for Hoya, the guy that really is a role player in this team, to first pick Camille into Bin and slam a game like that, utterly ridiculous result tonight in the LPL.
The biggest result in the LPL this split. From their impressive Demacia Cup run, the question coming in was, can this translate? Demacia Cup is one thing, the LPL split is another. That question has been answered and then some.
Yeah. I mean, again, like, I don't want to take too much away from TT. I thought Wei played really bad tonight. Like, it was just not the day for Wei. I do think that BLG, like, game 2 for me was a really disrespectful draft. Game 1, you should never fight the first grubs. That game, for me, TT smoked them. And again, it's game 5 Fearless. Sometimes things get a little bit goofy, but man, like, Wei and On got super outplayed by Feather and Beishuan in that one. And man, I'm just curious who the player of the series is, like, between Beishuan and Seitab. I feel like those two are the ones that are the most deserving. And for TT, again, just a real statement game. And I'm curious, like, how far some of the players on this roster can go. I mean, Seitab looks fantastic. 1xN and Feather are playing really good league as a bot lane in and out of lane. So, yeah, I mean, curious now. They are a top seed. I feel like they're the team that you want to draw if you are a top seed in the LPL still. I don't think the Thunder Talk are that good, but still, I mean, what a day from them, and what a surprise for us here on the LPL. And what a treat of a series just to have TT show up and play like that.
And they just continue to evolve in front of my. We talked about it at points of this game, right? But I'm going to re-harp on it. Like, we saw. I know the Yone is a powerful pick, but they're pulling out champions that we haven't seen them body anybody with, and they're doing it into a world contending team. Like, Seitab's confidence to pick the Yone in game number 1, absolutely beautiful. You talked about, I mean, we're never going to stop talking about a B1 Camille game 5 from Hoya. Hoya's a tank player. This guy, you know, can have a good Rumble game. He's smashing
what a stupid
on
result. Like, of all the ways for TT to win a game 5, it's a first pick Camille from Hoya. Like, what the hell, man?
Okay, so we're gonna flame ourselves a little bit before we get to the MVP. First of all, Guy, if we can throw up our terrible predictions. Yeah, there we go. Look at this. Soak it in. Could not be happier to be more wrong.
I stand by the 3-1 prediction.
Yeah, that's
happy to be wrong.
So there's that. So that's all of us here at the unofficial LPL English broadcast. And I know it's a hell of a lot of you at home. If you've got a prediction that shows Thunder Talk, throw it up in our Discord because I want to see it.
I need a timestamp too.
Yeah.
And a non-Photoshop check.
You're gonna have to put a newspaper with today's date next to it as well.
Oh, please. Yeah. No. Yeah, for sure.
And then the other thing, if we could throw it up, are the updated group standings. Special shout out again to Kelsey for getting these done here. Soak it in, folks. Group C, Thunder Talk Gaming, 3-0, number 1 seed.
I mean, we should have known coming into the day that Thunder Talk, like, in this group, those T's on the eyes, like, they look angry. They weren't here to mess around, you know? It was first or bust.
First or bust.
I can't believe I'm talking about, like, logos in terms of what just happened. I mean, I really just still cannot process what I witnessed tonight. The fact that Thunder Talk actually beat BLG as BLG, you know, maybe honoring their LCK rivals in T1 and trying to drop out early, you know? Yeah, kind of following that route. Look at that Wei damage and on damage. Ouch.
Oh my god, that's
tough.
That is under 4K damage on a Wukong.
That's tough.
Wow, that is rough. BLG fans,
yeah.
Look away. I mean, I do want to shout out one particular person. We're getting word that fellow Leo out there, Leo the Chosen in Discord, had a 3-0 TT prediction. They were close to nearly nailing.
This guy gets to shit post like the way he does on Twitter, and then gets predictions right as the LTA North stat guy. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, that's our stat goat. Oh man, that is.
Dude, it's like the Josh Allen meme where it's like, you know, oh, look at me, I'm Josh Allen, I'm MVP, I run the city, and like I'm engaged to Haley Steinfeld. Like that's Liam here. Like, oh, look at me, I get to win Tier 2 Riot Rumble. I'm the LTA North stat guy, and I get to predict TT 3-0 over BLG and actually be right in TT win.
And nearly perfectly nail it as well. Oh my god. Okay.
Damn.
Well, we're looking back through these highlights. We could soak it all in one more time, but like we've said, all these plays. So here's what I want to say, Cubby. I'm sorry to mix my words up with the excitement. As impressive as a 3-0 would have been, right? I feel like you could see people write it off as, you know, BLG just were completely out of sync, right? The 3-0 happens. Am I crazy to say that I think it's more impressive that this is the game 5 we get from Thunder Talk after just getting slapped by the BLG form we expected than them 3-0ing?
It was pretty satisfying because I do feel like BLG put together some okay maps. At least like games 3 and 4. So it is kind of nice to see like TT come bounce back. I sometimes like Fearless, you could just get goofy drafts or goofy games. I just didn't like what BLG had in this game. And again, I feel like TT, like they had draft edge in the majority of the games tonight, which I feel like really helped them win. Don't want to take away from TT. Of course, they played it out really well and had to find the wins. And I'll give credit to TT with that. Like we were running the highlights before the series started and said, hey, we know that they've beaten bad teams, but these are good plays. Like that if you make against any other team that you're being presented, like this is very winning, good angles for TT. And you have some people that are standout performance like Satab and 1xN coming into the night. And then when you get other people like Feather and Beishuan, who I thought had a fantastic series tonight, and then Hoya, who really was a playmaker. This guy had a better best of 5 going up against Bin than Bin did. Like, that's ridiculous, you know? Everything just came together for TT.
He beat Bin Nar with Orb. He slapped Bin Nar with Orb.
If you're playing Gnar, Akali, and Poke Varus into Ornn, then you better lose. It's an illegal draft for that champion, so yeah. But yeah, I mean, BLG, they did not respect TT in the first couple games, and they got slapped for it in the end.
Picking a MVP here for this game is a little bit of a conversation. If we're going off the logic of the last MVP, then I think it'll end up being 1xN. I also don't hate giving it to 1xN. I think whenever you can play Kai'Sa this well, it's like one of the flashiest fun picks. But it Beishuan,
it might have to be a Kai'Sa angle. Or I think Beishuan actually. I saw Beishuan was going to win, and they had like a lower third that had all the percentages. So I think Beishuan was the favorite. If they do give it to 1xN, though, I wouldn't hate it. I thought it was pretty clean in the Kai'Sa, even if that game was made pretty easy by the likes of Wei and On, not just his teammates who played well, but Wei and On.
Yeah, at least if they give it to 1xN, right? Like it's not just like I got fed 4 turret plates at the beginning of the game and sat behind a Maokai that was unkillable, right?
Yeah.
So I kind of had to like ult
You're picking
across
up
the
what I'm
face.
laying down with the sarcasm and anger. I appreciate that. Anyway.
We'll see where the MVP lies nonetheless. I'm with you, though, across the entire series. I think if it had been, you know, a gentleman's sweep, a 3-0 somehow for Thunder Talk, I would have given it to Satab. But I'm on the Beishuan train. This guy is the motor of this Thunder Talk team. You don't get the flashy plays from Satab and 1xN without Beishuan and Feather, who was a little shaky in some of those other games. Here's the MVP, though. They do give it to Beishuan. That Lilia was supreme. So our series MVP grabs his 4th MVP of the LPL split, by the way. So 2 series with back-to-back, 2 series with double MVP polls.
Yeah.
Last 2 series wins for TT.
I mean, I do think that Satab was the MVP of the series for me. Which I think is a big compliment to Satab, because for me, the best performer on BLG was Knight. And Satab was able to contest and make his own plays. I thought both mids actually played really well. As before we hop out, just a reminder for how impressive this win was, looking at TT as an org. Like, this is crazy, right? They have only made, or that was their 4th best of 5 win in the LPL. Just so happened it was over, you know, BLG. That's pretty ballistic.
Ballistic. I mean, you gotta get the thesaurus out to describe this one. And also, we talked about it a bit, but that highest ever LPL placement, they're now already locked in to matching that and likely expected to be, you know, reach their highest ever LPL placement. So, barring a crazy crash out, they're going to have their most best of 5s won in LPL history all wrapped up in the first 2 months of the 2025. And in the first 2 to 3 months of 2025, they're also likely in their best position ever to knock down their highest ever LPL placement. Thunder Talk are the team to talk about in the LPL. Obviously, you're going to talk about BLG still. You know, AL is a very fun team in Group A. JDG grabbing #1 seed in Group B, but nobody is surprising the LPL community like this organization is.
Yeah, I mean, crazy win. I feel like BLG really didn't show up, really played bad, and really disrespected Thunder Talk. But props to Thunder Talk for showing up and actually like managing to take this dub. I do think that Satab, 1xN have actually played pretty well, and it's good to see Beishuan and Feather and Hoya like supporting cast around them. Like there are some good things going on with TT. So I don't know how far they're going to go in playoffs. This could be a team where they lose the next two best of fives and no one's too shocked. But good to see them in this format. I think that they've actually really been creative with how they've used Hoya's champ pool. And again, I think that later on in the series, I like the fact that BLG Game 4, tank top, Enchantress support. I think that a lot of teams in this format need to be prepping strategies where you are playing an Enchantress support with a tank top because there are not enough engaged supports to go around. So I do think that TT's been really on top of that, and I'll give him credit for that with using Hoya in his pool. And yeah, I thought that even like coming into the day, me being like, hey, I think Hoya is the weakest member, and you're going up against Bin, they still found a way to take down Bin and BLG in a best of 5, which is, again, just absolutely crazy. So fun night at LPL, Slayer. I'm glad that I could join you for this one.
One of the most memorable nights,
yeah, it's crazy.
I think I might say, in my casting career on the LPL. But as the most competitive league in the world is, we just keep rolling out best of 5. So we'll throw up the schedule graphic one more time so you guys can soak in what the rest of the regular split looks like. Hope you have a fun Valentine's Day with love from Thunder Talk. The next day, though, our matchup in Group D, IG taking on FPX, and that will be Rude Dude and Yanni taking you through on the cast on that one. And then I will be back with Ulk the very next day to wrap out the regular split with Cubby's favorite team to watch. Maybe usurped by Thunder Talk after today, but we'll have a discussion about that. LGD versus Top Esports to round out the LPL split.
LGD is still my favorite. I really like how XQW has been playing in support. I think he got LPL Player of the Week in Week 1, which is pretty impressive for being on LGD, just with how well he played. And then their solo lanes as well, actually pretty good.
Climber.
Yeah.
Fun jungle prospects.
Yeah, it's actually pretty exciting. So anyway, that's a fun day. Before we go, though, do have a couple more shout-outs to give. Coffee supporters. Shout out to Aaron Suporis specifically, as their financial contribution helps us level up our broadcast and pay all the hardworking people that we have, not just on camera, but especially behind camera, that help bring this product to you. A lot of time and sweat goes into actually building this one up. So if you guys want to help support the English LPL product every day, please subscribe to our coffee, as that really does help us fund the broadcast and support some of the people that are putting a ton of time and effort into bringing this broadcast to you. It's been really cool to see the reach that we've had so far, and just to have the opportunity to cover Tier 1 League and bring you series like this, which should be brought to the masses, is one of the teams that literally in Game 5 World Finals just got smoked by a team that just won their 4th best of 5 all-time in LPL history. So that's pretty crazy tonight.
We're only 2 months in to the LPL in 2025, and we already had this much chaos. It's been an absolute blast, folks, but for all of us here on the production side, it is 5:30 in the morning. So that will officially do it tonight here. Big shout out to you, Cubby. Absolute blast.
Had fun, man.
Said.
Yeah.
Had an absolute blast. Big shout out to Kai, our awesome producer behind the scenes, and the Kelsey Moser that was running socials the entire night from our entire crew here at the unofficial LPL English broadcast. Thank you for tuning in to one of the biggest upsets of the LPL split so far. Until next time, we'll see you IG versus FPX tomorrow. Take care and enjoy as the LPL regular season split comes to a close.